Okay, we're going to get started. So for those who are here in person, please grab a seat. So good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI, or HI as we're called, and the Cyber Policy Center, I want to welcome you to the AI and Policy Symposium, a global stocktaking. I'm James Landay. I'm a co-founder and the Denning co-director of HAI, and I'm a professor of computer science here at Stanford. This year marks a significant milestone for us at HAI as we celebrate our 5th anniversary as of last month, March. Since our inception, public policy has been an integral part of our mission. As we stand at the intersection of unprecedented technological progress and societal needs, the role of thoughtful and informed policy is shaping the future of AI cannot be overstated. Let me share one data point from our fresh off the press 2024 AI Index report that was just published yesterday. So literally, you're getting this almost as soon as it came out and it was embargoed. So from 2016 to 2023, more than 128 countries around the world have passed AI-related legislation, and 32 have enacted at least one AI-related bill. This remarkable surge reflects an acute global awareness and a concerned effort to address how generative and other forms of AI are impacting how governments provide public services, upending economies, changing how citizens communicate, transforming work, and much more. The challenges, however, are multifaceted. The rapid development and deployment of AI has outstripped our traditional frameworks of technology governance. The public sector, from governments to nonprofits to even universities, struggle with attracting talent and building the necessary computational and data infrastructures to effectively implement and manage this technology. Balancing innovation with critical concerns around bias, privacy, security, and the socioeconomic inequities that AI can exacerbate is also on top of mind for every policymaker. As we gather here today, it's clear that AI is not just a technological issue, but a profound societal one. This symposium is our opportunity to take stock globally, share insights, and collaboratively scope a framework for AI governance that respects the diverse values and needs of all global stakeholders. So we're joined here by leaders and policymakers, both in person and online, from the European Union, United States, China, India, Brazil, Africa, and various international organizations, each bringing unique insights and experiences to the table. And I think for me personally, this is really important that we shape this with folks from everywhere in the world rather than the dominant forces that control a lot of the power here today. This symposium serves as a critical platform for sharing best practices and challenges faced by different countries and regions. It's an opportunity to collaboratively outline a pathway that not only anticipates the future landscape of AI, but actively shapes it in favor of the public good. Our collective expertise can drive the creation of a resilient global policy framework that not only addresses current issues, but is also adapted to unforeseen challenges. Throughout today, you will explore the intricate web of technological, economic, social, and geopolitical factors that shape the AI governance landscape. Central to this discussion is the role of international cooperation, capacity building, and knowledge sharing to ensure that the benefits of AI are distributed equitably and that no nation or region is left behind. I encourage each of you to engage deeply and collaboratively, share your insights, challenge the status quo, and build bridges across your diverse experiences and regions. Let me conclude by thanking you for joining us and introducing you to our co-organizers of the symposium, including Mariche, HA's International Policy Fellow and the International Policy Director of the Cyber Policy Center. Daniel, who many of you already met, HAI's Senior Manager for Policy Initiatives. Give him a wave, Daniel. Some people haven't met you yet. Haifa, our Program Manager for AI and Society. Haifa, where are you at? I haven't seen her yet this morning. She's running around. Okay. I'd also like to thank Casey, Annie, Michael, Juan, Carolyn, Drew, and Joey, who did a huge amount of work in leading all the groundwork for this symposium. None of us would be here without their hard work. Now let me turn it over to Maricha.
Thank you so much, James. And if you see James running off, it's not because he's not excited about the topic, but he actually has to teach, which is what we do here at Stanford too. A very warm welcome to all of you, and particularly for those who I know have traveled sometimes for more than 24 hours to join us here. It is deeply appreciated, and I hope we will keep you awake with inspiring thought provocations on AI policy, food, and valuable conversations and networking between you. Most of the people who have been a part of the teams at the Cyber Policy Center and HAI have been mentioned, but by way of a little bit of background, I wanted to also take you back to how this whole program came about and put it in a slightly broader context. So when I came here 5 years ago, having just stepped down as a member of the European Parliament, we were all very much in a building mode. Stanford High was just established. Tech policy was gaining prominence as a topic. And we've since then really worked to make sure that we teach students about tech policy, both here in the US, in Europe, in the international context, but also build capacity. We also invite policymakers to Stanford, for example, to learn more about technology so that they can get independent, research-based knowledge upon which they can base their policy proposals instead of just being lobbied left, right, and center. I believe it's incredibly important to bring the worlds of policy, politics, and technology closer together as we're trying to wrestle with these deep and society-wide global impacts coming from technologies such as AI, but not limited to AI. And so together with Frank Fukuyama, who is at the Program for Democracy and the Internet and who will be joining us later today, we had a conversation in which we recognized that our own work was perhaps too Western-centric. For me, this is where I come from, you know, the European realm of policymaking. We are a university in the United States, but we understand the significance of hearing people from all over the world, understanding their lived experiences, and understanding the contexts in which technologies that are made often around the corner here by people who went to school here are used and have such different impact. So we started a variety of initiatives to really globalize our own view and invite more people in to be a part of this conversation. And today's symposium is only one manifestation of that broader agenda. And we hope you'll be with us again for future initiatives as we continue to try to be more aware of the various ways in which technology impacts people around the world. So today we're going to take a tour around the world and hopefully hear from you in the audience as well. This is supposed to be a very interactive program, not just listening. And we look forward to benefiting from all your different views and lived experiences as you've studied or experienced the way in which AI shapes policy debates, shapes lives, and creates challenges as well as opportunities. Now, switching back to the conference program, I cannot think of a better person to kick us off than Samir Saran. Samir is a policy entrepreneur, for lack of better words. He has built a sort of global empire of a think tank, the Observer Research Foundation, which originates in India, but is now organizing events literally around the world and often in the global south in places that are not typically the hosts of the Davos and the WEF kind of meetings of this world. And so he has done a remarkable job of globalizing the view on a number of policy challenges, including tech policy, including different voices, always has large contingents of younger generation and women participating in a way that I've seen few other leaders do. but his thinking and his forward looking in anticipating what might be coming is extraordinary. So we're very happy that he flew all the way from India to join us today, kick us off with a keynote, after which I'll be happy to lead a Q&A with Samir. So be ready to ask questions to him too. Samir, come on up.
Look, let me first start by sharing an incident that happened some years ago. And even before I do that, let me acknowledge lots of you in the audience. I can see Urvashi, I see Ambassador Gail, I see Alina this morning, many of you whom I've not met for a long time. And it's glad to meet in Stanford. And let me go back to that incident that I was mentioning. Many years ago, I remember some wise person, and this is when Mariche was in politics. I think she was asked by someone that do politicians get technology? Something like that, right? And I remember Mariche responding by saying, well, that may be true, and we struggle, and many politicians are coming to terms with the fact that they need to engage with technology. But the question is, do technologists understand politics? And do they understand social sciences? And do they understand the causes on society, the implications on society of the innovations they produce? And I think that's pretty much something that must be the centerpiece of everything we do in terms of managing our relationship with technology in the future. That how does innovation by design respond to the social circumstances in which it is produced, rather than creating disruptions in the societies that they inhabit? Now, of course, there are two famous people. Both of them would have something to do with this university at some point in their careers. One, of course, was Charles Darwin, and who himself said that unless you adapt, unless you adopt, unless you embrace change and innovation and transitions, you perish as species. Someone more recently, in 1968, in his seminal book, predicted that if the rate of change and the rate of disruptions reaches a certain speed, scale, dispersion, it destroys societies and institutions, and that was Samuel Huntington. Political Order in Changing Societies, if I have the name right. Otherwise, it's something like that. Don't hold me for the title. Go and Google it. But it's one of the books you must pick up and read. Because I think that hypothesis was for a very different world and a very different society where there was no AI and there was no synthetic news and fake news and mediated histories and futures and worldliness. But those fundamentals remain the same. And I think AI regulation is about this. It's about how do you continue to adopt, embrace, and benefit from what technology and innovation offers us as human beings, as planet, as a society, but at the same time, putting guardrails that prevent us from getting to the tipping point where institutional breakdown, the breakdown of societal structures and of political and other arrangements does not take place. I think that's it. That how do we prevent a high-speed collision, even as we exult in the thrill of speeding down the express highways that innovation and technology allow us to do. And I think that's the medium that we are trying to discover. Easier said than done, completely and permanently elusive. And it always will have to be, in some sense, a feedback loop that allows us to readjust and recalibrate. Now, there's another reason why today is an important time to be discussing this. And by the way, I've been noticing it, but I didn't realize the scale of it. Courtesy the report, and I was on a flight. I was on a long 16-hour flight from Athens to the West Coast, and I read that Americans have passed multiple regulations in the last couple of years, more than what they've done in the last 20 years or 25 years. There was it came out of the Stanford report. I think it was all about the report that Stanford produced. And if Americans are beginning to regulate, we are in trouble. I think this is a red flag. A country that doesn't understand regulation, if it starts regulating, then we are in deep trouble. For example, if EU is innovating, by the way, it is. That's what the Stanford report says, that some of the biggest gainers is EU. The continent has done really well in the AI age, better than it did in the previous cycles of innovation. It tells you that the world is changing and people are beginning to respond to what's happening in different ways. The report also says something else, that people are anxious about this technology. that there is an underlying concern about this particular technology, at least in the universe they hold. That may not be the case if you travel, say, 7,000 miles and enter a geography in the global south, where there is still a general euphoria and belief around innovation, around technology, around products that are changing their lives because they see it. They know that today is better than yesterday, and they know that tomorrow will be better because they see how technology, along with policies and along with political leadership, and in other cases, young demographics, is actually changing their societies. So it also perspective matters. Where you sit is how you stand on certain issues, and I think that's important to also highlight here. But yet, the moment you scratch the surface of the transformative implications of AI, and both in our part of the world and this part of the world, you get to the heart of the established foundations of political philosophy, of legal thinking, of societal arrangements, and of course of market dynamics. Now, I sometimes speak very fast and I make English sound like a foreign language. So I have the PPT here so that you don't lose the key points I want to convey through my presentation. But otherwise, my narration would be very different to what you read on the screen. It's just for all of you to make sure that what you don't understand is possibly relating to what you see on the screen. It may not. I may change my mind as I speak, right? So, so we are really talking about entering into a realm as we enter into the questions around managing AI and regulating AI and policies for AI and for unleashing the power of AI. We're really talking about rejigging our entire contracts, political contracts, social contracts, economic contracts, philosophical contracts, religious, spiritual contracts. We are entering into a very wide space where the human condition itself is being renegotiated. And I think that's important. You know, if you bring it down to a transactional question, for example, granting copyright status to AI systems, we would need to grapple not only with the intellectual property regimes, what is individual right, what is proprietary right, what is AI right, what is personhood for AI, and where does one end and where does the other begin? How do liabilities get apportioned across these fluid rights that are now being apportioned to them, and through what principal agent relationship or a new legal contour of an AI society should we actually intermediate and disperse both responsibilities, liabilities, and power, right? Each time we attempt to regulate certain aspects of AI, we also find that the goalpost shifts. The problem space that we are trying to regulate has changed on account of evolution, on account of its dispersion, on account of its adoption. And it has deep implications for any legal regulatory or administrative regimes that countries with very feeble institutional capacities are implementing. Now, you heard James mention that hundreds of countries have announced laws and regulations to deal with AI. Well, hundreds of countries have basically announced laws and regulations of AI that will never be implemented. I think that was a complete sentence. That most countries are great at making laws and terrible at making them work. And it's not because they don't want to. It's the same reasons that afflict development, that afflict progress, afflict policies and regulatory spaces as well. And therefore, I think the big challenge for all of us is to think about regulation that does not burden the citizen and the society where technology is beginning to implicate its progress, and its directions. So what is the format of regulation which takes away the burden from the policy maker in, say, a country in Africa or Asia or Latin America, and actually makes it a part of the cost of business, of the cost of design, and the cost of bringing a product to market? So can we, in some ways, create in situ regulations by design? So the design itself allows us to actually remove some of the harms and some of the risks and promote some of the principles that all of us have been trying to grapple with for so many years. And regulation by design is certainly something which in the AI space, I believe, is apt for implementation. The question here, of course, is, and of course, I'm going to come to that in a bit. The big challenge here is that there are certain regulatory trends that prevent this from happening, and of course, the one that I'm not going to focus on, but it is the elephant in the room. One of the biggest trends to prevent in situ design of regulation is today the polarized world that distrusts international offerings and international corporations operating in national jurisdictions. I think there is now, because of the polarized politics, there is also a disconnect between transnational corporations who are now recognized as transnational corporations. That age when they believe that Facebook was for all is over. Facebook is American and it is viewed as American, and it must be understood that irrespective of the fact that everyone uses it, it doesn't make it, it doesn't belong to everyone. It still belongs to a certain jurisdiction whose Congress sees the appearance of the owner of Facebook, to ask any other parliament in the world to summon him, and if he will appear there. I think that will tell you the distinction today, that 25 years later, all of us now clearly know that these platforms are not global. They are there for the global market, but they are controlled through very closed jurisdictions and mechanisms. Therefore, we have now a regulatory landscape that is polarized. We have a problem space that is changing and expanding. We have the problem that is unforeseeable. We don't even know what we are trying to regulate in the space of AI. Many of my colleagues and me, and we are putting together a paper for the G20, where we are referring to an approach called moving horizon regulations paradigm in AI. It's a moving horizon, and you are now trying to build regulations in this scenario because you don't know what you're regulating for. You don't know what is on the other side of the innovation, and you don't know the geographies that are going to be implicated by the regulatory regimes that you are producing, because there are implications of regulation themselves. There are consequences of GDPR, for example. And I think Urvashi is speaking later. Please talk to her about it. That there are regulations that you think keep you safe, but they have consequences for 7 billion people as a spillover. And we have to start thinking about AI regulation as a moving horizons regulation that enshrines principles, that has in situ design, but is contextual to the place where it is being, where the product is being offered or the service is being delivered. And can we come up with a moving horizons regulation paradigm for AI is a big question that we are working on. And I was just talking to Marichya before we started this morning that maybe it is time for a Stanford ORF or a US institution and a Global South institution to come together and bring thinkers and philosophers and economists and political scientists together to try and give shape to this moving regulation and support the work Ambassador Gill and his team are doing at the UN. And I think that's something that is really important at this time. Therefore, let me move to the 3 regulatory trends that I think are important as we think about this moving horizon regulation. So the first is I'm going to use old terms, but I'm going to give it a new twist. Okay. So the first is the tragedy of the commons. And we have heard about tragedy of the commons in a number of resource-based industries and climate change and others. But I'm going to use this for AI. Now, unlike traditional commons, data is not a finite resource, nor naturally endowed. However, ownership of the individual over personal data is a near universal principle and covenant across jurisdictions and geographies, certainly amongst countries that seek to defend the liberal order. Now, there are a few countries who may not agree with this idea that ownership of personal data is a generally accepted principle, but most do in some way or another. Sometimes grudgingly, sometimes excitedly, but it is certainly something that is true. However, proprietary algorithms and computing infrastructure lead to the perversion of the relationship between an individual and their data, gaming of intellectual property regimes, non-personalization of personal data at the scale at which big tech operates through positive feedback loops, and existing repositories of user-generated content during Web 2.0 have all diluted ownership and accrual of benefits to users with no remedial consequences. The big boys of Web 2.0 are going to be the big boys of the AI futures. And this is something that is now irreversible unless regulatory intervention. Now, look, I'm not no one should think I'm either a socialist or a Marxist or a communist. I believe in markets, and I believe in the private sector, and I believe in enterprise, and I believe enterprises are part of the solution. And enterprises need to be having these conversations within themselves. So, free, diverse markets are good for every enterprise, and that is what we are trying to preserve here. We are not trying to break up companies or disrupt operations of companies. I think we are trying to get companies on board to rethink about what we are trying to achieve here. But the first, Web 2.0 has decided the winners of our AI future. And I think that is the bad assumption to begin a new revolution with. And how do we, in some sense, shake it up and allow others to come in and participate through a level playing field is going to be one big regulatory question for all of us. It is also important that data of individuals collected during Web 2.0 under certain terms and conditions through certain contractual agreements, those contracts and those agreements are reassessed when that same data through those repositories is deployed for generating revenues, generating products, generating futures through the AI capabilities that companies and countries are generating. So this is the tragedy of the commons. It has nothing to do with the original term. I'm just playing with the words here. But it is a tragedy of the commons. The second is the prisoner's dilemma. Now, AI development depends on large volumes of data and computational capacity. The data troves possessed by the big tech, like say Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, Google, some of India's own fintech companies, some of Chinese companies. There are lots of companies around the world that have billion people plus data sets now, very large companies around the world. Many of them, because of this capability, have trained large AI models with positive feedback loops and with products that flow from all of this. Now, of course, this has raised anti-competition concerns in many jurisdictions, predominantly in the EU. These systemic issues give rise to newer forms of dilemmas that need to be managed within AI governance. The dilemma of competition or collaboration, and current market structure within AI development and deployment that enables or constrains these two particular attributes that we seek to preserve. There is limited work on incorporating consumer-facing evaluation matrix for transparency and accountability to inform consumers of the AI system's emerging risks. And here is important. There are two regulatory underpinnings today. One is a principle-based approach. And I think AI ethics and conversations flow from there. And the other is the risk-based approach. All our national AI policies flow from the risk-based approach, or most of them, right? And I'm going to come to that in a bit. But there are two underpinnings, principles and risks. And in some ways, if you want to marry the principles with the risks, you need to have a consumer-facing evaluation matrix which makes AI accountable, algorithms accountable, and informs consumers of the systemic risks. And I think this is an important point. Now, given that incorporation of evaluation algorithms increases computational and development costs, companies are faced with the choice of either securing the systems to build trustworthy AI or maximizing the speed of innovation while weakening the guardrails. And this is the prisoner's dilemma. All companies are today faced with the tedious task of building accountability mechanisms or the quick and easy go-to-market solutions that will allow them an edge over their rivals. And like in the original case of the prisoner's dilemma, all of them cheat. All of us are going to market first. There's a competition to get to market without necessarily building the guardrails that protect. AI is not badly regulated. AI is not badly governed. AI is an ungoverned space. And we must understand the distinction between the three. AI is an ungoverned space. It is the laboratories of innovation that are describing the framework of its existence. There is no social contract that has been negotiated, even partially, on its deployment and on its use. Therefore, it is time to start thinking about something as basic as the do no harm principle as AI comes into the market. Now, when I was growing up, I used to read Isaac Asimov, science fiction, and we used to have the 3 laws of robotics. The robot shall not harm a human being used to be one of the principles. And I'm going to come to that in a bit. Our markets are designing AI to harm humans. That's the largest chunk of capital that's flowing today. And I'm going to come to that in a bit. But that's the prisoner's dilemma. And the final is the skin in the game. And here I want to very quickly make 2 points. One, We mentioned about regulatory capabilities and capacities and competence all over the world. Let me tell you, AI requires a goldsmith, a very fine eye, very specific regulatory instruments that inhibits very specific behaviors, allow others that will spur innovation, but it requires a fine regulatory regime, a chiseled regulatory regime. All our regulators have only one thing, a hammer. So we are seeing that in countries where the benefits of AI in terms of economic benefits and political benefits are not accruing, the regulator has no skin in the game to invest in building that fine eye for regulation. They are using the regulatory hammer and they are coming down heavily on AI innovation that is coming from outside their borders. So countries which have limited economic gains from AI industry as such, or from employment, or even from a strategic advantage that they may get through their weapon systems or political power, they are today using the regulatory hammer on managing AI. It will have deleterious consequences because their societies will lose. They must understand this, that if you use that regulatory hammer, you're preventing the adoption and the benefits that accrue from innovation to your own societies. Others, actually, and as a corollary, have really no skin in the game. And there are spaces and countries who have literally turned their eye away from the consequences of AI, from the implications of AI, and they have allowed AI services of all varieties from all comers to abound in their market spaces. And this is again very interesting, that two neighbors, one has a regulatory hammer, other doesn't even pretend that AI exists in terms of regulatory instincts. And both of them inhabit the same space in my continent, in other continents, even in this continent where I'm standing. You will see that variety of regulatory approaches. One is ignore the consequences. Second is come down heavily on it. And we need to start creating a new format where we actually incentivize regulatory conversations, which are today happening only in a very small elite community, most of them sitting in this room, and some of them also across the Atlantic in Europe. An American-European conversation on regulation is now being sold as a global conversation on the future of AI. And I think this Eurocentricity has to change, and we need to give people the belief that it is their future and therefore their voice that matters most in the debates that go forward. We have to change not only the skin in the game, but the color of the skin as well. And I think that is equally important. Representation and inclusion for regulatory conversations is as important as the biases in the data sets that we are trying to respond to from a more technical perspective, right? Regulatory conversations also have to be far more inclusive. And this is my third point, regulatory trends, right? But there are also some market perversions. And this is the point I was making, that these are not new. They've been with us for at least half a decade. Many years ago, before the pandemic, so which means at least 6 years ago, I was in a conference on AI in Chatham House. I saw a couple of people here who were there with me at that conference. We've all grown old together, survived the pandemic, well done. But I remember walking down Soho, and I had a white box advertisement. I saw a white box advertisement for a sex companion, AI sex companion. And without naming the company or shaming anyone, I'll just tell you what the cover read, what the lid of the box read. It says, "Meet Sheila. She will quote you Shakespeare. She will wish you happy birthday. She will bat her eyelashes, and she'll never say no." This was a sales pitch of a white box in London, selling us AI sex companion, undoing in one print of that particular message 2,000 years of human efforts to change how we engage with each other as humans. The questions of gender, misogyny, patriarchy, courtesy. Let's look at the secretarial assistants and look at the anger and aggression with which we deal with them, the sexually laden messages that are communicated to them. There are numbers that tell you, and I don't want to read all of you. All of you can Google and find this out. So I don't want to go through the numbers. But the fact is that a large part of our early experience with autonomous and intelligent systems has been rather poor. And they are not new. They've been here for nearly a decade. What have we done about it? Market has prevailed, regulation has lost. It's good for conferences. It's not good for changing the way products are being produced. And I think that's an important point. But let me tell you what worries me even more is the defense sector. Demand for dual use emerging technologies. It worries me more, not because the other is less important. I think the other is most important. This worries me more because this is a flagrant violation of the basic ethic of AI, which should be about doing no harm. And yet we see that major powers are pouring money to develop military applications, smart munitions, killer drones, smart borders, basically killing machines, lethal killing machines that will absolve the human of having made that decision or having pulled the trigger. I think that's what we are trying to do. And the US Department of Defense has requested US 1.8 billion in 2024. China spending just a tad less at US 1.6 billion a year on AI. And you have many others who I'm not naming, but you have a huge ecosystem of close to $30 to $40 billion on an annual basis that is being spent to teach how machines how to kill better, how to harm humans better. What happens to the conversations on AI ethics when the largest amount of money going into the production and development of AI is actually quite unethical? Here's a thought. Suppose we were all to agree to a global agreement that let AI be the tool that helps us prevent loss of life in conflict and never be used as a weapon in conflict. Let's see what are the AI systems that can reduce civilian casualties, that can lower harm, that can prevent loss of life and infrastructure. Let's use AI differently. Use it for war. I'm not saying don't use it for war, but you don't use it for killing, because the spillover effects of defense applications enter our societies. The internet that we use was a product of one of those spillover consequences of defense investments. AI and AI products are going to be used in our homes as well. And we really need to be thinking about what are we producing in the labs. So I think that's the two perversions I really wanted to think about. Now, let me quickly worry about three socio-economic trends or socio-political trends. The first I'm really worried about is the consolidation. I think AI represents the end of the decentralized market space of innovation. Internet was the peak of decentralized innovation. AI is the end of it. The computing cost, the big data sets, the repositories that we mentioned have now made it nearly impossible for startups not aligned to one of these big platforms to really come out and build their own big enterprises of the future. AI could, without our intervention, without a sensible regulatory regime, mark the end of the decentralized age of innovation, where everyone with a dream could become something. I mean, and this part of the world represents it most. So the first trend is consolidation of AI, and of course, the liabilities thereof. So I think that's really, really important for me. That are we now reaching that age where all the benefits of different geographies, dispersed demographies, different economic stratas, using the power of innovation to change their life and those of their people, is that age over? And if it is over, then we would have lost something really precious, certainly in our part of the world, which is just emerging in the decade gone by, right? The second I really worry about is ethics. And I am worried that the conversation on ethics is a dilution of the adherence to international law. It is being used as a free pass to not do anything about things that we need to be doing things about. Sorry if that made sense, but that is basically my big worry. The normative prescriptions and realpolitik don't necessarily converge ever. And nowhere in the last 75 years have we seen them work out. Why are we assuming it will work out in this particular domain or sector? And I'm really worried about how do non-binding principles translate into effective regulatory regimes that protect, serve, and empower others. And I think this is something that even the United Nations in its recent, and Ambassador Gill is here, in its recent efforts to begin this conversation on AI, shied away from. They discussed AI, but did not discuss any legal process to bring AI into the international legal regime. So it was very cleverly orchestrated, because they are only as good as the member states are. And the member states are not willing to discuss this in any significant way. So let me basically move towards the end of my presentation with two ideas. One, we need to harmonize. We need to harmonize various efforts that are happening everywhere. I think the OECD and EU principles have become the default norm or the base around which others are beginning to have these conversations. But principally, we must understand that our appreciation of AI and its role in our lives is very different. You are creating wealth and weapons through AI. We are removing poverty and saving lives through AI. And therefore, the regulatory conversations have a different tone, texture, and content to them. We must we must harmonize regulatory conversations, and we must ensure that you bring folks from Argentina, Brazil, India, other countries in Africa and South Asia, bring all of them in. I think more the merrier, and bring them in, give them a skin in the game, give them a reason to be there, give them the respect that they deserve in making the effort to have a conversation on something that is only going to be part of their lives a decade from now. And I think that's the effort they are making, and they must be given due recognition for that. They are more committed to this project than you are. You are already living it and enjoying the benefits of it and suffering from the consequences of it. They are lending you a hand as outsiders coming in for something that is only going to affect them a decade from now. Bring them in and harmonize the regulations. Moving horizons regulation is also about changing the horizons of those who we believe are important for making those regulations happen. And I think that's something that's really important. The second, of course, is we have to move towards regulation of consequences. Very important. In a real world, I always give people the example. I want to prevent car accidents. I come up with a legislation that will limit the speed. I come up with speed breakers that will make the driver slow down. I will come up with rumble strips if there are children passing through that particular lane. And I'll come up with a set of physical actions and legislative ideas that can prevent road accidents, right? And I think that's heuristic human tendency to actually control and manage events is going to probably be the failure of AI regulation if that is implemented in that particular domain. We have to move towards a regulation of consequences rather than the regulation of actions. And that is the big change we require. How do we rewire our minds, unlearn and relearn how to regulate consequences, and mostly regulate consequences in situ as it is designed and not as an afterthought, which means that the engineers will have to understand political science far more than our political leaders need to understand engineering. And I think that also equation needs to change. This rubbish that politicians don't understand engineering is passé, boring in 20th century. In 21st century, engineers need to understand political science, bring them into the political science classes. So in situ, regulation of consequences by design has to be a principle we need to adopt as we harmonize our regulations. Then I always talk about the pandemic paradigm. I think the pandemic has taught us something important. And nothing more important for any of us was saving our lives or saving the lives of those we love during those 2 years or 2.5 years that all of us were suffering from it. What did we learn? We learned that when we were dying and there was a vaccine innovation on its way, we still went through a 3-stage testing before we allowed it into our bodies. If something as important as a vaccine had to go through 3 stages of testing, and national jurisdictions had to approve it before it was allowed to be injected into different demographies, why is it that we are so careless with injecting societal changing innovation into our midst? It is time to have regulatory sandboxes, city-scale testing, people-scale testing, and then finally commercial operations. I think we have to learn from the pandemic paradigm. AI must not be given the free pass. AI must have to go through testing that allows us to ascertain the collateral implications of its presence. And that's something the pandemic has taught us. That when we were dying, we still went through a rigorous process. Why is it that for making billions, we don't put the billionaires through the same rigorous process? I think, and this idea that no, they're very small and you are adding a regulatory cost to it is rubbish. Mom and pop stores who sell food on the streets of India and US have to go through the same food and drug approval process. So this is rubbish when you use the idea of size to bypass a very basic safety regulatory implication. We do that all the time in everything in our lives, but no, because it's technology, it has to be good and it has to be given a different treatment. I think that has to change. The pandemic has taught us that when we were trying to save our lives, we did not shed certain rigor. I'm sure we did, and there are lots of papers on that, but still we went through certain process, and we need that certain process before we allow certain technologies to enter into our midst. And then, of course, I'm not going to break my head because it's not going to happen. Finally, we need algorithmic accountability. And I think unless you are able, like you have financial accountability, like balance sheets are audited, like you have experts, chartered accountants and CPAs who go through figures and numbers and data to ascertain the health of an organization. The health of a product has to have similar audit mechanism. It has to be an audit mechanism that refreshes itself, maybe every year, every 3 years, every 5 years. We would come up with a sensible audit mechanism. But the idea that you could have black box algorithms in an age where transparency and light is the only solution is very dangerous. And I think do not think that I don't like AI. I love AI. I use ChatGPT 4 and I'm waiting for 5. And I am one of the first to adopt every technology. I put myself at risk. Please think about regulation so that you can save me and yourselves. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wow. You know, we're all invited to be goldsmiths. And of course, the goldsmiths do like gold. So I think it's a really great kickoff for our day. We did run out of time for questions. So find Samir during coffee, lunch, later in the day. And I would now like to invite my colleague Rishi Bomasani and his panel on the stage. Rishi is the society lead at the Stanford Center for Research on Foundation Models. He too has a great policy mind and has been very involved with linking critical research on how AI is built to how policy is built. And I'm very happy that he will lead the next panel and introduce who's on it.
Great. Thanks, Maricha, as always, for the very kind introduction. So we're all gathered here today to discuss AI governance around the world. And perhaps one of the most important developments in the past year has been world governments investing in institutions to govern AI. Institutions are quite fundamental, as we all know, but to spell it out a little bit, I think institutions are critical for 2 reasons. One, they reflect a level of concentration from governments on a specific issue, and they allow for a continuity in governments pursuing specific initiatives and objectives. I think on AI in particular, this level of concentration and continuity are quite important. So we'll hear from our 3 speakers today who are directors of AI safety institutes around the world from the US, UK, and Japan. Perhaps we'll go in order of shortest flight time. So maybe I'll ask Elizabeth to start, and then Ollie and Akiko to follow. So Elizabeth, do you want to take it away?
Absolutely. Although I did one of these with you recently, and I definitely had a longer flight time and also spoke first. So hi, I'm Elizabeth Kelly. I'm the director of the US AI Safety Institute. And thought I'd just give a couple of minutes context about the work that we're doing at the USAC. So I was announced about 2 months ago. And even as of today, we are bringing on board many leadership team members. You know, our goal at the USAI Safety Institute, which is housed at NIST, at the National Institute of Standard Technology, is really to advance the science of AI safety and at the same time advance both the implementation and adoption of that science. We know the science of AI safety is not at all straightforward, and there are an incredible number of open questions. The rate of change, the evolving science around the risks and the solutions, the capacity of the models, the potentially enormous state space of the systems, the number and diversity of use cases and of users. All of these variables complicate the analysis. And this science, particularly in terms of how do we conduct robust evaluations, needs to be widely applicable to a wide range of risks, both those that are emerging and future as well. But we know that what we do to mitigate future harms today will also enable us to mitigate present harms, especially as we build up the reliability and interpretability of our systems. And we know this is going to be a very iterative process. Our goal is to build momentum towards a virtuous cycle of issuing guidance, learning from real-world use, and improving upon our prior work. So with those goals, how exactly are we planning on achieving this? Most immediately, we are focused on fulfilling NIST taskings under the President's executive order. As many of you may recall, when President Biden issued his executive order end of October last year, he gave a number of responsibilities to NIST, which reflects both the tremendous institution that it is, home to many Nobel laureates, 100+ years of scientific history, and the great work it's done on AI in particular, with the AI risk management framework being key among that. So we are heads down in making sure that we fulfill all of those taskings, the generative AI update for the AI risk management framework, guidelines for red teaming, the list goes on. And we are well on track for those deadlines this summer. Having been involved in setting those deadlines, it'd be embarrassing if I did not help meet them. But we're really focused on building the Institute as a long-term asset for the country and for the world, advancing safety, which in our view aids trust and adoption, and in turn spurs innovation. For those of you who have heard Secretary Raimondo speak, this is a key priority for her, but she views it as safety enables innovation. That is our driving mechanism, and really the tasking that we've gotten from her. There are 4 key pillars to our work at the Safety Institute. One, we're working on the testing of AI models directly. We're going to build out a suite of evaluations that we can use as data on how AI models perform, what capabilities exist, and what risks are posed by those capabilities. And we're building out entirely new government capability to do pre-deployment testing of frontier models for a range of risks, but focusing especially on cyber, bio, other near-term risks that we know exist. We'll also be putting out guidance on evaluations more broadly, as well as safety and security mitigations. It's not enough to just say, this is a potential issue with the model. We need to evaluate the efficacy of mitigations and help guide the community so that we are creating a robust ecosystem of third-party evaluators, as well as experts within the companies. In addition, I would just say that our goal is also to do a lot of fundamental technical research on the questions surrounding, for example, the interpretability of AI models, as well as I mentioned, the R&D around potential risk mitigations. And the last piece, which is a little bit different from some of the other safety institutes, and we'll hear from Tom today, is that we are also focused on synthetic content. We're putting out guidance on what is robust and reliable watermarking, and then how do we actually help operationalize that across the federal government in concert with our colleagues, the Office of Management and Budget. 2 last pieces in closing. One is that we are supported in our work by the AI Safety Institute Consortium, 250 members drawn from civil society, academia, the frontier labs, financial services, healthcare, and many other industry verticals, who are really informing the work that we do and acting as a force multiplier for our efforts. And last, but certainly not least, we are working incredibly closely with allies and partners. We've signed a MOU with the UK. We've committed to establishing a dialogue with the EU. We are excited to work with Japan and Akiko and her team, because we really believe that having interoperable standards and working closely to have an aligned global playing field is essential to our success.
Thanks very much. So I'm going to start with a few statements about ignorance. Before I came to run our Safety Institute, I was working in the Prime Minister's office. And I want you to imagine that you're sitting in the Prime Minister's office in 10 Downing Street, and you're having a conversation about AI and the risks from AI. And questions are put on the table. Could you use an AI model to conduct a cyber attack? Could you use an AI model to develop a biological weapon or have it help you out in the lab? Would a model be superhuman at deceiving people if you were running some kind of disinformation campaign? If there's an AI agent, can it replicate itself? Do we have control over it? And if the answer to those things is no, how soon is the answer yes? And how good are the safeguards of the model at protecting against those risks? And right now, if you are in the Prime Minister's office having that conversation, or at least this was true 9, 12 months ago, if you're in the Prime Minister's office having that conversation, the answer is we don't know. And someone will serve you up an answer, and they will say that the answer is based on open source intelligence, which means Twitter. And if you're the government, it's very, very difficult then to think about how you're going to solve any of the challenges that we've already heard about today. How are you going to develop appropriate policy or regulation or international cooperation when your understanding of what these models can do and the risks that they might pose is based on a finger in the air? And so that's why we established the Safety Institute in the UK. Our goal is to plug that gap of ignorance, is to bring knowledge to bear. Our goal and our mission is to establish an empirical set of tools which enable governments to make informed statements about the risks from AI and the risks from models. And so we launched the AI Safety Institute around the time of the Bletchley Summit. We've been able to hire a technical team of about 35, combined with a civil service team of sort of double that to help think through the policy, the international cooperation, and the project management. And our big bet has been on developing evaluations. So tests that we can run on a model to answer those questions that I started off with. And those tests range across cyber, chem bio, societal impacts, the risks arising from the autonomy of the systems, and the quality of the safeguards that are in those systems. And across each of those domains, we are developing different types of tests. So in some areas, we have automated capability benchmarks. They're kind of our first line of defense. But we've also got expert red teaming, where people who really understand these threats spend time with the models and then can form qualitative but expert judgments about how helpful the models might be to a bad actor. We're also in the process of launching our first human uplift study, where we take novices and give some of them access to web search and some of them access to an LLM, and see if the ones with an LLM receive some kind of uplifting capability for pursuing dual use biological tasks in that instance. And we're doing lots of work thinking about not just AI systems as LLMs, but what happens if you plug them into existing tools? So does the risk, for example, of a biological attack increase if an LLM is able to work in concert with a biological design tool? So those are the tests that we are building. In order to create an organization like this, we've had to bring in people who are from a tech startup background, people who know about government and the national security community, and people with real research expertise. So as research directors, we've been able to hire Jeffrey Irving, who led the scalable alignment team at Google DeepMind, Yaron Gao, who's a machine learning professor at Oxford, Chris Summerfield, who's a cognitive neuroscience at Oxford, as one of the first hires into Google DeepMind. So that's the challenge of ignorance, our mission to try and plug it, and the evaluations that we're building as our big bet to how we can better inform government. And the final thing I'll say is about our work internationally, because we are all facing versions of this problem. We are all relying on open source intelligence when governments try and make these decisions. And so we convened the Bletchley Summit in November, which is the first AI safety summit. And one of the things with international summits like this is you pump out thousands and thousands of words that have been agreed. But if I was to highlight some of the things that have been agreed, countries that attended agreed that AI safety was a substantive risk that needed to be taken seriously. And they agreed to invest in the type of research that we're all discussing today. And they agreed to work together to further those goals. And so that, I think, is the next phase of the international work, is beginning to open up our organizations to do technical collaboration on the standards and on the testing. And that way, when we think about this challenge of ignorance which governments face when they have to solve the problems of AI, we're all working together to bring to bear a technical, empirical, measurable understanding of these risks.
Hi, thank you. So I think my career is slightly different for you. So because of my career start as a researcher on AI, natural language processing, and I was working for the technical company for 20 years as a researcher and software architect. So now I had a double heart. So I am in the private sector, so working for the insurance company as a CDO. So it's a highlight for that. The Japan thinks that the AI safety is not only for the government issue, but also the issues on the private sector and academia. So because of I'm familiar with the academia area. So I think that we have some merits from the AI, but we have to balancing between the risks and the AI merits. So that's why we address such as a wide variety of risks, such as applying the uniform regulations could stop the innovation. So in our country, that we place such kind of maintain the balance between the promoting innovation and the ensuring the regulation, like the guardrails. So we would like to the comprehensive the resilience on the AI area, balancing these two topics. So I would like to explain about the AI strategy in Japan. So we have 3 pillars of AI strategy. The first one is being the AI, enhancing the AI R&D, and the second one the optimal use of AI, and the third and last one is a response to the risks. That one is in these 3 pillars, the last one is the most important part and most challenging one. So there is no borders, so that's why we have to collaborate internationally. So last year we led the Hiroshima AI process as a G7 chair under the Prime Minister Kishida's direction. And so through this discussion, we formatted the Hiroshima AI process comprehensive policy framework. I do believe that it will be the foundation of AI rules and or regulation for safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. So for internally, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications and the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry are planning to soon publish the AI guideline for business, incorporating the result of the Hiroshima AI process as much as possible. So Japan AC will continue to support such kind of the creation for guidelines and related efforts. Furthermore, the importance of safety in international discussion and AI governance has significantly increased. So traditionally, the safety is just one of the elements of the reliability, but now it contains all of the elements. So this is due to the excellent agenda setting by the UK in the AI Safety Summit. We are really appreciate it. So given these international discussions, under the initiative of Prime Minister Kishida, AI Safety Institute was established in February, sorry. We consider the international collaboration is the most important things. So we already started to discuss with the US and the UK. So we aim to establish standards and methods for safety assessment domestically and with the participation from the experts from industry and academia and government. So given that the AI operates across borders, so ensuring the interoperability in AI governance is crucial. So safety assessments are no exception. So we want to establish the interoperable method for safety evaluations and to share the understandings on the framework for the international exchanges on support of this. So I would like to mention about the relationship between the US and the UK. So I just started to discuss on the topic of the AI safety with the UK. And as Elizabeth mentioned about that, just last week, the US and Japan summit was held. And as a result of the meeting, the US and Japan have agreed on the cooperation between the ACEs. So specifically, we have agreed to advance the future cooperation on establishing interoperable standards, methods, and assessment concerning the safety of AI. Thank you so much. So already the Information Technology Promotion Agency of Japan, IPA, and the National Institute of Strategic Technology in the United States, NIST, are making progress on the crosswork. Between the Japan's AI business guideline and the NIST AI risk management framework. So at the basis of the cooperation of the safety assessments. So we want to build on the steady cooperation and produce the tangible results from the cooperation. So we okay. So in the future, so we already, as already stated, ensuring the interoperability from the outset of the importance of the AI safety assessment. So I do believe that this kind of the discussion is most important part and further in our future. Thank you very much.
Great. So, I'll ask each of them a bunch of questions about their safety institutes, but seeing as we're here at HI, institute predicated on being human-centered, I thought I would first center the three of them. So each of them is a pioneer in the sense that they are at a new institute where they hold a new position, governing a new technology, as we all know. And so I wonder what your experiences have been in this new position you hold. What have been the new challenges you've encountered, the surprises, what has gone smoothly that you didn't expect?
Is that working now? Yes. So thank you for referring to me as a pioneer. That's very kind. It feels a lot more improvised than that. So it is extraordinary and really, really exciting to be trying to build something new. And it's not a thing that happens all that often in government. I used to work at the UK government's Cabinet Office, which has celebrated its 100-year anniversary quite recently. And I think when you think about starting something up in government, it's easy to assume, to have a whole load of prejudices about what that might feel like. And actually, we've been really lucky in the AI Safety Institute in that we modeled the organization on the vaccines task force. So in a previous role, I ran the government's COVID strategy, and we established a task force to help purchase and invest in vaccines. And we were able to say to the person running that task force, who was a former venture capitalist we'd brought in from outside government, that we would give them a load of freedom from some of the normal ways of government operation because it was such an important mission. And we've copied across that operating model for setting up the AI Safety Institute, which means that the day-to-day feels, it doesn't feel stifling in any way. When we persuade people to come into government, I think they are worried that their sense of adventure is going to be blunted and ground down day to day. And that isn't the experience of it. And on a personal level, it's so exciting that at the end of each week, you get to look back and think, oh, the organization can now do something that it couldn't do on Monday. The thing that goes hand in hand with that, though, of course, is that as the kind of island of our competence grows, so do the shores of our concern. And you just get more and more problems hoving into view. And so in that sense, on a kind of personal level, picking up on your kind of human-centered, it's almost a kind of bipolar experience where you are really riding high on the things that your organization can now do and consistently paranoid about the things that might go wrong that you need to fix. But that's a very compelling place to come work.
I would agree with a lot of what you said. I think of this as like a startup inside of government. And when I was in the private sector, I built a company. Then I was in government for a while. It's a new combination, doing two of them together, which is in some ways most similar to like building up the transition team for the Biden administration. At least in this instance, we have the benefit of doing it from the offices rather than our couches, since we are no longer in November of 2020 and COVID times. I think that comes with both huge advantages and a lot more attention, right? If you're a tiny 5-person startup, you are sort of laboring in oblivion until you are able to get people to pay attention to you. We have the benefit that everyone wants to talk about this. There is a tremendous amount of attention, interest, desire to engage with the work that we are doing at the Safety Institute. And I know the same is true for Ali and Akiko. And that is both intoxicating and, also a huge weight of responsibility. I think it also means that we're able to bring really great people to the table. And that's been amazing to see, even in the last 8 weeks that I've been on the job. People who are willing to walk away from lots of money, big careers, because they believe in what they can do in public service. White House Chief of Staff Jeff Zients has a phrase that he tries to hire great athletes. What that means is sort of multi-tool players who can do many things. But I enjoy it because it's the only time I or most of my team could actually be described as great athletes. Certainly not the term my high school PE teacher would use. And we're also fortunate to be building on a really incredible base of knowledge at NIST. I talked about sort of the scientists who are there, the work they've been doing for decades. And so it's a startup with a lot of advantages, which we're grateful for.
Okay, so I think I had the longest experience on this area. So I just started the AI research around the 1999. So it's a timing. It's not the AI. It's the highlight things. So I'm very happy that the AI the era is coming now, and so I'm really surprised that so many stakeholders around the AI. So that's why not only for the government policy, but also have to thinking about how to utilize the AI in the private sector, and also the academia is very they focusing on the AI safety and so on. So that's why I'm very curious about how to integrate all the sorts of all the stakeholders. So that's I think the AC would be the good help for these 3 sectors: the private sectors, government, and academia. So I think that this is the most important role for the AC in Japan. So
great. So both Ollie and Elizabeth opened the door to talk about hiring, so I will do that. So yesterday, the AI index came out, and within it, it had this interesting figure sort of tracking where different AI PhDs go. So it documented in 2022, there were 362 AI PhDs in US and Canada. 280 of them went to industry. 79 of them went to academia. If you're good at mental math, that means just 3 went to government. So how are you doing in hiring, and what does it look like?
I've been in the job 2 months, and I'm pretty sure you pulled your data before that. I'm not sure it's an entirely fair comparison. No, I think we are off to the races, and we are doing well. We announced just today 5 great additions to our leadership team. OpenAI alum and Archmeter founder Paul Cristiano will be joining us as head of safety, focusing on evaluations around national security concerns. Adam Russell, who leads USC's Information Sciences Institute AI division, is going to be coming on board as Chief Vision Officer. We've got a terrific alum from Commerce heading up our operations efforts. Mark Latinero, who's my White House colleague and a UN alum, is going to be heading up international engagement. And last, but certainly not least, Stanford High's own Robert Reich is joining us as a senior advisor, which I think that when you consider the pace of government hiring and the fact that we've really been off to the races for 8 weeks, is a pretty remarkable slate of individuals. And I think we're going to be able to say, a lot more in coming weeks about the people who are coming on board. In some ways, PhD students are actually some of the easiest targets because you don't have to lure them away from the industry jobs they certainly have. And I think a lot of them sort of bring a a real sense of mission and opportunity. This is a unique moment in AI safety. And so if you're going to serve in government, now is absolutely the right time. And I think your experience in hiring certainly bears that out.
Thank you. So we started hiring for the Safety Institute over the summer. And we have been so fortunate that so many brilliant people have come forward and joined the government. More than 3. So as of today, we've got a technical team, as I mentioned, of about 35. So those are people who are AI and machine learning researchers or software engineers. I'll come on to civil servants in a minute. But that technical talent has come to us from industry and has come to us from academia. And why have they made the leap? And like, let's not dance around the fact that it is a leap. And I think the first thing that people are motivated by is the sense of mission. Our Prime Minister was in front of Parliament recently and being questioned about AI. And he said one of the reasons he thinks the AI Safety Institute has got off to a good start is because it's really clear about what its mission is. We aren't a government organization that's carrying a whole trail of obligations that people are shoehorned in. We're trying to build these tests. And if we build the test correctly, government will be better at this. And people understand that mission and they respond to it. The second thing I think people are coming for is they have a sense of public service. And we can be, maybe this is just a very British thing, quite inhibited about talking about public service as a value that people subscribe to. There's an awful lot of people out there who do, and will come do this work. The third thing we've got going for us is a degree of flexibility from normal government hiring practices. So when we started off, we found that we were able to get some people to say they were going to come and join. We were able to be a bit flexible about the salary that they would take. So there was bluntly, a bit higher than the civil service standard. But then they were taking a very long time to get through the front door because the processes for onboarding were very onerous. So we set ourselves a goal, which is if we offer you a job on Monday, you should be able to pick up your laptop the following Monday. Offer to laptop in 5 working days. And you can imagine the response we got when we said to the other bits of government that that was going to be our goal. But 2 months later, we managed to hit that target, and it remains a key KPI for us. And then the final thing I think people are coming for is because once you manage to get the first people through the door, you build the momentum of come work with other great people. And I spoke a bit about some of the research directors we've hired. And if you are a recent PhD looking for somewhere to work, come work with Jeffrey, Yaron, and Chris, the people I mentioned at the start, professors or people who've run scalable alignment at one of the big labs. So we've been very fortunate that people have responded to that, and we've been able to drag that talent into government. And final point, I know it wasn't really behind your question, but in order to build an organization like this, which, as Elizabeth said, is a blended organization, it's bringing together technical talent and private sector startup energy and government expertise, you also need the government people to come and do it. And we have been really fortunate that civil servants have flocked towards this problem. And if you imagine the kind of person who ran into the burning building of trying to help with the COVID crisis, and then ran onto something else like resettling Ukrainian refugees, that sort of person with that profile has now come to join the Safety Institute. And that makes everything we're trying to do a lot easier.
So I feel that the situation in Japan is slightly different of the 2 countries. So because of the taking the PhD in the course in the university is not so the popular way to getting the PhD because of the most of the science major students are going to the private sector just after taking a master's degree, and taking the PhD during this he or she in the private sector career. So that's why I do not expect the PhD student directly to going to the AC. So, and also the position is that I'm the double hat. So most of the people do not contribute the AC for the full time. But I expect that most of the people are still in the academia or still in the private sector join us as a partially. So, and bring their experience to the ASC in Japan. So I think I think that they have a chance to take a PhD during the job in AC. So this is just my the perspective. So
great. So I've asked each of you some questions. Now, part of the point is you're all here, and what I wanted to now ask is about sort of coordination. Akiko mentioned this at the start. We've already seen some efforts for coordinating. So I want to ask about two different things. So first is coordination among your three safety institutes and the others we might see from Canada and elsewhere, but also coordination with other actors that are not safety institutes. So those might include the variety of agencies within your respective governments, all of the labs who develop these models, academia. So I'm just curious how, given this constellation of actors that are relevant for your job, how you're going to interface with
them. Let me go first. So I'll start with the coordination within the government and then between governments. So within the government, as you can imagine, lots and lots of different organizations have decided now is the time to think about AI correctly. And the way that we are organized inside the UK government is a kind of hub and spoke model. So the AI Safety Institute is the dedicated organization thinking about AI safety. And we work very closely with our national security organizations. So, for instance, on some of our testing, because that's where the expertise sits for some of the things that we're concerned about. But that all comes back into the middle in the AI Safety Institute. One of the benefits of being roughly UK sized as a government is that all of the different agencies are based on the same street. So that makes it easier to coordinate. And then when I think about international coordination between the safety institutes, I think the key thing here is to recognize that there is a body of technical work that we can do. So the summits are really, really important, and the summits will move forward the political conversation. But underpinning that track, there's a load of technical work that we can do and work together on. And that sits on a bit of a spectrum. So at one end of that spectrum, we've all spoken about the science that we're trying to do here and how novel that science is. And so being able to share expertise and share information and take feedback is the first kind of layer of coordination. That's particularly important when we're talking about some of these national security risks, because you can't publish it in a peer-reviewed journal. You need other states to help you mark your homework. But then I think you can look beyond that kind of sharing with one another to talk about how would you actually develop shared standards? Like, what do we all think the models shouldn't do? And what would be best practice for testing that? And then the step beyond that is to actually collaborate on testing itself. And when the UK recently signed an MOU between the UK AI Safety Institute and the US AI Safety Institute, we said that we would work on all of those things and would conduct at least one joint test on a publicly available model. So I think what we're doing here is we're all building novel bits of state capacity and trying to network those bits of state capacity as we go through. And it's really important that we continue to do that and kind of deepen the technical ties, even as the political conversation gets advanced through the summits or the G7 or other fora.
So we are similar. I think the President's executive order very clearly set up the US AI Safety Institute as sort of the primary coordinating hub for AI safety across the government, working with agencies like CISA, like HHS and others to really pull in that expertise so we can execute on our mission. We're not all on one street, but DC is not that big, so it's like a 10-minute Uber. We're okay. I mean, I think another really core piece of that coordination is, as you see in the executive order, we'll be working very closely with the Department of Energy, which brings a tremendous amount of expertise in nuclear, and with whom we'll be leveraging that expertise and coordinating closely. I would echo what Ali said about international coordination and all the goals that we have there. I think the way that we see this is we really want to have an international network of safety institutes who are working closely to achieve all of these objectives around R&D, interoperable testing, better standards for watermarking, and our partnership with the UK, our announcement with Japan at the state visit last week, the dialogue we've established with the EU at the TTC are all very important steps of that. But there are so many more players internationally that we're very excited to work with and make sure that we are collaborating closely with. And there's so much that different countries bring to the table. And so our hope is to capitalize on that as we go towards the Korea Safety Summit. I'd also say that I don't think it's just safety institutes. It shouldn't just be that if you've sort of used those two magic words, we should all work closely together. There are institutes of metrology, different R&D institutions, which take so many forms in different countries, and we're excited for that partnership.
Okay, so I think they're almost covered by you. So I added the technical perspective. So I think the technology, the improvement speed are very fast. So we cannot imagine that the 3 years ago, such kind of generative AI is utilized in the world such as possible. So that's why we have to collaborate in the technical manner. So catch up in the cutting edge technologies, and also the measuring the risks and how to testing the risks in the technical things. So I think it is most important part is collaborating in such kind of the technical things, and also the discussing how to regulate such kind of the risks in not only in the table in the whole nations, but also talking with each other. So I think this is one way to the collaboration.
So building on that theme of collaboration, seeing as we're at a university, I guess one of the questions is sort of how do you imagine universities playing a role? In particular, are there specific sort of research questions or areas where if there was specific research coming out of universities, so this would be particularly helpful to each of you?
So I think the university plays a very important role because of the two types of the activity. The one is the education for the people to sending a good skilled person to the world. And the second one is the places to discuss such kind of this event, to sharing our experience and our thoughts in that. So that's I think the university is the most one of the important key points for the AI safety.
Thank you. So I think it clearly is so important. There's so much great work already taking place inside universities. I spoke about the AI Safety Institute, the UK AI Safety Institute, investing in our evaluation suite. We are also looking to invest in fundamental research to develop other tools. So evaluations is our big bet. It may well be that there become other tools which give you a read on a model and its capability, and that is actually the tool that we end up relying on. So we are looking to invest in that research, and that's something we'll be announcing in the course of this year. But to your question, I think it is this point about tools. So if you come back to the kind of core problem of governance being one of ignorance, of not understanding what the models could be used for and what the risks might be, evaluations are a tool, but they're a novel science. There's a load of work to be done about how to improve the robustness of evaluations. But there are also other tools that people discuss, like interpretability, or evaluations being used as a form of predicting future model capabilities. All of these things which give you an insight or a read on what a model can be used for. That feels like a really fruitful area of research. I hope we will be able to fund some of it, but also the more of it that can take place, the better. Because as we travel out on this exponential curve of increasing capabilities, the risk for governments is that we continuously find ourselves surprised. And people who say one day, oh, the AI it's pretty good, but it can't draw hands, get surprised by text to image producing 1 minute of photorealistic video a couple of months later. And so tools of insight, opening up the model and its capabilities, that feels like a really fertile area of research, which I think would directly inform governments and what they were doing.
I would echo what my colleagues have said. I think one is talent, building up the pipeline of AI ML engineers, experts in national security concerns, who will be joining the institutes even for brief periods of time. That is absolutely invaluable to us, as well as taking advantage of the amazing professors that are there and willing to spend time in public service. But I think the second is also that fundamental research piece. And Ali outlined some of the key questions that we're grappling with, but I could spend the remaining 4 minutes and 54 seconds talking about how long that list is. It's certainly testing and evaluation, but it's also what mitigations actually work. How confident are we in their efficacy? It's what is robust and reliable watermarking? How do you ensure that it's not stripped out? What is content detection that actually works? And how do we authenticate content that is true and is not? How do we think about threat assessments? This list goes on. And it's why we think it's so important to center our partnerships with universities, both through the AI Safety Institute Consortium, in which so many are very actively participating, as well as leveraging the other mechanisms that NIST has done so well over time through guest research fellows, joint research institutes, and other ways.
Great. So maybe in the now 4 minutes left, I'll ask maybe 2 questions about success. So the first is, in your own thinking, as you work through things day to day, what is the barometer for success that you use yourself in trying to think about what the Safety Institute should be doing and how progress is being made? And then for all of us and the public more generally, what sort of indicators or metrics or considerations should we use to assess if you're effective in what it is you're doing? I've learned a new metric from Ollie of the offer to laptop metric. So please tell me any others.
It is very difficult question. So the first is it's good for that. So I think the key indicator of the success is for the AI safety is very difficult to the setting because of the changing the improving the technology. The speed is very fast. So we cannot imagine that the 1 year latest status in the AI. So that's the we cannot set up the goals or the KPI for the success. But I think we can estimate the AI safety success is based on the other indicator like the economics and the how to utilize the AI technology in the private sector or the government or the academia. So that's why we have to catch up the other types of the KPI outside the AI safety. So I think it is difficult to set up the KPI itself in the AI safety, but we corroborate the other types of the KPI, the other types of the activity outside the AI safety related to the AI. I think so.
I should stress, we don't publish our success on the laptop KPI. And I therefore think you'll probably score us down on your transparency index at some point. So in terms of what does success look like? So I think the most important thing is probably we know more, and therefore we're better at keeping people safe. And what do I mean by we know more? I mean that through the AI Safety Institute, we've done scientifically robust work to be able to make informed statements about the risks that these models pose. But it's not good enough to have done that in isolation. I mean, it would be super interesting. It's got to be plugged into what the rest of the government does. So it's about knowing more and about then using that to inform the government in its work to protect citizens from these risks. Whether that's thinking through the regulatory landscape, whether that's informing our national security colleagues as they're protecting the country against risk. And so when you are thinking about how to judge our success as safety institutes, those are two things I really hope that we get held to account for. Did you do scientifically robust work that informed the government and made it make better decisions? And the final thing I hope we get judged on is our ability to do sort of what we're doing today, which is building the network of the different organizations. I think if you are trying to score us in 2 years' time and the international landscape seems fractured and there isn't technical collaboration, then that's a form of failure. So maybe to string those things together, it's about knowing more to inform our government and working together so that governments generally are better informed and can advance AI safety.
Talk of KPIs, it brings me back to my startup days, and I feel like you could change back into sneakers and a hoodie. But as we think about government, I would agree with what both of my colleagues have said, but I would just sort of add one other key piece, which is how are we fostering an ecosystem that is so much bigger than us? Like, even with the resources that we have, your 100 million pounds, the global network of safety institutes, this technology is evolving so incredibly quickly. And it is really incumbent on us as safety institutes to be putting out the guidance, open sourcing the tests, showing what risk mitigations work so that we're able to have a really robust ecosystem of third-party evaluators, of civil society organizations that are making sure companies adhere to their commitments, both to the White House and at Bletchley Park. And how do we make sure that we are bringing everyone else to the table? Because I think that achieving all the objectives you outlined is going to require so much more than government.
Great. So I've probably monopolized the time enough. So I'm sure there are many questions in the audience. So I think we'll run around some mics. And if people have questions, raise your hand or take a mic or something.
Thank you. So Oliver, I'm sorry to put you on the spot here, but I've been following developments in the UK. So there's this post office sort of, I don't know whether to call it a scandal, but I think there was a software that was deployed that adversely affected employees. And we heard from the keynote that there are algorithm consequences and regulations. So there are no consequences right now for those who deployed the software, but actually the people, a lot of people were impacted, went to jail. So that does put a dent in confidence in moving forward in these software packages that we're deploying. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, that one is definitely for me. So the approach that UK government has taken to regulating is to say that existing regulators need to think about the deployment of AI in their sectors. And that isn't the same as there being no approach. So, for example, it's on our Financial Conduct Authority to think about what it means to deploy AI into the financial sector. And those existing regulators have existing powers. So we're not talking about a kind of Wild West here. And the reason we've taken that approach is because we think that so many of the risks that we are concerned about will turn out to be highly contextual. A model developed in one scenario or deployed in one scenario is benign, and deployed inappropriately in a different setting introduces a load of risks. And so that is the approach that we have taken to developing the regulation in the UK. And at some point in the future, there may be a need for regulation which looks at the models specifically because they are general purpose and apply across so many different domains. But for the moment, what we're doing is funding work in the regulators because they need to upskill, they need to develop the capacity, and that's where so many of the risks are going to come from. I don't know very much about the post office scandal that you were describing, but there is a regulatory body in that conversation, and they will be thinking now about what AI means for their sector.
Thank you all for a really interesting discussion. I wanted to try and join the dots between the comments that Samir made in his opening talk and the mandate of the safety institutes. I think one of the things that Samir highlighted with regard to the harms of AI was around the concentration of power and how it could result in the end of kind of a more open, democratic, distributed innovation AI ecosystem. So I wanted to ask, to what extent are issues around the concentration of power and the big tech monopoly on this space to be addressed as part of the safety mandate of the various safety institutes? And kind of related to that, a lot of the focus when we're talking about AI safety seems to be on the outcomes, on the harms that AI systems produce, and less so on the harms that might be involved in the building of these systems. So whether it's the concentration of power, whether it's labor harms, whether it's environmental harms. And so I wanted to ask, to what extent does your notion of safety consider issues across the AI lifecycle and not only in the harms that might result from specific products or applications?
Sure, I'm happy to start. So I'm sure most folks in this room have read or at least skimmed or maybe had ChatGPT summarize for you the president's executive order on AI. And I think it's very noteworthy that there is a whole section about how do we promote competition in AI. We recognize that there is opportunity for AI to entrench existing incumbents in a way that would not be a net good for society. And we need to think very hard and take robust steps as government to provide access to chips, data, compute, so that we are able to see more players come to the table and have that robust and competitive ecosystem. And that's part of what we're doing across government. You can look at the pilot of the National AI Research Resource, or the NAIR, which is already funding 25 different startups, academics, and trying to make sure that we are seeing AI used for socially beneficial uses. And we've asked Congress and the president's budget to give far more funding to such efforts. I think our view is that the Safety Institute is supposed to enable innovation. And part of that is by actually creating clear rules of the road, publicly available guidance, getting robust public comment, and bringing all the stakeholders to the table. Secretary has made very clear that safety is to enable innovation, and innovation requires competition. And so that's very much part of our mandate.
So it's a great question. I think that it would be wrong to think that the answer to some of the challenges from AI is ever going to be localized in a single organization. It's an all of government thing. And so if you start down the exercise of thinking, what are all of the harms that might arise from AI, and how do I establish a team to think about each of those things in the AI Safety Institute, you will end up replicating all of government to some degree, because all of government has to think through these problems that AI is introducing. And so, for example, when you mentioned the idea of kind of concentrations of power or marketplace power, we have a Competition and Markets Authority. They do I think you would, in the US term, antitrust work. That's great. They should focus on doing that. In the Safety Institute, we have to decide what harms we're going to focus on. And the decision we've made in the UK AI Safety Institute is really to focus on the harms that we think arise at the frontier. And that's because when we look at today's models, today's models have downsides, but they aren't the thing really to be worried about. The thing to be worried about is what harms might arise from next year's model or the year after that. And it's by focusing only on the frontier that we can get those glints of insight into what tomorrow might be like. And so we are unapologetic about focusing only on some of the harms. And it's because we're trying to focus in on exactly that question of ignorance, which we think most bedevils the government. And that means, for example, we aren't even doing testing across every harm that we can think of. So, for example, I mentioned we're doing testing as it relates to chemical and biological threats. We don't currently have a set of tests that relate to radiological and nuclear threats. Like, there are legitimate concerns about the use of AI in those domains, but we've had to choose where we're going to focus. And that makes us, I think, a better organization, but also comes back to the point that there's never going to be one organization in government which accounts for all of the challenges of AI. Instead, you need all of government to be thinking through these problems.
So I think this is a very difficult and good question. So I think that from the Japanese perspective, the Japan's market is not so huge for now. So I think that most of the Japanese, the private company is a user of the AI. So I think there is two types of the challenge for us. The one is the big tech, like the US company is not we cannot see all the algorithms and the risks for now. So the AI Safety Institute, they ask them to the transparency for that with the risks of the AI. And also the most of the private sector and the Japanese company in the private sector fears about the risks. Because of they cannot understanding the AI technologies for details. So that's why we are going to provide some details information about the technology and collaborate with the other countries, ASEAN, to providing the regulations in the overseas. So that's the activity for the recovering such kind of the challenge.
Great. So we're running a bit short on time. So let's take maybe 2 to 3 questions, and then the speakers can address them jointly.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Michelle Mello. I'm a professor in the law school and the medical school here. Ms. Kelly, I was interested in how you might answer the question that arose about the vision for government regulators in the broader governance scheme, what you might envision as a balance of public versus private regulation, and then how much you think that regulation might vary by sector. I think one thing that has struck me listening to the conversation this morning and yesterday at Hoover is that the problems that we worry about seem very different sector to sector. If you're worried about elections or national security, you're worried about bad guys with bad intentions. And if you're in healthcare, most of the problems are people with good intentions who are, using models in unwise ways, constrained workflows. So it makes sense to me to have just say like the regulators for each sector are going to have to do this. But as you know, in the US, we don't have the luxury that you may have in the UK of just saying, let's let agencies do this. Our agencies are so hemmed in by the courts. This isn't part of anybody's statutory authority. So I know you're new on the job, but is there coalescing a vision around how you're going to deal with that problem?
Okay, so I have a question about intergovernmental procedures and projects on intelligence and vulnerability sharings, because there is quite concern that intelligence tend to stay in the institute and within the departments. So what procedures and projects the safety institutes in your countries have established to share the intelligence among other departments and institutes to actually promote this collaboration and knowledge sharing?
I may be new on the job, but you kindly asked me about my old jobs, which makes it a little bit easier. Before I joined the AI Safety Institute, I spent 2 years at the White House, where I was the lead on technology issues for the National Economic Council as one of the drafters of the AI executive order. And the way that we thought about it is, per Ollie's point, for these sort of underlying frontier models, we are really on an intensive information gathering mission. That is what we are doing at NIST, at the AI Safety Institute, as we think about what are the tests we need to do, as we think about Bureau of Information Security and the questions they're posing to developers about the existence of frontier models, the work that NTIA is doing. We're really just trying to create the knowledge base and put in place voluntary guidance, voluntary standard setting, so that we're not getting ahead of the technology or inhibiting innovation. But when it comes to actual applications and use cases for AI, you're right that we have a huge number of sectoral regulators who already have a lot of authorities to bring to bear. And most of the executive order is about how do we work with HHS and what are our directives to them to make sure that they are setting up AI assurance programs, collecting complaints for where AI may have caused issues in healthcare settings. Same for financial services, for labor, all of the different verticals across the economy. You're right that these are agencies that have a lot on their plate, but this is a really key priority for every single agency I've talked to. We were inundated with agencies who actually wanted to get a tasking in the EO, which I assure you is not a thing that normally happens. And we've already seen a lot of progress in the 120, 150 days of agencies pushing forward on this. We're very clear that there is no AI exception to the laws on the books, and it's really incumbent on those regulators, on those agencies to use the full source of their authorities.
The AI safety is an interagency activity, so that's what the Japan AC, so many ministry, like 11 ministry joined this the organization. So we have to find out what's the common things and what's the different things in each their area. So I think this is not straightforward, but we they're under the discussion and finding out such kind of solution.
I think the question about information sharing is a really good one. I think, though, if the implication which sits behind the question is, oh, it's very difficult for bits of government to talk to each other, that isn't at all the dynamic that we have at the moment on AI safety, where in order to conduct our work and our tests, we are working with other government organizations, including the national security organizations. And then when we have our results, everyone wants a piece of the results because this is information which people are really, really keen to hear from. So we find the job of coalescing the work of the UK government and sharing that work internally, like for anything, a kind of overhead servicing all of that interest. And then when it comes to international collaboration and sharing of this information, probably best just to say there are lots and lots of established routes for sharing that type of intelligence. If I go into it in this platform, I'll be fired by the time I get back to the UK.
Great. So we're at time. So I know the number of folks have additional questions. Maybe you can ask them afterwards, but we'll head to a break next.
I'm Nate Persley. I'm the director of the Cyber Policy Center here at Stanford. I'm also a professor of law and political science and communication. We have a program in the Cyber Policy Center on governance of emerging technologies. We have been working on a large, I'll call it a brief on governance of generative AI that we've been working on since the fall, and every week it seems to get bigger and bigger, and we don't know when we're going to be done. So this is now a 300-page briefing that we would love to get comments on. So please contact me if you have interest in that. But I'm thrilled today to serve in the role as moderator of this panel. It is, as you can see, titled Emerging Economies on the Digital Frontier, BRICS Perspectives. In a kind of pre-panel discussion, there was some, as they would say on the other side of campus, problematizing of the title of this, in that part of the question was, is the right way to think about some of these issues, using the moniker of BRICS, are the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, is that a useful category in thinking about AI? And I think we can talk a little bit about that. But most importantly, I think this panel is really about sort of the theme of this conference, which is to make sure that all voices are heard in thinking about the future governance of AI. And so we'll have different perspectives from each of our speakers. We'll start with Urvashi Aneha, who's director of the Digital Futures Lab, then go to Alison Gilwald, who's the executive director of Research ICT Africa, then Laura Mendes, who's professor of law at the Brazilian Institute for Development, Education, and Research in Brasilia, and a reporter for the Juris Commission advising the Brazilian Senate on AI regulation, and then Hui Shou, who's the deputy director and associate professor of the Department of Cyber and Information Law at the Institute of Law at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. They will each just talk for about 5 minutes. I will have a brief discussion with them, but we want to have as much audience participation for this panel as possible. So I'll turn it over to Urvashi.
Thanks, Nate, and thank you, Maricha and the Stanford team for having me here. Delighted to be part of this conversation. I'll try and highlight a few features of India's approach to AI governance. I'm not sure how much I can do in 4 minutes, 39 seconds, but I'll try my best, and we can kind of double click on those during the Q&A. So the first feature I think that's worth highlighting is that there's a very strong narrative in the Indian context that India missed the boat on previous industrial revolutions, and it cannot afford to miss the boat on this one. AI has presents a lot of opportunity in terms of economic growth, in terms of addressing persistent socioeconomic challenges, and so the focus of policy is to foster innovation. So there is a narrative around having light touch regulation, not having too much regulation. Too much regulation could hamper innovation, and really relying on kind of self-regulation by companies themselves. So while on one hand, we do see a number of frameworks for responsible AI at both the at the central level as well as at various state levels, there's not much in play in terms of the actual operationalization or implementation of those frameworks. And interestingly, there's a number of kind of use cases of AI that are already at play quite widely, but those use cases are quite disconnected from conversations around responsible AI. So something like facial recognition technology is already widely used in public spaces. AI technology is also being used for things like welfare eligibility, for crime detection, etc. But we don't see those use cases being spoken about when we talk about responsible AI. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there. At the same time, the kind of light touch regulatory approach, or the approach of relying on self-regulation, is sometimes contradictory, especially when it comes to global big tech companies. There is a sense that we are concerned, the Indian government is concerned about the growing power and influence of global big tech companies, and feels a need to kind of rein in that power of big tech. So most recently, as some of you might have heard, there was an example of Google's Gemini model producing results that were quite critical of the current regime in India. As a result of that, the government issued an advisory which said that all AI models have to first be approved by the government, and we have to ensure that they are not harmful in any way, do not produce any bias, etc. As you might imagine, that resulted in quite a backlash from various sections of society in India, from civil society, but also from the startup community, who argued that they would not be able to comply with such stringent requirements. So the advisory was very quickly revised, and it said that these requirements only apply to big tech platforms, or to platforms over a certain size. And interestingly, while a number of Indian companies are also building large language models or trying to kind of customize some of the frontier or foundation models for the Indian context, and many of these models are prone to hallucination, toxicity, all the problems that we know of, there's not much focus on regulating those. So where there is a focus on kind of regulation, it seems to be about reining in global big tech so as to create a more even or open playing field for domestic actors. So that's the second feature. The third, I think, is there's a strong narrative around sovereign AI, that India must kind of build self-reliance with regard to AI. And we see this in the context of the computational infrastructure. India is making investments in building its compute capacity, building chips, so on and so forth. And the state is playing a very active role in trying to create a data infrastructure, which can then be used by private actors to build AI applications for the local population. So there's a very, very strong push towards kind of sovereign AI. I think, reflecting also on some of the remarks that Samir had made this morning, I think there's limits to how far we can go with the sovereign agenda. I think the question is, how far can one actually democratize AI, given the kind of resources that are required to build some of these models, to train some of these models, and now even to test and evaluate some of these models. So there is a challenge there on the kind of democratization front. Another challenge with regard to the democratization of AI, which is less spoken about in the Indian context, is whether it's possible to actually democratize AI without reproducing some of the harms that are involved in the production of AI. So whether those are data harms or labor harms, etc. And that's, I think, a conundrum that is not being kind of addressed adequately. And so I think it's a double bind in some sense for countries like in India. On one hand, we want to democratize AI. We want Indian players, Indian companies to have greater space in this innovation ecosystem. But how does one do that given the resources that are required and given the harms that are involved in the production of AI? And then finally, and I'll close with that, there is also a strong kind of emerging current around techno-nationalism in the Indian context. So there is a sense that we must build Indian large language models. A number of companies advertise their models as reflecting Indian values, as reflecting Indian culture. And there is currently, for an example, an initiative underway to collect data in a variety of Indian languages, to crowdsource the collection of that data, to actually go kind of door to door, district to build those large, to build those the data registries in different Indian languages, to build these kind of large, to build models which are Indian large language models. The point that I want to close with there is that along with this kind of techno-nationalism that we see, while in the West, I think we're still kind of debating on the temporality of that of AI risk. Is it near-term risk or is it future risk? And I think some of that came up in the previous discussion on AI safety. In a context like India, many of these models are already being used. They're already being integrated into the delivery of public services. They're already being handed over to frontline health workers, to agricultural extension workers, to improve the efficiency of their work. Even while in the global West, we continue to talk about how accurate are these models. We recognize them as experimental technologies. So there is a disconnect in this space with regard to how we're talking about it in rooms like this and what is actually happening on the ground. And in the absence of kind of oversight, in the absence of kind of accountability mechanisms, there is a danger that what we're calling as innovation is also a form of experimentation. There's a very fine line between innovation and experimentation. And without adequate safeguards, there is a danger that we're pushing the kind of responsibility for protection downstream onto users themselves. So frontline health workers, for an example, are expected to upskill to be able to detect hallucinations in ChatGPT. That to me seems like hardly the responsible way to go forward. So these are the four kind of features I want to highlight with regard to India's approach currently, and happy to discuss them further in the Q&A. Thanks.
Alison.
Very much. Nate, maybe you can just tell me when to stop. Oh, it's up there. All right, great.
This is our
All right.
our use of AI up there.
Thanks very much. That's very useful. I'm just staring at it. Thank you very much. Very nice to be here and join this discussion today. I'm going to speak about the South African AI plan, which was launched at a summit last Friday. But I also speak a little bit about the context in which that's happening. And without going into tomorrow's session on Africa, also speak about it in the context of Africa, because the developments in South Africa have been very tied into South Africa's presidency of the African Union during the time that the AI frameworks have come on board, and of course its presidency of Smart Africa. But I suppose just to say that the plan really draws very extensively on the policy of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, a presidential commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution that was came into being a few years just before COVID. It's stalled like many other things, and also very much in the context of the African Union AI blueprint. Sorry, the African Union white paper, AI white paper, and the NEPAD AI blueprint. And perhaps just to speak about some of the commonalities of all of these is that, these programs, these initiatives are very multilateral organization driven. They're very, very donor driven. They initially, and they receive multiple funding from multiple donors, which is not coordinated, and they receive extraordinary amounts of funding from donors, and within those donors, it's not coordinated. But I think perhaps just to speak about the influence of that on the agenda. So as I mentioned, the World Economic Forum, more, sort of 5 to 8 years ago, became very influential in Africa with the concept of the fourth industrial revolution. South Africa was one of the countries that worked very closely with WEF, totally bought into this together with Smart Africa. But so a lot of this plays out in terms of, WEF, very non-regulatory, innovation-driven approaches to AI. I think if you look at the Smart Africa AI, it looks very much like the South African AI plan. And that is because the Africa AI, Smart Africa plan was led by South Africa's presidency at the time of that was done. The Smart Africa program is sponsored by GIZ and is a specifically private sector focused program. So it's a private sector. They move much more quickly than the AU, and respect to Art Nepad, I think, who's in the audience. So they're able to bring in people, very sort of high-end consultants, move very quickly. Their own staff are kind of not remunerated at European or African Union salary scales and those kinds of things. And so they move very, very fast. They've brought out a document that is, basically very positive position on AI, a very sort of a lot of the AI hype. And this is reflected in all the documents, including the South African AI plan now and the previous Fourth Industrial Revolution documents, that these are really documents that can solve problems very, very quickly. And in the South African paper, the South African plan, very little acknowledgement of the dangers and things. So I think just to speak about it in the context of this morning's discussion, a lot of focus on innovation, a lot of focus on hype, and a lot, really no upfront acknowledgement of the inequalities that are there. And I think if you look at global governance forums over the last few years, if you look at what's happening within the Global Digital Compact and various things, there is, of course, the hype continues. But I think there's an upfront acknowledgement that as things currently stand, this is amplifying inequality. And in Africa, of course, these problems are even greater. And yet there's a failure to acknowledge that, like the Global Digital Compact, like the AI Blueprint, like the AI White Paper for Africa, like the South African plan. There's really no acknowledgement of what we have to do to address the extraordinarily uneven distribution of the impacts of harms, but also of opportunities. And I suppose just to put this in the context of Saren's comments this morning, I think it is not sufficient in an African context where we are seeing these advanced technologies simply being overlaid on existing inequalities, just creating more and more inequality, is that it's not sufficient just not to do any harm. It's not sufficient to only do consequence regulation. And I think this is the underpinnings of data justice and AI justice, is that you have to have forms of economic regulation that will deal with these concentrations of power and ownership. These are things you simply don't see in the South African document. And although South Africa having one of the most progressive constitutions on earth, there's not a strong sense of human rights, human-centric, yes, but not human rights frameworks, and certainly not emphasis on second-generation rights, economic and third-generation rights, planetary rights. So, of course, some of the sort of mentions and references to privacy, to first-generation rights, but really not a very good understanding of the data governance framework, which that's required, that underpins AI, which is really, really unfortunate, because the African Union data policy framework, which we did work on as a disclosure, really located the issues of data value creation in a global context, but within Africa, around what you needed in order to get greater access to data and those kinds of things, and to reduce the asymmetries of data flows out of the continent and better flows within the continent as well. So to create that sort of harmonizing environment. Sorry, I said that I'm out of time. So let me just say that the South African policy framework is not a principle-based framework, or in fact a risk framework. It's more a kind of an industrial policy, but an industrial policy without a good governance framework or regulatory framework. It's a very innovation-focused document without the expertise that is required in the policy area. So one last point, very strong AI institute that's proposed for it. Some fantastic people like Mkosi Haravati, who's sitting in the audience here, some fantastic data scientists in the various hubs that would work, but a complete lack of attention to a policy and governance expertise and training that we need in order to develop these frameworks. And this is true across the continent.
Wonderful. Laura.
Thank you so much, Nate and Maritza, for the invitation. I'll start with some statistics on the Brazilian context. So Brazil is one of the most unequal countries in the world, also including in Latin America. Police brutality and has a disproportionate impact on Brazilians of African descent. A criminal enforcement system targets the Black population disproportionately, and 20% of the population is not connected, even considering the very low thresholds for considering connectivity. We are not developing AI in Brazil, but Brazil is accelerating adoptions in public and private sector. An IBM study says race for technology reaches 67% of companies in Latin America, compared to 59% worldwide. Some years ago, I would say that Brazilian political discourse was mostly encapsulated by an euphoria trap, in which all innovation in the field of AI was regarded as positive and no restrictions on innovation should be imposed. I think we are managing to overcome this binary discourse in Brazil. And Brazil is working intensively, and there has been an ongoing agenda on the regulation of AI, as well as the promotion and support of innovation in this field. To give a more complete overview of the discussions in Brazil, I divided my presentation in three main topics. We have a longer-term debate on the need to build a public infrastructure to promote AI at the national level, which is also taking place under the Brazilian presidency of the G20. There is a medium-term debate on how to make the AI lifecycle accountable and how to mitigate the risks of AI development and deployment, especially in high-risk application. And there is a very short-term debate on how to reduce the risks of deepfakes and violations of information integrity by AI tools in the upcoming municipal elections in October. I'll start with the G20 and some of the deliverables that are being discussed. A toolkit for AI readiness assessment and the mapping of AI adoption for enhanced public services. These initiatives aim to foster a collaborative approach among G20 nations to harness the potential of AI for inclusive and sustainable development and for the reduction of inequalities within and among countries. The goal is to leverage countries' experiences and expertise for a more balanced, equitable, and accessible global AI ecosystem. The work in the G20 is aimed at developing the AI sovereignty of countries and making it a political priority. As to my second and medium-term topic, Brazil is currently debating a legislative proposal to regulate AI, that is the Bill 2338, which stems from a draft prepared by a commission of legal experts from the Brazilian Senate. The commission was chaired by Justice Ricardo Cueva, and I had the honor to be the rapporteur. The need for AI regulation in Brazil cannot be underestimated, especially given the widespread use of technology in both the private and public sectors, as I have already mentioned before. One of the highlights of the Brazilian bill is to establish rights for any context involving interaction between machines and humans, such as information and transparency rights. And the bill intensifies these rights when the AI system produces relevant legal effects or significantly impacts individuals, such the right to contestation and human intervention. The aim is to ensure a fair and comprehensive defense, a sort of informational due process for those who may have rights and freedoms affected by a decision made entirely or partially by automated means. The Brazilian bill combines a risk-based approach with a rights-based approach. Another highlight of the bill is the hybrid supervision structure, which combines a central coordination to harmonize rights, but also a sectorial application of the law. Regarding my third topic, we also face very short-term challenges that also require urgent responses. Brazil faced a disinformation storm in the last elections, 2018 and 2022. And we couldn't handle it properly for many reasons, but also because we don't have enough rules regarding platform governance and content moderation. With the rise of generative AI, there is a fear of a real and serious crisis regarding information integrity and election integrity. That is a context where the Brazilian Superior Electoral Court is required to act also in circumstances in which we don't have regulation on platform responsibility or AI governance. So the court has outlined many rules regarding AI, and since my time is over, I can talk about it later. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wei Zhou.
Hello. It's my great honor to be here, and thank you, Nate, and thank you, HAI. And I came from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. It is a state-owned think tank, and it is directly affiliated to the Chinese High Executive Branch, the City Council. And I came from the Institute of Law of my academy. First, I will give an overview of the legal supervision of AI in China. In recent years, the Chinese government has adopted agile governance by issuing departmental regulations to address specific issues arising from AI development. For example, the Cyberspace Administration of China, the CAC, and other ministries successfully released the regulations on the management of Internet Information Service algorithm recommendations and the regulations on the management of the Internet Information Service deep synthesis in 2021 and 2022, respectively. And last year, against the backdrop of the BRICS rule in AIGC technology and the industry development, multiple departments in China, including CAC I mentioned, jointly issued the integrated measures for the management of generative AI services, which clarified the rules in China, the AIGC data training, service provisions, and also the application, what they should adhere to. And thirdly, the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Education, and also my academy and other departments issued the measures for ethical review of science technology on September last year. It provides circumstances and procedures for ethical review of AI technology, especially for the research and development of a human-machine integration system, which has strong influence on human subjective behavior, psychological emotion, and life health, and the research and development of algorithm models, applications, and systems with ability to mobilize public opinion and guide social consensus. And lastly, research and development of automated decision-making systems with a high degree of autonomy for scenarios with security and personal health risks. And also in the judicial branch, China's Supreme People's Court also issued opinions on the standardizing and strengthening the judicial application of AI very early on December the 9th, 2022. It established the related rules for the courts to use AI in their judicial trials. Besides that, the legislative plan of the State Council for 2023 proposed to submit a draft AI law to the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress for deliberation. To my understanding and knowledge, if there is an AI law, it will be very similar to the AIA in Europe. But it is still under debating whether we needed to have this kind of law and what we should prepare for the legislation and the related studies in China. In the first half of 2023, based on the continuous and the long-term tracking and the research on AI developments and regulation, I have led a research team in my institute, conducted multiple surveys and discussions, and also drafted the expert version AI model law the 1.0 version was publicly released on August 18th last year. It also the day of the AIGC rules I mentioned by CAC and other departments taking effect on the same day. And it had received widespread attention domestically and internationally. And the DG China in Stanford had offered an English translation very soon after my AI model law publishment. Last year, when I was a visiting scholar in Yale Law School, we have a track 2 dialogue, and during the dialogue, we update the 1.1 version. Following this, my team had, based on the actual developments of China's AI industry and progress in external legislation, also such as the EU AI Act and United States AI Executive Order, we revised and created the Model AI Law 2.0 version, which was globally released yesterday in Chinese, English, French, and Spanish. In the future, the drafting team will also write interpretations of our model law and continuously revise and update the legal text. Looking forward to more in-depth exchanges and learning with colleagues worldwide. And the last point, I want to raise the global initiative on AI governance launched by China last year. It promotes to enhance the representation and the voice of developing countries in global governance of AI, and to ensure equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal rules for the development and governance of AI in all countries. Therefore, I'm also very much looking forward to hearing from the wonderful views of my colleagues in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do want to open it up for questions a little earlier than last time. So if you have questions, please raise your hand. But let me start things off. Urvashi, you mentioned sort of some of the goals of Indian policy here, which would be to not miss out on this next industrial revolution. And I think there's a fundamental question here as to whether the path that we're seeing with AI development is following a very familiar path of other technological developments. Think search, think social media, think all kinds of things, where you end up having a lot of the innovation, within basically 50 miles of here, actually 3 miles of here, and that then the fortune is sort of concentrated among both the global north, but also with companies, particularly in California and Washington, making decisions for the rest of the world, maybe with European regulation coming in as a kind of backdrop. Is AI essentially, what is your sort of assessment of things on the ground? Does it look like it's following that path? Do we think that differences with AI, for example, the fact that there are open models, or as we say here in HAI, models with open weights, does that make this different so that there might be more of a kind of democratizing force with AI, particularly in the global majority countries? Or do the barriers of compute, the other resource-intensive aspects of this industrial revolution, mean that what we're sort of playing the same tune again?
Thanks, Nate. That's a complex question. Let me try and break it up in little bite size, maybe. On the one hand, I think the constraints are not the constraints of compute, but also the constraints of talent pose a major obstacle to the extent to which we can democratize these technologies. I don't think it's as easy. I mean, given where we are in the kind of AI innovation ecosystem, so on and so forth, catching up is very, very hard. And I think the catching up is, again, like partly it's a question of the compute, partly it's a question of the talent, but it's also a question of the kind of business model that allows these companies to have a continuous generation and sources of data which they can then use, and where they're also combining these data sources across the multiple applications, multiple geographies, so on and so forth. So catching up is very, very complicated, and I don't think it can be easily done. And when you think about the talent question, I think it's not also the question about it's not only the talent required to build these models, but the talent required to also test these models. So in the conversation in the panel before with the Global AI Safety Institutes, we were talking about red teaming. I think there's again a danger that red teaming happens here, and the results of that red teaming are then supposed to also apply elsewhere. We don't have that capacity in these countries to be able to do that kind of red teaming. And I think by like Meta's own admission in a Stanford conference, perhaps, they highlighted how there's really just a handful of people who have that ability to be able to red team or audit these models. So across all of these fronts, I think there is the gap is huge, and it's very, very hard to catch up. I think the way that countries like India are thinking about it, and also you mentioned this, is around kind of open source, right? Can we make this open source, and will open source allow us to create a more level or even playing field? Here, I feel we're repeating the same mistakes of social media, where openness sounds alluring. It's a seductive kind of goal. The same as when we heard around social media, like it's democratizing access, democratizing the innovation ecosystem, etc. And we didn't really think hard about what the implications of that are. So just creating open source models, for an example, does not in itself do anything to address harms. There's a big space between open source and actually addressing harms. There's a big space between actually having something that's open source and actually being able to deliver on accountability. So the way that India is thinking about it, and many other countries, that is open source is going to be the solution. But I think there's a lot more work to be done there. And we shouldn't make the same mistakes as with social media governance, where we kind of hung our expectations on the democratizing potential of social media and assume the same will happen on its own with open source. So I think there's a lot of work to be done there. And in the Indian context, I think the argument is also that we are a data-rich country, and we will be able to use that kind of our capacity as a data-rich country to, in some sense, be able to accelerate our AI journey. But we're doing it without establishing the guardrails that we need. So in some sense, we're replicating the same mistakes over and again of the current AI ecosystem, which has been built on a model of surveillance capitalism, unfair data extraction, so on and so forth. So the allure of AI is, I think, there's a risk that we're creating more technological policy lock-ins that would be harmful from a societal perspective, but may not actually be enough to help us catch up.
Allison, why don't we turn to you on sort of a similar question, but sort of if you think about the trajectory of technological development here, is it following the same path? Do you see a course correction that can help, particularly say in the African context, to remedy some of the inequalities that we've seen with other sort of tech developments? And let me ask Laura, could you give the mic? Yeah, great.
Thank you. So I think it's we firstly need to distinguish, when we say AI and what it can do, obviously very different kinds of AI, and they can do different things. So I think there is potential to create public value through the adoption of AI, in the public sector, and also by creating an enabling environment for local innovation and those kinds of things. So for more broadly, to address local problems where you can, for government data, deal with the biases, you can actually manage those. But I'm just thinking of an example here with Kosi Maravati, who's trying to develop local language models that can be used for the public sector. And we have 11 official public languages, and has been trying to access our massive, really very, very significant multiple language, 11 plus language public broadcaster database, or language and text base. And we can't even get that level of coordination. So the public sector has now been made the public broadcaster is no longer public broadcaster, actually commercially derived. So everything's cost-free, so you can't. So, I mean, those basic, problems around the application of AI to public value creation in a very sort of localized developmental context we can't do. So the chances of actually being able to influence these big and participate in big global governance, which I didn't get to mention in all of this, but very, very limited participation by African countries generally, and South Africa in particular, in forums of global governance. And I think, this is where in the document, it doesn't address the fact that a significant number of the harms that you're trying to do, especially if you're trying to redress inequalities and exclusion, that would require levels of economic cooperation that you see in the underpinning the European legislation. It's simply not possible at the moment. So you are simply, inevitably going to increase those, perpetuate those inequalities. I mean, I think if you look at the audits that are being done on these big data sets, the giant data sets, you think that, over half the African population is not even connected. So there's no way that you can unbias those data sets, which is the justice critique of the responsible and ethics by design, regulatory by design. And the thing is that you simply, it's impossible to unbias those. Africa is in AI by, characterized by its invisibility, by its underrepresentation, by the discrimination that occurs. And even of the people who are connected, they are so minimally connected. It's really just a tiny elite that is actually, actively participating in those, and certainly even a much smaller elite that's able to, innovate and contribute to the wealth of nations. And so, the other point I just wanted to make is that the innovation aspect of this is, it's assumed that, anything that you innovate, is good itself. It's an end in itself. And I think, we need to say, okay, innovation is a means towards these sorts of things, and how are we going to address those? And that will require levels of global cooperation and acknowledgement that these need to be regulated as global digital public goods, certainly the underlying data that stands below it. And on the point of open access, sorry, very quickly, I'll just finish off on that, is that, I think we've seen with this with other openness, is that unless you create an enabling environment for other people, for the others who are excluded currently, if you simply create them open, who are the beneficiaries of the so-called, digital public goods partnerships within the UN, creating these big data? They're the big companies that are now getting access to, giving little bits of their data in order to get access to much bigger data. African researchers can't get access to the public access to big databases that universities like Stanford are able to get from Meta, etc. So there's enormous amount of inequity in the existing processes of self-regulation and access and those kinds of things.
And I want to press on that. Maybe Laura, you can step in on this, but on the question as to whether, so there's the kind of barriers to entry in the creation of large language models, which we talked about before, and compute and all that. Then there's the as you were talking about, the talent pipeline and choke points. And then there's the regulatory question as to whether there are different regulatory concerns in the countries that you all come from, as opposed to the ones that are being focused on, say, in the previous panel with those AI safety institutes. And that I sort of want to push in the direction of, well, if you could talk to some of these other AI safety institutes in the US, UK, Japan, what would you say to them? But then also, what might you say to the companies, right? To try to avoid some of the inequalities that we've seen in the other kind of technological developments. If you could push both the governments that are acting in this area and maybe the companies in a more sensitive direction to think about the concerns of the BRICS or the global majority countries, what would you say, Laura?
Thank you so much for the question, Nate. I think I would say that we should, or companies should look the context in which these technologies are being used. So in Brazil, we use AI very much also to select people in public services, and this could cause many inequalities and increase the inequalities that we have already. So I think that's a huge issue, and I think we should look the particular context in which we are embedded, and in order not to increase these inequalities but to reduce them. So I think that would be. But maybe I would, if I can say something about your first question. I think there is an opportunity, since we are recognizing the errors of the past. So I think that's a good thing, if I can be optimistic. But I think, of course, there are so many barriers, and I would like to highlight. I think there is a barrier regarding the government too, as I see, and I'm watching very closely what the Brazilian government is trying to do and the Brazilian Senate too. And it's so hard also to catch up because it's so difficult to government and Senate and the parliament to be so rapid and agile as we should do with as we should be with these technologies. So I think we should innovate too. We should have some institutional innovation in order to catch up and to build more creative policies and more creative regulations.
So I want to open up to questions, but I want to ask Weizhou sort of similar question we talked about earlier, which is how optimistic are you about the ability, particularly of the EU, the US, and China, to come up with some baseline standards on AI safety? Is this an area where we think we could get international cooperation? There was a panel at Hoover yesterday that was really focusing, I think, more on the competition than on the consolidation and global governance. But I was just, since you're sort of enmeshed in this area, what do you think the prospects are for sort of common standards, common agreements between those sort of three regions? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Nate. I think that was a very good question. I can tell you a story. When last semester I was a visiting scholar in Yale, I visited different institutes in different cities. Previously, before the California, I think Los Angeles summit between the two presidents. When I talk with experts, especially study in international relationship, I think I was here studying AI governance and related to US and China relationship. Oh, they think it's very sensitive. They don't think it is very possible to happen. But after the summit, when maybe I talk with different person, when I talk with AI experts, they think it is very essential for both China and the United States, the main players of the AI, both technique and also for the industry should work together to cope with the potential risks in this area. And there, I think from last year to recently, we can see the news that both Chinese and US governments have go through some kind of negotiations related to AI subject. Maybe they have some still not very clear how much the scope will be for the two countries to cooperate in the future. But I think that do have some possibilities and do have essentiality to sit down together on the table. And also, I think recently the Germany premier is visiting China, and to my knowledge, the news said both him and our president have also raised the possibility to cooperation on AI and recent topics. So I think both the three sides have start some kind of collaboration. But as you mentioned, maybe the safety issues is the most possible start point for that. And we have seen that UK and the United States and also maybe Japan AI Safety Institute have started some kind of collaboration on very specific issues. But I think in the future, we have to work together to have more players, includes all BRICS countries, to work together to figure out the possible risks in this area. I think the risk is for the whole human society.
Thank you. Thank you. Now let's open up to questions in the audience. There are probably some microphones around. And if not, yell. Well, why don't we go right there? Yeah.
Thank you. My question is more around something that Samir also mentioned in his talk, that a lot of emerging economies are using AI or like new tech to uplift their people out of poverty or like, better distribute the gains of innovation. And also like mentioned, like to not miss out on the fourth industrial revolution, all of which is commendable and understandable. But at the same time, countries seem to be granting their governments broad exemptions from important legislations like privacy laws. For example, in India, we see like a very broad exemption on certain grounds, surely constitutional, maybe, but still, there's a lot of exemptions. So how do you view these trade-offs in emerging economies in the context of potential harms caused by governments themselves?
Who'd like to take that? Do you want to, Ravashi, you want to just talk a little bit?
Thanks for your question. I think there is a narrative around AI being used to address kind of very complex socioeconomic issues. I think the evidence on actually addressing those, using AI to address those complex socioeconomic issues is actually quite scant. And I don't think there is good evidence of it yet. In many ways, I think at least in India is a graveyard of AI pilots. There's a gazillion AI pilots for healthcare, agriculture, education, so on and so forth. But there's very little evidence to show what impact they've had, and if any positive benefit at all. And I think we see this is a dangerous space where we are in, where we're allowing that narrative to kind of shape policy making without evidence to actually support the narrative. I see the same narrative actually reproduced in the UN's report, the UN AI, the High Level Advisory Report, where there's kind of sweeping statements around the use of AI for education, but there's actually very, very little evidence to show globally that AI has actually been able to address issues around education. So I think there's a real danger that the narrative is used to legitimize other kinds of policy that might be harmful in the longer run in terms of citizens' rights, in terms of accountability, and that the narrative legitimizes the exemptions that you're talking about for states, but not just exemptions for states, but also exemptions for the private sector. So I think really in the space of AI, if we're going to try and use AI for social good, let's build the evidence base first. Until we have that evidence base, it seems like almost a Faustian kind of bargain that we are making, and I think we need to be much more careful about that.
Let me give a half response to that also, which I think there is a conundrum here about I think, at least on this panel, and we've talked about in this conference, the need for public infrastructure, right? And that if there is a barrier, if compute is a barrier to entry, one way to try to remedy that is to take it out of, or to have a counterbalance to all of that power being in private hands. And then the question is, well, how do you give power into public hands without then it being used for surveillance or other things that governments might want to use it for? And I think that's just like an inherent challenge. And part of the question is, what's the domestic legal context that places constraints on the use of AI by governments? And certainly there's, I think a lot of work that's been done. I mean, you look at in the AI Act in Europe, or you look in some of the other countries where they're trying to sort of limit the ability with facial recognition and other types of tools. But once you build that infrastructure and the state controls it, it's very hard, I think, to cabin that power. Where's the next question? Is it over here?
Thank you. So my question is a little turning the focus. It's about implementation of AI within the government, and how such experience can actually impact regulation practices. And
say that impact what practices?
Regulation practices. Yeah. And how this can also benefit the exploration of technopolitical identity of the country. So how the technology is assimilated by a certain culture.
Who would like to take that? So I guess maybe we expand that out a little bit to think about, to some extent, this was the sort of cultural sovereignty point, I think, Ravashi, that you were talking about before. But if you'd all like to weigh in on sort of how, whether you see AI taking a trajectory that's sensitive to local political context, local cultural context, and what we might do to push it in that direction.
So I think the application or the use, deployment of AI in the public sector has a very specific role. And as I said, I think with the correct kind of enabling framework and the correct guardrails, etc., it can have a sort of a role that that it shows the rest of the country, what can be done, especially in countries where there might not be significant application and deployment. And I think if we look at the African context, most of the data that is collected and exists actually sits within the public sector, and so there's enormous potential in terms of what is there. So obviously, the way it's currently collected, held, stored, etc., is problematic and not necessarily available. Although our data policy framework does commit, all governments have committed to open data for that. So I think it can play an important role. But going to the previous question as well, I think we've got a long tradition of publicly regulated private delivery. And I think that is something that we have to look at in the African context. There simply aren't the resources to build the digital data infrastructure that we require. But as I said earlier, I think understanding these as public goods is the rationale for the regulation of them, and the regulation of harms, but also the regulation of opportunities. And the public sector, for example, could preferentially make available public data for local entrepreneurs to use. We have put that into our data policy framework, and then we've just signed off for the African Continental Free Trade Area on WTO type rules that prevent governments from doing that. So there's that sort of lack of coordination where the public sector could actually play a very significant role in creating opportunities and a safe environment at the national level. But so the global governance issues are not coordinated very well.
Great. Next question is, I think, in the back, and also whoever's doing the tech, we've lost our clock here. So never have a professor lead a panel where there's no end time. Make sure that we get that back up there, or someone jump up and down and tell me how much time we have. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Hemant Bhargava. I'm from UC Davis, and this is building on the public sector point, and really a question first directed at Urvashi, because you talked about earlier how the barriers to entry in being a leader in AI for India, like compute and other barriers, are really difficult to overcome. But if I think of other sectors where there have been very strong entry barriers, like space, nuclear energy, these are areas where India has excelled. And even if you think of things like the digital public infrastructure, where India has done a phenomenal job over the last 10 years. So is it more an issue of entry barriers as in compute and other investments needed to make it work? Or is it a question that the government or the public sector, there is a lack of recognition or a willpower to treat it as a national goal and to put the resources to accomplish that kind of leadership, just like it has happened in other sectors? I'd just love your thoughts on that.
I think it's a combination of various issues. I don't know enough about the other sectors that you mentioned to be able to kind of comment on that comparison. But I think the access to compute is an obstacle. I think the capital, the talent, etc., are also obstacles. I think you do also point to a very important point that we often miss out in these conversations, just around kind of political culture, bureaucratic culture, institutional maturity, so on and so forth. All of these things are issues when it comes to the ability of a country to be able to kind of accelerate its innovation potential. I don't think, for an example, currently we have a strong kind of industrial policy in place which really thinks about how we need to rethink our kind of economic growth trajectory in the context of AI. What I see actually is a much more kind of ad hoc, reactionary kind of development of policy. And to give you an example, which is relevant to the data context. So there's often a narrative in India that, we are a very data-rich country because the amount of digital kind of penetration, low cost of data, so on and so forth. And the public sector has a huge amount of data, and that data could then be turned into an opportunity. But this data is a very, very poor quality. The data is extremely fragmented. The way different institutions, which different departments collect data is not the same. So something like healthcare, for an example, is a state subject. It's not a federal subject. And each state has a completely different way of collecting healthcare data. So if you were just to combine all that data and expect that you would have this really robust registry of healthcare data, it doesn't really happen. So there are now attempts to kind of re-look at the incentives of various actors, various institutions to build these kind of public data registries. But that's a very long process. So I think it's a combination of all these issues. It's very hard to kind of pinpoint and say it's only a compute issue or it's only a talent issue. And as we're doing that, I think we should keep in mind the kind of bureaucratic culture and the inertia that also plays into how some of these developments actually unfold.
Great. Next question is over here somewhere. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we talked a lot about the inequality and the barriers of entry in the AI industry and the development of AI. And we also talked about giving like the power, potentially building like public infrastructure to give more power to the public as well as the government. I was wondering, like in societies that value like free economic flow and capitalism, how does that, what are some specific measures we're talking about when we're talking about public infrastructure for AI?
I could actually throw in on that just because it was also, I think, part of the subject of the last panel, which is the NAIR pilot project is an example of that, right? National AI resource to try to have more public goods that then that you have pilot programs and then companies built on top of. I mean, I think that's the first thing. I mean, I think what's come out of this panel, maybe even the previous panel, is you can think of several different categories of public goods. There's the infrastructure that's needed to train and maintain models, right? Then there's like the talent pool that could be also a public resource. And then there's this kind of regulatory public resource that we're thinking of, right? Which is that you have shared rules and collaboration between different countries in order to make sure that there's kind of an even playing field between the different places. I don't know if anybody else wants to weigh in on that. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can add some more. I think when we talk about the public infrastructure, we cannot only constrain to the hardware. I think the software, maybe the legal institutions, they also very important. As in the United States, we know the OpenAI and the New York, the cases, and also in China, in Guangzhou Internet Court, they have trialed maybe the world first AIGC cases. It is referred to the copyright system, whether it can be adapted to the innovation of the AIGC, whether we can give them more fair use exception or other statutory license institution. To my knowledge, in Japan, they have given some more exceptions for the AIGC use of data. So I think that is also very important and also very the point what the AIGC platform need to clarify the legal uncertainty for there.
Thank you. One over there, yeah.
Hi, thanks for the panel. I'm sympathetic to the arguments that were raised about how developing local models could exacerbate surveillance, whether through building compute infrastructure that can support surveillance or language models in a particular language that was more difficult to surveil before there was a model in that way. I guess what I'm more optimistic about, and I'm curious for the panel's thoughts, is on embedding different types of values in systems by developing systems locally. So there is a lot of talk in the US among companies about embedding democratic values, whether through reinforcement learning from human feedback or other types of add-ons to the models. I'm curious about whether you're optimistic about doing this in your national context and how a regulatory environment might promote that.
Laura, do you want to take a stab at that? Just thinking about sort of how these models might be adapted, say, to the Brazilian context in the use cases you mentioned, but maybe more generally.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the question. I think that's a huge question in Brazil too. And I think maybe we could think in both axes. I think, of course, if you have local models, you could embed these values and these views. but I'm not sure if it would be naturally. Maybe you should, regulations should embrace both of these systems. So systems that are, or models that are created locally, and others that are imported. Or I think regulations should really maybe foster these local values, and above all, I would say also like representative data. In both ways, if the system is created locally, but if the system also is imported. So I think maybe we should. I'm not sure if we should. If all the solution comes with this local producing of systems and models.
I'll say, look, your question raises a familiar one. I think we think about here in Silicon Valley, right? We talk about, well, how, embedding democratic values in this. It's like, well, if you have a few people, in Silicon Valley deciding what those democratic values are and then exporting to the world, well, that's a certain set of values. Like, for example, our free speech intuitions here in the US are at one end of a world continuum. I'm actually somewhat optimistic over the long term about our ability that these models will adapt to local context, but the long term might be too long. That in the short term and medium term, that where this may really make a difference, that you're going to have some of the concerns I think that Urvashi and others raised about how these models are going to be sort of round pegs into square holes into different cultural contexts. Was there another question here? Did I miss one? All right. Well, I think we've actually come to the end of our time and actually exhausted our questions. So thank you everybody for this panel. Thank you to all the speakers.
Thank you very much. If you had a close read of the program, you were expecting Frank Fukuyama, and this is not him. This is in fact Rob Reich, the man of the day, who has been appointed as senior advisor to the AI Safety Office in DC, but will be working out of San Francisco, their chapter here. And we're super excited to see him step into public service as a former civil or public servant, elected official. I can only welcome everyone with tech expertise who wants to step into the difficult role of recommending what policy should look like, something we've been cracking our heads over today as well. And it's also a great pleasure to introduce Amandeep Gill. He is the tech envoy of the United Nations, and we work fairly closely together as I serve on the high-level advisory body to the UN Secretary General on AI. And you are about to hear a fireside chat, a conversation between Rob and Amandeep about the role of the United Nations in AI governance. So Amandeep, the floor is yours.
Working? Yeah, now we're going. It's really wonderful to have you here on campus. And I wanted to just start a conversation with you about the work you're doing at the UN by offering a frame to everyone here in the audience and for you that takes a cue from the way that technologists often talk about AI, which is there is an accelerating pace of change. Look at the scale of computing that's going up exponentially. The capabilities are being pushed forward at an unprecedented rate. And we're reminded over and over again of how fast the technology is improving and changing. That's a fine frame, but I want to also think about the accelerating pace of policy and governance initiatives with respect to AI as a way of then talking about the UN's role. So if you go back in time less than a year, we have, and I'm sure my list is going to be incomplete, the voluntary commitments from US companies to the White House. You have the issuance of the White House executive order in October 2023 on AI. You had the UK Safety Summit the same week, the creation of the US and the UK Safety Institutes, the issuance and passage of the EU's AI Act, and then a few weeks ago, a resolution in the UN about artificial intelligence. So all of that policy governance change within less than a year. There's an accelerating pace of policy change here as well. So with that in mind, thinking now about the role of the UN, and especially the resolution just from a few weeks ago, can you say a few words about how you think the UN fits within this larger global fragmentary effort to think about AI governance, AI safety, and delivering the benefits of AI while mitigating some of the harms and risks?
Thank you, Rob. And let me just begin by saying how pleased I am to be back in Stanford. I spent 1 year on the campus at Encina Hall about 16 years ago.
Excellent.
And so it's very nice to be back. The UN's role, I mean, you mentioned this proliferation of initiatives. It's a positive proliferation. I think the UN's role is indispensable in bringing these together, in ensuring that there's inclusion and representation of the diversity of the world. If AI matters for humanity, and we've heard today that it does in mostly positive ways, but there are also risks and challenges that we have to be clear-eyed about. If AI matters for everyone, then everyone must be part of that conversation. So that's the basic starting point for us at the UN. How do we bring the world together to harness AI to drive progress on the Sustainable Development Goals while mitigating its risks? And then the UN is not new to the technology governance conversation. The impact of technology on politics, on peace and war, on human rights, on sustainable development has been with the UN since the adoption of the Charter in San Francisco. This wave may seem very different, may seem more fast-paced, but it's not the first time that technology policy, technology governance has been there in the at the UN. And even AI is not new. So about 10 years ago, there was a conversation that started, a very important one, which is still ongoing, on the lethal autonomous weapons systems regulation. So how do you regulate the adoption of AI in military systems so that these abide by agreed commitments on international humanitarian law, the distinction between civilians and combatants, for instance. And I chaired those negotiations over 2 years in 2017, 2018. So the UN is not new to this, but obviously with generative AI and with the tremendous jump in the power of AI models, there's a new urgency to the effort at the UN. And in a sense, the epitome of that effort today is the high-level advisory body of the Secretary General on AI. Maricha Schaake is a member, and the co-chair, Carme Artigas, is with us today. One of the co-chairs, the other one is not very far away, James Maneka from Google. So this advisory body is trying to bring everything together so that we take advantage of this unique moment with this tremendous political interest. But as we know, political interest can fade. Think about the pandemic. People were very worried about these issues, and then they move on to the next thing. So can we take advantage of this moment and put in place some foundational elements for international governance of AI? That's the challenge.
Yeah. All right. I want to come to the way that the UN plays a special, perhaps unique role in facilitating global representation, global voices, global input into questions about governance. But I just want to focus for a moment on how, in your role, or perhaps in the advisory body's role, you're conceptualizing governance in the first place. Because to my ear, when I hear people speak about questions of AI governance, I often hear the following three phrases, and no seeming distinction made amongst the following phrases. We need to govern AI because it produces harms to people. Second, we need to have a risk framework for potential risks of AI. And third, AI has to be developed in ways that respects the rights of people. So you get this intermingling of harms, risks, and rights. I'm inclined to think that the UN might be particularly anchored in a rights framework, but I want to put it to you as a question. How do you understand global governance, international governance through your work at the UN, through the UN more generally, with respect to harms, risks, and rights?
That's a great question. I think from the UN's perspective, there is the anchoring of governance issue. What do you base governance on? So you have these agreed norms, international human rights governance, international humanitarian law, agreed commitments on sustainable development, on gender, on the environment. So if we base any kind of governance in those shared norms, then that's helpful, rather than basing it in norms that can vary across jurisdictions, about which we may have debates and controversies and so on. So I think that's the first point in the answer to your question. But at the same time, I think the UN is about reflecting the aspirations of different people around the world. So in North America and Western Europe, you see a lot of concern about some of the risks, some of the implications in terms of national security. We heard it in this morning's panel. But then in the global South, you have a lot of interest in the potential of AI to accelerate progress on sustainable development. With digital public infrastructure, we've seen that acceleration at work in India, financial inclusion, in other places, Indonesia, China, the development of the economy overall. So likewise, people want to harness AI for good. And there, governance is an enabler. Governance allows you to move forward with confidence, allows you to build trust in terms of the products and services that are going to go out. And a rights-based approach is actually fully compatible with the development orientation. Because if you look at human rights in their diversity, there is a unity. Go back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So social, economic, cultural rights, as well as civil political rights, they all come together. So it's about the empowerment of individual societies, and the UN can help articulate those aspirations and provide those frameworks which guide us in terms of the purpose for which what we are deploying AI, not only addressing the risks and harms, but why AI, for what AI.
Good. So if just to test this out with the landscape of other things, distinctively, the EU's AI Act has a risk-based framework. Now, I know it's not necessarily at odds with the respecting of individual rights, but nevertheless, the description at a very high level is to have a risk taxonomy around which the various types of regulations are structured. Do you view the UN's approach, anchored perhaps in respecting human rights, universal human rights, in any tension with the EU's approach, or do you view them as fully compatible?
Not at all. So fully compatible. I think if you look at the European Union's AI Act, or if you look at the US executive order, I think we see compatibility with the UN's approach. And at the end of the day, the UN is not about prescribing what kind of regulation any country, any jurisdiction should have. It is about the normative basis of those. Are they compatible with the international human rights governance? For instance, it's about interoperability and cooperation across borders. But the precise form that it takes, what kind of law you base it on. In the European Union case, there's a long-standing experience with market surveillance authorities. So that's where that's coming from. In the US, it's the Defense Production Authorization Act. So it's some of the kind of national security export control related restrictions that are a helpful leverage with the private sector when it comes to compliance. So that we are agnostic to that. I think the point is base it in shared norms, in agreed commitments, make sure that it serves a broader purpose, like public interest in the national context, but also public interest in the international context. And make sure that this doesn't lead to further fragmentation of an already fragmented, tense, anxious world. So that this is not another addition to protocol wars or other kinds of geopolitical issues, but in fact, it helps bring countries and the whole of humanity together.
Okay, super. So having gotten a little bit of the content of aspirational forms of governance, let's just talk about the UN and its particular, sort of distinctive aspects or what it can bring to the table within this emerging landscape. Can you just answer a simple question, which is, what parts of the UN currently touch upon or deal with AI? And your office, obviously, but then also this advisory body that, as I understand it, is constituted late last year and is tasked with delivering a report already later this year. Can you just give us a little catalog of the parts of the UN that bear upon AI?
Right. I think there is a sectoral aspect to the UN's work on AI. So the World Health Organization is guidance on the use of data and AI in health. UNESCO in terms of education and ethics, the International Telecommunications Union in terms of standards. But then there is some cross-cutting aspects, which kind of often sit with the Secretary General himself or as his envoy with my office. And those are about coordination, coherence across the UN system on this issue, what kind of messaging on AI, for instance, and then also catalyzing some progress, pushing the boundary and bringing the world together. So the cooperation aspect of it. So this sectoral and cross-cutting, and the advisory body is almost like a think tank, which is providing a critical service at a critical time. Its inputs are, among other avenues, going to the Global Digital Compact negotiation. So this year, we have an opportunity at the Summit of the Future in September in New York. Leaders come together to anchor AI governance in the larger framework of digital governance. Many of the problems that we are talking about, misinformation, disinformation, deepfakes, about human rights online, the economic opportunity, they are part of the agenda of the Global Digital Compact, and it is going to be a decision adopted by the UN General Assembly. So if there are some foundational pieces on AI that we can agree on, helped by, catalyzed by the knowledge making that the advisory body is doing, then we can adopt them as part of the decision on the Global Digital Compact. So put in place some foundational pieces. We can't really build this edifice of international governance of AI at one go, but we need some foundational pieces so that we can build an agile framework that kind of helps the world tackle with the problems of tomorrow, which we don't know of today. So there's uncertainty. If we put in place some foundational pieces, and I can come back to those later, then we are better able to respond to the challenge.
Can I ask you just to elaborate a bit upon something you mentioned very briefly in your first answer, which is the place of the Sustainable Development Goals at the UN? And I have in mind here not just the folks in the audience interested in AI governance, but the folks in the building, namely the students who are studying AI ML at Stanford, and thinking about the ways in which they might imagine contributing in some form or fashion through AI, through technology, to the realization of some of the SDGs. And can you say a bit about how you think the SDGs fit in with AI governance?
Yes, this allows me to also touch on the resolution that you mentioned at the outset. I think that's a great way to build consensus in the UN. So the US took the initiative, brought countries together, some critical aspects of AI governance, but also the opportunity for the Sustainable Development Goals. And so that's something that we welcome at the UN. Now, I'm an engineer myself, so I've been a student, like many of the students here. That was a different time. AI is real now. That time it was more abstract and theoretical. It
was an AI winter.
My message really is that the SDGs problem, the Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's the environment, the oceans, removal of poverty, universal health coverage, that's not going to be solved by a handful of companies. It's not going to be solved through the business models of today. So we will need almost a Cambrian explosion of innovation. So millions of social and economic entrepreneurs innovating and solving the problems around those areas. And AI can be an accelerator of innovation. Its greatest potential is in accelerating science and not in making more addictive consumer products, I hope. I encourage the students to contribute to that Cambrian explosion of innovation, and also to think about new ways whereby we can bring data sets, compute, talent, and incentives together to solve problems in the global south, which will help us to boost talent there, local ecosystems of data and AI. I think that would be the biggest contribution to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I hope that of the foundational pieces that we put together at the summit this year, international scientific panels, so reduce information asymmetries, reduce uncertainty, a regular dialogue on the governance of AI. So we learn from each other. There is peer-to-peer learning, sharing, as we saw this morning with the 3 AI safety institutes sitting on the stage. In addition to those, we also put in place some efforts on capacity building and pooling of resources for the SDGs this year. We may start small, but I think this will be a signal to students and governments to think about this more wisely, beyond the hype around the existing business models and the huge, the mammoth tech companies or innovators that are in place today.
Super. Well, speaking personally, I hope that the kinds of students who flow through this building become as familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals as they do with the roster of venture capital companies across the street on Sand Hill Road. I'm curious now to ask about how the UN fosters representation of global voices. And this conference is designed to put in the foreground the global south. So I'm wondering first if you can say something about the UN's distinctive or perhaps unique role in global representation, global voice, and then perhaps invite you to offer some reflections or insights into contrasts you might see from member perspectives from the global north as opposed to the global south. What kinds of different views do you see being expressed in the kinds of deliberative bodies that you're part of?
Right. So all 193 member states of the UN, so the global majority, the global south is there. We have in the UN system a problem of capacity for the delegation. So theoretically, you may have equal participation, but then many delegations struggle with the complexity of issues. They don't have the numbers to follow each and every forum, each and every conversation. So part of our job in the Tech Envoy's office is to facilitate their access to policy discussions.
Can I interrupt just one quick second, because this question comes to mind, given what you just described. What role does AI play in translation in these bodies, as opposed to the human beings whom we all knew a generation ago at the UN?
Right. Our colleagues at the World Intellectual Property Organization, they've used AI for years in translating technical documents. In fact, some of their methodologies have come into Google's work on these issues. So it plays a role, but we are still not at a point where Security Council debates are summarized by AI. We have some civil society and academic partners who are doing that. It facilitates the work of diplomats who are reporting on those meetings, but we don't yet have.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. And the Global South representation question, I think it has to be meaningful representation, not just checking the box. And also, we have to think about the different perspectives on AI. So when you travel to, I was in China last week, you go to Africa, Latin America, there are different perspectives on technology governance on AI. Some of them may be difficult to engage with, But at the end of the day, the UN is about difficult conversations. So I think engaging the Global South is an urgent task. In many ways, the Global South feels resentful that when the pandemic happened, they were at the end of the line when it came to vaccines. The cost of living crisis, the debt crisis has hit the Global South very hard. Things that they were not responsible for, conflicts and so on. There are consequences in the Global South. So I think with AI, we have an opportunity that, and a technology that's just emerging from the outset, we set the table in a way that the Global South is part of the conversation, not in the sense, give us your inputs and we will tell you what to do. It's like, co-constructing this agile, responsive governance framework for the future. They'll help build trust between the Global South and the Global North. Otherwise, the anxiety levels will
going up. Yeah. All right. Well, you've just described the UN as the place for difficult conversations. So the question I'm curious to ask now is about the obstacles that you see in front of you as you think about the UN's role in AI governance. Starting with the obvious that as a site for difficult conversations, the number of obstacles are many. The coordination of so many different members, the voices from so many different places. Is there anything distinctive about the AI governance conversation in terms of obstacles that you see? Or is it of a piece with any other topic that might be taken up as the UN engages in the difficult conversations for which it's well suited?
Yeah, no, that's very thoughtful question, and it's a current question for us at the office. I think the challenge is really to induce, incentivize the leading players to rise above the unilateral, the bilateral, the minilateral approach. That this is a problem that I will solve with a few like-minded countries or in small groups, whether it's the G7 or the OECD. So the challenge is to incentivize those players to sit down with the crowd and construct something that is meaningful for everyone. Because that means some concessions, that means some slowness. Consensus building always takes time, but I think it is worth the while. So that's one challenge, and I think we have to address that. The other challenge is simply the information asymmetry, the lack of understanding of what this technology is, what it can, and more importantly, what it cannot do. So building up the literacy and the cross-domain literacy. In the morning, we heard from our keynote speaker, quoted Mariche, that it's not about politicians learning technology. The technologists should also learn about politics. So in the room, you have lawyers, diplomats, and sometimes international law specialists, arms control specialists, but they often don't get what this is. So we have to build that cross-domain understanding, and part of that is taking minds away from the existing toolbox. For many diplomats, you have a problem, you throw a treaty or a resolution at it. Or you think of a forum, which forum can discuss this? Let's do it as per the rules of procedure, that forum. But this is not a problem that can be simply fitted into existing frameworks. So you hear a lot of analogies, the International Atomic Energy Agency, IPCC, the International Maritime Organization. So part of the challenge is to keep minds away from those analogies and think about handling this in a different way. The third challenge, and you hear a lot of lip service to this idea of multi-stakeholder participation in the UN and around, but how can we genuinely bring different stakeholders into a setting that's dominated by governments? I mean, you already see there are concerns, of course, that there will be corporate capture and you will give the private sector too much say over what you can or cannot do. But I think without involving the private sector, without involving academia centers such as the HAI without involving civil society. That keeps all of us honest. I think we cannot shape that agile, responsive AI governance that we want for our future.
Super. With a couple minutes we have left, let me take that last observation and ask you to make it concrete. So if we have people in the room here who are either students at Stanford and part of Stanford High, people who represent companies, and they've been inspired by your call and invitation to contribute outside of governments themselves to what the UN's dialogues are about, what concretely can they do? How do they find a way to connect and make their voices heard?
We have the Summit of the Future this year, and part of the outcomes for the summit is an outcome focused on youth. So I invite all the students to be interested in that, and this is going to open the way for a deeper engagement of youth at the UN. My boss, the Secretary General, is very interested in opening up the UN to younger voices, not just having them come and speak at meetings, but actually sit down and brainstorm with us and help us find solutions, help us connect with problems and solutions around the world in a more meaningful way. So that is the one thing that I can think of right away. There are, of course, sectoral areas, the Global Digital Compact, where we've already heard a lot of youth voices speaking about the kind of digital future they want, what's their imagined future. There are other areas where they may be interested, but I think broadly on governance, on multilateralism, we need less cynical participants, and the youth is a less cynical participant. I think the kind of problems we are facing, not just AI, but climate change, societal disruptions, aging in many parts of the world, this will require, no single country can. These are problems without passports, and no single country can solve them. And the way power is increasing in certain parts, like the private sector in the tech space, so even the more powerful countries may not be able to handle that on their own. So you need to come together. And the youth may provide the glue that brings us together because they are less cynical, there are less prejudices from the past.
Great. Well, with that, would you please join me in thanking Ambassador Gill for flying and joining with us?
So much for being here today. I'm Chinasa Teokolo, a fellow at the BRICS institution, and we're going to start off with 5-minute presentations from each of our panelists. And the first presentation will be from Justin Arnstein.
Cool. That was a quick jump in. So hi, my name is Justin. I'm the chief strategist and CEO at a non-profit called Code for Africa. It's a civic tech data liberation organization. We work across 26 African countries, and we've been going for about 12 years. So the world that we work in is going to color everything that I say during kind of my talk today. And to give you a little bit of a feel, of those 26 countries, 7 of them are ruled by a military junta that came to power in coups in the last 2 years. Two of those countries are involved in major wars, so Sudan and the DRC. The DRC one gets even less publicity than kind of the DRC, sorry, than Sudan. And then a number of the other countries are ruled by very authoritarian governments, whether it's Rwanda or kind of Ethiopia and elsewhere. And so being invited to speak on policy and the kind of the need for stronger regulation leaves me a little bit ambivalent. I mean, the last thing we want to do is give predators even more efficient weapons for clamping down on the folk that we work with. So what I do want to do is just kind of highlight 3 issues that we do when we approach working with AI and Gen AI with our partners, and hopefully spark a little bit of kind of broadening the thinking or thinking a little bit out of the box to how we approach regulation of these technologies in the minority world. So first, ironically, and potentially a little bit counterintuitively, with the partners we work with, we very quickly come to realize that the fact that the LLMs and the large open, the large Gen AI companies, the fact that they haven't hoovered up our data and they haven't trained our models on it is not necessarily a bad thing. That this lag in Africa is giving us a little bit of an opportunity to figure out where we want to put walls in place. And so we're working with partners where it's public interest media, kind of traditional knowledge digitization networks, and we're helping them deploy robot TXTs to guard against AI crawlers and scrapers. That's just one example. So that they can start deciding what public good information gets hoovered up and turned into a commercial product in the North, and what they could really sit down and have a real conversation with technology platforms about to create a more equitable, kind of a forward-looking partnership. In addition to that, we also are often faced by the challenge that the conversation around AI down in sub-Saharan Africa, at least, is often theoretical. We're being asked to make policies and put in place kind of guide rails to ensure that we minimize harm, when most of the people doing this are not engineers. They don't have access to engineers. They've never even had the chance to tinker or play around on any of the technologies that we're talking about. And the result is an often inappropriate copy and paste of solutions and policies from up north that have no application in the world that we work in. And so there's a big need to create shared infrastructure, public infrastructure, so that we can really deploy and understand what the opportunities, but also what the real world risks are in our world. You've heard from various speakers this morning about India and Africa is no different, being littered by AI startups and pilots in agriculture, health, and so forth. We need to get beyond the small little quick fix, very high profile pilots and start building infrastructure that is shared. And here there are lessons from the previous things that helped us leapfrog. For example, mobile and telecom networks. We don't need to learn from all the bad stuff. But one of the things they were forced to do in Africa that we haven't seen in North America, for example, was that they had to build shared backbone infrastructure to roll out there, so the signal towers, to roll out mobile connectivity, even into rural communities. And we need a similar ethos when we're talking now about kind of AI technology. And then thirdly, we also, and just before that, we also need to very strongly look at creating meaningful access to compute power. So at the moment, Azure, for example, says, we're helping you. We've got a nonprofit scheme. You get $2,000 a year. You can do nothing with that. We need to be realistic and get beyond the window dressing. In terms of talent, there is talent. It needs to be recruited. It needs to be offered resources on a greater kind of global stage. But there needs to be a corresponding investment back into the ecosystem that produced that kind of talent. And so that we need to be investing back into the next generation of talent who are going to be sucked out by the large tech platforms. And we're not seeing that done at scale yet. And in the final piece, I was asked to talk about information tech integrity, because that's where a lot of our work sits. We're already seeing, as I think various speakers have said, we're already seeing AI in the field, especially around the weaponization of language. All of these countries and their conflicts that I mentioned have been pushed into violent war through weaponized hate speech, conspiracist theories, and so forth. We're already seeing it happening at scale. But what we need to do is, I think, take a step back about how we think about mis and disinfo. It is not a public literacy issue. That's victim shaming. We're making it the responsibility of the people who are being targeted by mis and disinfo. If you look at what really drives mis and disinfo, it's a large shadow economy of people who work very deliberately to build digital infrastructure, recruit audiences, get those audiences simmering and bubbling with outrage and anger and kind of literally hate. And then they trigger them when someone steps in. They say, we need a ready-made audience for whatever our campaign is. They do this in the shadows. It's covert. They do it through, it's covert meaning you just don't see it happening. So it's happening in the dark web. They do it through lying and misleading the audiences that they're recruiting. And so what we should be doing is treating mis and disinfo for what it is. It's an organized crime enterprise. And the way that you tackle organized crime is very different from the way that you tackle a literacy issue. We should be following the money. We should be demonetizing the enrichment profiteering networks, and we should be deplatforming the infrastructure. And that needs to bleed into the policy that we're making, because Gen AI is nuclear when it comes to be able to disseminate weaponized content in SMS format. Video and audio is the stuff that everyone talks about, and that's easy to detect. When you're talking about 250 to 300 characters on a text message as back and forth live communication on someone on WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, it's undetectable that you're speaking to a bot. And that's what we're seeing at massive level across the continent. So those three things, final thought. The interfaces that people use to engage with AI are going to change dramatically. They're not what we are creating policy for at the moment. I'm on an FT strategies kind of group that just looks at Gen Z kind of approaches. I've got a young 12-year-old and a 4-year-old. The way they engage with information is through Twitch. TikTok is for old people and dinosaurs. It's through Twitch. And if there's one thing you go and have a look at on Twitch, look up AI Jesus. It's not religious at all. And just to see how people engage and consume information through a bot that they create a deep relationship with. It'll change the way that you think about what we should be regulating for.
Great. Yeah, so thank you, Justin. And so next we'll have a 5-minute talk from Barbara Glover, who is a program officer for the African Union High-Level Panel on Emerging Technologies, African Union Development Agency, NEPAD.
Thank you, Chinesa. So I think what I would want to share today is more about our experiences working with African policymakers, maybe to contribute to the global discourse. So within the AI space, I started working on policymaking around AI early 2022. This was based on recommendations from the African Union High-Level Panel on Emerging Technologies on the need to have continental strategies around AI. One of my first shockers was how much capacity needs to be built when it comes to African policymakers in the field of AI, in the sense that our early engagements, most of the feedback we got was, oh, AI is about to take away jobs. I'm a politician. I have 4 years to campaign to be voted again. I'm not going to push a technology that will take away jobs because then I wouldn't get votes the second time. And then moving to discussions like AI is just robotics coming to take over the world and we wouldn't be able to control it. What we've observed is the fact that then there is no attention paid to regulations at all because you do not want to, they don't want to get engaged in something they do not understand. And so one of the first things we started doing was building capacity at that level, addressing myths and misconceptions around artificial intelligence, and just getting our policymakers to talk about it. Another unique thing we observed was the fact that because a majority of policy and decision makers on the continent are what we call BBC born before computers, there's very little knowledge about IT. And so in this policy space, there's now the need to bring in young people into the policy development space, which is what I loved from the earlier remarks by the ambassador. We've identified that for the first time, we've had active younger people coming into the policy and decision making space around artificial intelligence because there isn't that knowledge that exists currently. And it's something that we are utilizing for getting the youth more involved in the international development space. Another thing that we have noticed is the ownership of AI. For instance, even at the African Union level, we've had conflicts with which units should take lead in the AI discussion. Should it be IT? Should it be science and technology? Should it be the data unit? And there's that kind of conflicts. Everyone is trying to take the lead and there isn't yet that level of collaboration that is desired to be able to meet some of these recommendations in our strategies. And so what we are doing now at this level is to sort of argue for the fact that AI isn't like every other technology. There is a need for more effective collaboration at the various levels and with the various ministries and sectors coming together to be able to effectively roll out strategies and recommendations around artificial intelligence on the continent. Maybe one more point I could add is the fact that we also understand that Africa has its unique challenges, and AI might not be a priority for most people at present. We have other basic challenges. We have health challenges, we have low literacy levels, we have major issues that perhaps will not need the prioritization of artificial intelligence, as beautiful as it sounds. And so when we make recommendations or we engage our stakeholders, we are cognizant of the fact that there are other pressing issues that need attention. We have a program called the Program for Infrastructure Development for Africa. And what we identified is ICT penetration on the continent is currently at 25%. Electricity access is currently at 44%. So we have other pertinent issues that we want to address before prioritizing artificial intelligence as, the savior of the world kind of messaging. And that's one thing that we are learning in our policy and decision making and in recommendations to our policymakers, to not be blindsided to the existing situations on ground presently. I hope with the 5-minute talk, I've given you a fair idea of some of our experiences in policymaking, and looking forward to answering more questions. Thank you.
That was great, Barbara. Thank you. And so next we have Vukosi Maribate, the UB ABSA Chair of Data Science at the University of Pretoria.
Okay, thank you. Presentation go on. Nobody's there? Oh, okay, I see the presentations. Okay, cool, thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm at the University of Pretoria, run the Data Science for Social Impact Research Lab. So I'm in the computer science department. More working, 70% of the lab works on natural language processing in African languages. And then the other 30% is on data science and society. So how we get these things into other people's hands. What I wanted to really illustrate, and I wanted to use pictures on this, is really some of the work that's happened over the last decade across the continent and how it gets us to some of the conversations that we're having here. So one was in identifying that we don't have enough people. This is back in 2016 to really drive a active continent that can actually have agency. We started the Deep Learning Indaba, which is the annual gathering now of AI across the continent. And we wanted to strengthen African machine learning by making sure that Africans become critical contributors, owners, and shapers of, at that time, what we call the coming revolution, like, in machine learning. So this was our first meeting in Wits University, my alma mater, where we had 330 people in attendance out of 700 applications to come. I'll just skip 2 years at a time. This was us in Nairobi, 650 people attending, almost 1,800 applications. And this is us last year in Ghana and Accra, 800 attending, 3,000 applications in the post-ChatGPT world. The other thing is that having 36 different African countries represented 800 attendees, 45% of them being women, means that this is a very different kind of AI conference. So when you go to, and we have about 200 travel grants. We have, this year, we're going to Senegal in the 7th September. So I'm expecting that we're going to be over 1,000 people at this area. The other one is thinking about language. One continent, 54 countries, 2,000 plus languages across the continent. We started Masakani in 2019 as a spin-off, actually, at the Indaba itself. To have Masakani means building together. How do we change the state of African languages when it comes to natural language processing? And in this case, we created a grassroots, distributed research foundation. At that first Deep Learning Indaba in 2019, at the workshop, we worked to really think about how we're going to shape this. And this has created a community inside the natural language processing community globally that has gotten Africans to really see themselves within these spaces, as opposed to being that you're outside trying to do something, but you can find yourself. People are working on languages, building up new infrastructures in all ways. It's not just the technical. And then finding ways to even work on languages wherever they are, African languages wherever they are in the world. And ICLR last year, the most prestigious AI conference in the world, I would argue, it happened in Kigali, in Rwanda for the first time on the African continent. And the biggest workshop there ended up being the African Natural Language Processing Workshop in this space. The first paper that we had out of the Masakani Research Foundation was this paper, the participatory research paper, and it ended up winning the first Wikimedia Research Award for democratizing the internet from Jimmy Wales, the founder of Wikipedia. Since then, I would argue that Masakani is the most prolific AI lab on the whole African continent. It has really gone on to really bring up lots and lots of scholarship around language, about us, how we see ourselves, not just from the technical perspective, but also the socio-technical and the social side of what's actually going on with African languages within the AI space. Last year, we also won the Ars Technica Digital Humanity Award as well, and we ran up with another award during that period, during the time. One thing to notice is that grassroots AI has been something that's been very prolific within AI in itself, in that is also a reaction from just having the people with the power at the top. There's also lots of organizations at the bottom who are trying to get people around. So Deep Learning Indaba is there, Data Science Africa, Masakane, but then now you see the impact of, for example, America's NLP. You have Kipu in Latin America, which is built up as a Indaba-like gathering, but now for South America. So how do we move the needle? Barbara has said a bit about this, the policy, the slow. So you can have the revolution on one side, but you also have to deal with building up policy. And it was great to work with lots of other grassroots organizations, to work with the AUDA and NEPAD in building up the policy side and then releasing the white paper by AUDA this year and the roadmap. The other one is that we need to think about a demographic dividend. If in 2050, 1 in 4 people on this globe is going to be African, and 1 in every 3 children being born at that time is going to be African, we have to plan for a very different kind of future. So for us, we also understand what got you here is not going to get us there. I'll finish off. We built up all this stuff with community, formalization, seniority, opportunities, but mobility is still a challenge. Moving around the African continent is hard. It's very expensive as well, and you still have to deal with visas. Absorbing the funding available. Unfortunately, there's a lot of international funding, but I do not believe that the African continent can actually absorb it in its entirety. So we need lots of changes in administration and making sure that people can actually get this work, building up more opportunities for students and professionals on the continent, developing and supporting research and faculty, blazing our own path, choosing what directions we want to take, and there must be more local R&D investments. Just as an example, the US is about close to 4% of GDP is used for R&D. In South Africa, we were at 0.6%. We used to be at 0.8% before COVID, but the private sector has taken out money. And as soon as you leave South Africa, that number very quickly goes to 0. So that takes you into a very different kind of environment of how you can shape your future. We have to build up startups. The other thing, like, for example, that I do, I spend my 1 day a week. I'm a co-founder of an AI startup called Ilapa AI, and there's a number of AI startups now that have started across the continent, especially being built by researchers who came also from the academy. So finding ways to experiment our way forward. So takeaway, African AI has always been there. We need to figure out a way to experiment forward. It has to be in a collaborative environment. We're not going to have universities that have 500 faculty in computer science. That's not the thing that's going to happen, but there has to be other ways that we think about this. And there must be more local private investments for R&D to move us into that. So
great, thank you so much, Mukasi. All right. And so next we'll have a presentation from Kito Shilango, a Senior Tech Policy Fellow at Mozilla.
Thank you. We'll just start with maybe giving a clap for Mozi's amazing presentation, maybe. Thank you. Well, I'm Kito Shilango. I'm a Senior Tech Policy Fellow at the Mozilla Foundation, and I'll just begin by sharing the work that Mozilla does and the approach that Mozilla takes, particularly with the African programs that I'm a part of, or the African team. First of all, Mozilla in 2020, as some of you might know, had drafted a white paper on trustworthy AI. Through that, we have defined trustworthy AI, which is building and deploying technology which enables like agency for people, but also holds big corporations accountable for any harm that they may choose or their actions. And in light of that, not only for the benefit of individuals, but also collectives, so groups. And in that, in that white paper, they outlined 4 key areas, which is firstly, changing AI development norms. So the kind of norms and values that underpin AI development, but also the narratives that underpin AI development. That includes the different groups that exist within AI. So we have groups that are more optimistic and they're very deterministic about technology, more focused on the economic benefit of technology. And then we have the doomers who are concerned about existential crisis. And then we have the third group, which the first 2 groups think that they all belong to, which is the realists. And those are the people, who know that we're looking at AI optimistically, but also knowing that there are harms and sort of risks that are involved with that, and that you should approach them and not anticipating, so to say, like these fictional kinds of harms, but approaching real life harms. And the second area is building technology and products, so building new technologies and products that resemble this trustworthy AI. So what does trustworthy technologies look like? Mozilla has been investing in organizations like Lelapa AI. There's a Common Voice project. And also this urge to put more open source technologies out there, so data sets and so forth. The third one is just raising consumer awareness. Justin spoke about this thing of pushing literacy on a problem that is not really a literate problem, and how Mozilla approaches that is one through it's not literacy, so to say, it's just painting the picture for the consumer. So, for instance, there's the privacy not included project that identifies like different products and tells you, okay, your data is protected, or they're stealing your data, and da da da. So it's just informing people or consumers of what is happening. But I think on this third issue for Africa, we have a different kind of consumer issue, which is tied to policy prioritizations and the kind of solutions that we are offered on the continent. So it's kind of like they bring these solutions and then create problem. So it's awareness of like, hey, in South Africa, you can't say that you want to build a data center or cloud center or whatever, but I don't have electricity in my house. So how do you balance that? Or like saying that technology or AI can solve poverty, why are you pumping money into there when you can just solve my poverty directly? The last one is strengthening AI regulations and incentives. This is primarily also where I work. And this comes from the, there's policymakers have been, responding to this development, but the technology is also, changing and developing fast, and funders come from big tech even faster because they're investing in pushing regulations that allow them to have their, they serve their interests. But there is not enough voices from the African stakeholders themselves. So we're looking at, one, community building, mobilizing, certain CSOs and certain players, and just, incentivizing them or encouraging them to kind of, participate in this AI regulation. And also tied to the narratives part is painting this picture of what is AI versus innovation. I think historically, every time my parents have worked in government and they've worked in development, and every time someone talks about AI and innovation and regulation, the response is always like, but you're going to chase away the funders. They're anyways not coming. And when they do come, they're not funding the problems that are essential, like to the real problems. For instance, gender-based violence because of algorithms, or like information disorder, or not, at least not approaching it in the way that is meaningful. And so, incentivizing, like just, community building and so forth. And then the other one is, actually just go back to the innovation. The point I was trying to make between innovation and regulation. So people usually respond that if you regulate, you're either stifling innovation or you're pushing away funding. And I think we should look at it in a different way, that in order to innovate, we should be able to have this enabling environment, first of all, but also protect the people, consumers from the harm. So it's a safe environment in which all of this innovation can take place, rather than saying that these are blockades, that you cannot come and innovate and so forth. And just lastly, just the programs that, and I mentioned some of them that Mozilla works on, specifically the African Muradi program. Muradi means a program in Swahili. It's the Common Voice Project, which is open voice, collecting open voice data sets with African languages. I think they've worked with Lapa AI. In Real Life Fund, which is looking at partnering with, instead of like bringing solutions to different African continents. So looking at people who are approaching problems within the African, within different African countries, and solving real life problems, not problems that have been, dreamed up, so that technology can be applied to it. So real life problems. And then there is the Creative Media Awards, which is bringing together art and technology, but with the intention of communicating the kinds of like technological harms that we often talk about. So just allowing people to understand it through different ways, rather than just very long documents. And then there's the Responsible Computing Challenge, which is focused on curriculums within universities. So bringing, training computer scientists to be able to understand the politics. So that program is in Kenya. It's now being expanded to South Africa and as well as Ghana. And lastly, there are fellowships, so senior fellowships, like the one that I am, one of the projects that I'm doing. And so it's supporting people who are already working in this field, people who have had careers in certain areas and topics, to support them in whatever projects that they are implementing.
So great. Yeah, so thank you so much for that overview. So now we're going to go into questions that we have for the panelists today. And the first one is, AI deployment across the continent could lead to tremendous economic growth. Would AI become a significant driver of economic growth in Africa? What are the applications for the technology in facilitating economic development in key countries that we aren't talking about, but should be? In this, anyone can. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. I think I think it's a complement as opposed to just being it's AI driven. So like I'll give examples in thinking about kind of geo AI, right? So you have growth in population, you have national statistics offices that are uneven. So depending on what country you're in, you might not have the same kind of capability. But now you've got geo AI, even though again surveillance. You then think about, you can then count structures much better and then provide information to governments to actually help, properly distribute resources, right? So that's a place where you're seeing that there's a need then for the statistics offices to start bringing in more capability to harness such technologies, right? I'm not saying replace statisticians. I'm saying they actually have to be part of this, because they are the only ones who really can help us count better. It's not the AI researchers who are necessarily going to be the ones who do it, right? Yeah, and that's the part sometimes the nuance is lost. That it's not that you're saying you replace it, it's just that they need this kind of work, and that those are the places that, just as an example, yes, I'll be selfish and say language can be an infrastructure for the continent to unlock many things, and as such, getting new kind of frameworks and tools to people that they can really communicate across the continent in people's languages will be something that changes, many people's lives. And that again is not even an AI thing. We have to have language teachers
language specialists, linguists in these spaces so that these can actually be built the correct way. So like, it's turning it around again that the AI can just be one of the enablers, but there has to be all this other infrastructure that's built with it.
Well, there we go. Just building on that. So, I mean, we're already seeing this deployed at scale in places like Dar es Salaam, the IMF, the World Bank, and others are using visual kind of geo kind of analysis, not just to do kind of image recognition, but to replan many of our cities around issues like flooding, extreme heat. So, I mean, the real existential kind of crisis facing a big chunk of Africa. If you look at where most Africans live, in West Africa specifically, it's a very narrow green strip along the southern kind of ocean boundary, and there's just desert to the north. That entire strip is going to be hit by extreme heat, by wet bulb moments, where people cannot survive without air conditioning, which is going to trigger 500 million people moving north or moving kind of into Central Africa. And so it's using these technologies to firstly do predictive modeling, and secondly, then start reimagining the infrastructure that we need. And that creates both upstream and downstream kind of knowledge economies. And most of that is being led by AI centers out of Google, out of West Africa, IBM out of kind of East Africa, and then large infrastructure partners who are like basically surfacing the problems. The issue here is that very few African institutions are part of any of that I've just mentioned. And we need to get to a place where there's joint implementation and shadowing to start from, so that we can start identifying the priorities that we care about that need to be addressed, rather than a global infrastructure kind of mega bank of sorts that is just interested in kind of where it can fund the next kind of road or dam. We're not seeing enough of that happening because the people aren't at the table. They're not understanding what the possibilities are. There's almost too much fear-mongering around kind of the social harms. And then on the flip side, there's too much hype around the startup culture. We're not looking at this intermediate level about where we could be building entire enabling infrastructures. Yeah, my 2 cents.
Anyone else? All right, so we'll go to the next question. And so many African cities are burgeoning tech hubs. How can we support the growth of a strong ecosystem for innovation on the continent? What pieces need to be put into place to ensure that African countries are leading in building the AI innovations of tomorrow?
Thank you. So I believe that, we have this thing of so many startups on the continent that just end in the valley of death. They don't move to the marketplace because the idea of startups is being treated like a science project. Like you just think, oh, technology can do this, and then you get up and then you build one. We need to rethink how we do this to have impact, which is identifying our problems and then finding the solution. Currently, it's just so many happy young people experimenting with technologies. And that's why it gets to a point and then everything just goes down over and over again. But if you have the main problems that we have as a continent on the table, and then we look at how to address them using innovation and emerging technologies, I believe we'll be able to cross over that valley of death situation and get most of these startups out of that into, making good impact on the continent. And then another thing that drives these situations is the source of the funding. So it comes with its own, even at the level of the African Union, some of our projects are driven by external funders and what they want. And because we don't have internal funding mechanisms to support the work that we do. So we sort of implement whatever the funder wants. And that then doesn't address the situations on ground. And that's why you have projects that start, and then once the funder loses interest, it goes down, and then we are back to square one. I think that's what we are trying to look at when it comes to developing the continental strategy, to look at how to reframe some of these things. There was a time, for instance, in some countries in Africa that I can't mention, where there was just an increase in buying data centers, building data centers funded by external parties. So many of the institutions just went and purchased data centers, no technical know-how, no need for it per se. And they're just empty setups that are not being utilized because it was just a buzz and everyone was excited about it. So looking at how to strategize around that to ensure that whether it's an infrastructure recommendation or a technology recommendation, it's actually being targeted at addressing a particular problem on the continent would help address some of these issues that we have.
Okay. Thank you, Barbara.
Just on that, I think one of the solution or the problems that the responsible computing challenge that Mozilla is trying to solve is the skills, but not only the technical skills, but also the social skills and the separation that has happened between these hard tech subjects or science subjects and the more creative, which I needed to drive products into the market. Aesthetics are important. Font types are important. All these beautiful things that make products shiny are important, but those are often outside of these discussions. So it's discussions of like hard science. But another thing is perhaps there is no field to test out and play, and that's where government comes in having sandboxes, testing out, how do certain regulations play out, or how do they affect people, but how do they affect startups, and how are they allowed to scale up? Instead of just speculating that this is what will happen or this or not happen. The other one is perhaps increasing participation, and I know people do not like talk. Some people, at least I think on the continent, we don't like talking about participation, but I think participation has been given bad PR, and but it's more meaningful. Participation does not only relate to like being at the table. It can also include the skills that people have to be able to think about problems. So diversifying skills, participating in terms of like business development skills in a different way, participating, seeing funders as participants in these processes, and therefore identifying the different roles that are needed to improve the ecosystem. So I think participation, we should look at it more critically to to really see it as a relevant solution to expanding in Africa. Okay.
Yeah. So obviously I have a bias here because I'm one of the founders of a startup. But the thing that's important, like if I think about the journey of Lelapa AI, on one part is that we saw that we were able to build up this network and build really people working on AI at R&D at the edge of really giving us new knowledge. But the problem is that they then don't have places to go after they get all of these skills. Why? A lot of the big organizations on the continent and even the big tech companies do not have any engineering presence on the African continent, the 54 countries. So they are not there to build or have any real interactions when it comes to the core technologies that they're working on. It's mostly to reconfigure and sell forward. So what then happens is that we really had a huge risk that we are almost like more neo-colonial transfer, that people build up skills on the African continent, they get up to the skilling, and then they have to move to Europe or North America, right? And there's a lot of people who are very happy about that. As I said, it's 1 in 4 people in the globe is going to be African in 2050. So if you're thinking about the growth of economies, you're actually thinking about how you're going to bring in people who are coming from locations that have a higher birth rates, right? Because you won't be able to sustain the growth that is required without having that and the skills that come with that. So that's a thing that we have, and Lelapa actually means home in Setswana. So we are trying to create this new place that can become a home for many AI researchers on the continent to come and really work on some of the most wicked problems, but then come up with very interesting innovations in that space. The other one is on the other side of the spectrum. For 54 countries means it's completely different depending on what country you're in. And in some places, it's really about building livelihood, the participation that you can be part of the economy and using the skills that you have to actually drive, even if it's a small enterprise that allows you to just have the livelihood that you have. For me, one of the most inspiring things I've been part of is having really the privilege to go around the continent thinking about AI. Sure, I still have to work on my algorithms, but really being in the spaces where you can sit on the floor with some people and then they tell you how they're trying to work on a problem, and then getting to understand how it solves a real problem, like not something that's like a real problem. So I know if I'm in Nairobi, I'm talking to a lot of developers there. It's very different than if I'm talking to somebody who's in Lagos. It's very different to somebody like I'm in Freetown. And learning that has been really, for me, one of the best things about the last 10 years of my life. It's just, you sit there, you see how people are trying to get things and saying like, I need this because if I can enable this, there's these other parts of my tech stack that allows people to actually do what they need. And it's very different from being, I've spent time here in the Bay Area, very different to the way that people kind of think about problems. And I think that's the opportunity of why, for me, I would want the startups, because they need to try the things. The private industry on the continent is not going to do it. The public sector at the moment has too many challenges that they're looking at. Where it's going to be is in these spaces where you get young people to run with ideas, try things with good regulation and policies, though we have to protect people. But then through that, we come up with these new ways of thinking that we couldn't have come up with before.
Great, thank you. So now we're going to go into the topic about regulation. And so the potential for AI growth leads some to question whether or not this is the right time to be thinking about regulation. Do we think that the stifling of innovation is a primary concern, or does it risk us missing an opportunity to get regulation right at the onset of industry? I know, Kito, you just talked about this a little bit, so if you'd like to start, that'd be great.
Yeah, I don't know how to expand more on it, but maybe just to add to what I've said, this contention between innovation and regulation, I think is something that is not incidental. I think it's something that has been weaponized by certain companies to draw away attention from the real issue. So, it's a discourse. I think it's not even only unique to the tech industry. It's in many other industries where certain corporations just do not want certain areas to be regulated because it inhibits them from, building products, testing products. So certain regions become a testing ground for certain technologies, and it benefits them so that they can, roll them out somewhere else where there are regulations. But there's also a threat of, we are going to pull out if you do not, if you regulate. So it's that power dynamic and not, approaching the problem. The problem is there's a power disparity, and some people are weaponizing their power to kind of influence what people prioritize, what policymakers prioritize. I mean, I think we spoke during lunch is about this, that institutions like Meta, they have been investing in infrastructure in the continent. So maybe now policymakers in Africa have actually, the power to say that, hey, if you don't, abide to our regulations, leave. Will they leave because they've already invested? So I think there is, there's more leeway and more leverage that policymakers have. Justin wants to say something urgently.
Not urgently. Maybe a slightly different kind of view on it. And I think that we shouldn't look at this purely in kind of an African sense, or even in an AI sense. So even if you look here in California at the moment, there's, what's this thing, the California News Preservation Act or something that is being pushed through at the moment to try and protect a dinosaur industry that I used to work in, the media. And the media were the old school platforms, and now they're kind of getting cannibalized by the new platforms. And so California is trying to legislate protection, even calling it a preservation act. And this is after Google and Meta and various others have pulled out of very lucrative markets like Canada and Australia to make a point. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that I think even though we think that there's a sunk cost in Africa, they're concerned about creating a precedent that is going to be a domino effect. And I think that we need to be savvy about how we make those ultimatums. Otherwise, they will walk away, which is not necessarily always a bad thing. But we need to understand that, you know, kind of the power dynamic or kind of imbalance you're talking about is very real. And it's not just in Africa. We're seeing it play out here in, you know, kind of an economy that could be an entire country in California. So I think that was the one thing. The second thing, though, is that what we do in my work is we look to you guys, the Europeans, and we lean very heavily on what was the GDPR and the DSA, and now it's going to be an AI Act. And we use that in Africa to hold these same organizations accountable in ways that they don't care about African law. They're terrified of being squeezed out of the European marketplace. And so that's the leverage, that's the lever that we need to understand. Our markets are tiny, they don't care. And even if they do care about that small markets, they understand that creating a precedent is going to impact on far bigger markets. And so I think a lot of what we need to be doing is understanding where the real kind of fear is. And then we need to be creating collaborative partnerships with organizations like ourselves in these markets that have real teeth. And firstly, learning about how you guys got ahead of the curve, ahead of North America and everyone else, but also in terms of how you keep that balance where it also doesn't harm business, so we don't play into the trope that over-regulating is going to kill innovation. It's not to say Europe gets everything right. I mean, they're kind of, I can't live in Europe. I live on the fringe of Europe because it's a fortress Europe. They don't let people like us in. So there are things we need to redress there as well, but we need to learn about where there have been proven successes. Because otherwise it's just rhetoric, I think.
Barbara, I think were you going to speak?
Yeah, maybe just to build up on Justin's point, with the African Union, we have what we call the EU Innovation Agenda, where we are sort of trying to understand innovation from a co-evolutionary principle, where we are looking at regulations from other, maybe older democracies, but also ensuring that technologies serve our needs and address our challenges as a continent. So we are trying to find that balance. Within the EU Innovation Agenda, we've had discussions on some of these regulations at the EU level and how they apply to the continental strategies that we are developing at the African Union level to try and find that effective balance, because perhaps, like you mentioned, maybe ultimatums that we may give would have more impact on us than if the EU gave an ultimatum. So we need to weigh, that kind of situation and ensure that at the end of the day, the African populace is served with the regulation, they are protected, but also the technology serves its purpose as well.
Thank you. And so we're going to go into another question, talking about access to high-speed internet and advanced technology and how this could be potentially widening the digital divide. And so do you believe that it's possible, or if there are any ways that AI policy can foster an environment where the technological advancements do not widen the digital divide? Are there any examples of initiatives or policies that you've seen that have successfully mitigated these disparities?
I think
anyone can go.
I'm guessing it will border, especially on language, when it comes to the digital divide. There's that concern with the AI tools that the biases that are created in that increasing sort of that margin. And that's why there's a huge push towards the LLMs and making sure that the African populace is adequately reflected in some of these innovations and emerging technologies as well. So maybe in terms of what has worked, I would say the work that Bukosi is doing currently and other initiatives in that space that are sort of catching us up as a continent. So,
yeah, I think maybe I'll twist it a bit here in thinking about on one part, if we think about artificial intelligence teaching and everything. One of the things that was very interesting, having supervised students across the continent, was learning that a lot of what we think about like AI teaching, right, is actually very English and Anglophone, that you don't get even textbooks in French. So for a lot of Francophone Africa, they have to switch, that you do your undergrad in maths or computer science, but then once you have to get to do your graduate school, you have to switch to English. And this is a challenge. So I'm not even getting yet to the 2,000 languages on the continent. All right, so now it becomes this part of actually you see this kind of gaps in the way there's availability of knowledge. And when we look at local African languages and developing them, you then see these major gaps in how countries, like, Ghana, for example, will say they only have one official language, which is English, which doesn't make any sense if you're in Ghana. There's all these, it's just a kind of a loophole that gets the government to just say, we only develop our material in English, but that's not the reality. So when COVID happened, a lot of scholars actually crowdsourced recording themselves speaking in Twi, in Ga, in all these languages in Ghana because the government wasn't officially responding. Right. So what it is that if you can get the parts of AI to work very well in these languages, you will fill in gaps that people do not think about in this room. Right. Because people then can have communication that becomes very useful. We work with teachers who are thinking about, how do we make sure we can teach basic maths in some of these languages? Because we know from the from the literature, it's bad if you're not teaching people in their mother tongue, it's much harder for them to grasp these concepts and it takes longer. So how do we make sure that those things become available? It means that we have to have lots more investment in the research, in the core research that allows us to build these things. There's another researcher who's from the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, I think it might be in the Ghana or Rwanda thing. And he was going back home, I think in Mauritania, and building up and teaching stats in his home language. And now, we were having a chat about a month ago, and I was like, this is actually great, because on the AI side, if we can start getting more and more of these texts, we can then start building up more and more models that can build, can do translation in math in these languages. And maybe now we actually are in a good position that we can scale this. Maybe we can do 40 African languages all at once and then see how well that works. But these are the things that if we don't fill them, right, they just quickly, all of a sudden, it's, we don't understand why we're having such a major challenge in these spaces. And it becomes so expensive to fix it that people just let it be and say, no, let's rather the gap just exist. But the impact that it has is multi-generational.
Justin, I think I saw a reaction from you. Did you want to speak to this? Okay, great, awesome. So before we transition into the, okay. I'm just reminded of a project that Alison worked on the After Access project. So I think that's also the point that he was making. In people think about the digital divide, they only think about the people who don't have access to, but then they don't think about what are the challenges that people who have access face. So he mentioned one, being that you may study maths and then you have to switch from French to English. So those kind of challenges and looking at the after access challenges that populations or communities face are so important to look at, rather than just the access part of it. Thank you. So before we transition into the Q&A, I just want to ask all the panelists, what do you believe is missing most from the conversation about what's happening on the African continent about AI?
Africans?
Great answer. I would say African women as well, and just and feminist principles and people who have. I think this is a huge elephant in many rooms, that we talk about human rights-based technologies, but many populations or people in the African continent do not have rights. So which human rights are you protecting? If
certain groups do not have rights. I think that's one of the things that need spoken about more. Yeah.
Not public interest. I mean, the research that came out now from the study that everyone's referred to this morning shows that behind India, Kenyans were the most aware globally of kind of just ChatGPT, that they use it in a far higher kind of degree than people in the global north already as co-piloting in their jobs and kind of in school. They're probably using it to cheat or whatever, but there's a mass adoption. So I think that there is interest and there is Africans have been early adopters, often because there's nothing else. So people leapfrog. And so I think that, the things that are missing is, I think, firstly, a real understanding amongst policymakers that the cat's out of the bag. People are using the stuff at scale. But then the second thing is that I think that we haven't really thought about how we scale things. So how do we scale your startup? There's not kind of the funding or the other kind of support mechanisms that you see in here in Silicon Valley. And obviously, we don't want to necessarily peg ourselves on that, but in most other places as well, for letting people or helping people understand the market and then helping them actually get to that market. My favorite story is we've got a big office in Nigeria, and I stay with kind of colleagues when I go, I stay at their house. And eventually I said to the couple that host me most often, you guys really don't have to speak English to each other all the time just because I'm here and I don't speak any Nigerian. It's like, no, we come from different parts of Nigeria. We don't understand each other. English is the only language that we actually have in common. And I think that language thing is a massive issue, but it translates also the fragmented markets that we're dealing with in Africa. If you look at just the language thing as a symptom of kind of these little filter bubbles that people live in, we haven't really kind of figured out how to scale, not even AI, anything else continental. And so I think we need to be thinking about those delivery mechanisms. Yeah.
Great. Barbara, anything?
I think all has been said. Maybe bringing in African governments more. I am still getting lots of pushback when we engage them, so I hope they come to the table soon.
That'd be great. Awesome. So please give a round of applause for our panelists. I'd like to have the opportunity, if anyone has any questions in the audience, to raise their hand. I think someone should come around with a microphone.
Thank you. I was hesitant to take the floor again, but there's just so much coming from this excellent panel. Two questions. One, why are companies not seeing more opportunity on the continent to actually engage people in more diverse ways than just putting these hubs, here and there? It would seem that just the consumer base and the growth potential is enormous, and it just doesn't seem to be a driver. So if you can reflect on that. The other is the tension that you started with, Justin, between, repressive tendencies on the parts of governments. On the other hand, the lack of rights protections that people have. What might be local incentives to get a rights-based approach to policy? How can that be fostered? How can that be organized? Are there cultural anchors that might work powerfully? Can the African Union do anything, or is that really complicated because of the many members? Where are those incentives?
Second part, colleagues, Barbara, but I mean, from what I've seen at a kind of expert level, is the AU, Africa is almost too complex, but the regional groupings are far more effective. And what we almost need to do in the same way that we look to European kind of regulatory environments, we need to start figuring out some of these transnational kind of solutions, because they can hold in check someone who goes bad, a government that kind of suddenly becomes a junta, or that slides into ethnic cleansing and genocide like Ethiopia did. So I think there needs to be more kind of regional integration and more regional approaches. It's difficult, it's slow, it's complex, it's incredibly fragile. But I think that seems to work. And increasingly, we're seeing regional economies and integration. And so that economic glue might be, kind of a way of getting some of this stuff sticking. The first, what was the first part of your question? My sense, again, just from those that we deal with, is that the profits are still exploiting low Africa labor costs and the input costs. Even the running of the data centers, we have very cheap, well, we had very cheap electricity until South Africa broke it. But it's still the costs of kind of the profit margin is bigger to leverage that and sell to a dollarized or a EU market than try and run around and try and make a profit in shillings in this very fragmented space. You might have a different sense to me. Yeah.
Like I was going to say, it's the same. It's just squeezing profits out. So even like when you're not talking about big multinationals, but you're talking about big African corporations, for them, it's almost like the R&D is done somewhere else, not on the continent. So we just benefit from it, which means you're actually subsidizing even Silicon Valley, right? Because if you're buying things only from here, you're not actually developing local R&D, then you're just shifting where it happens. So it's also, it becomes a chicken and egg thing where you can sit with executives and they'll say, well, it's great if I buy something from North America or Europe, it looks like it's already completely done. While if it's here, it's on the African continent, it will take a few more cycles. But there has to be this understanding that it's actually an investment that's not a cost, right? So if we're just squeezing profits out of, or like, it's just the shareholder at the end of the day, then we're not really going to direct our future, right? We are not going to direct our destiny. We will always just be beholden to whoever then says, this is how we're going to do it. Yeah.
There are exceptions. I mean, there's some African companies that try and operate at a global scale. So, I mean, if you look at, and invariably they'll take that understanding of a dysfunctional physical environment and they'll clone it onto China or onto an India or even a Russia and apply their approaches, and they tend to do well in those markets. So the one that always gets cited here at Stanford is Naspers, and its investments into Tencent in China, and then how they've rolled that, and they're now getting into AI. But they're offshore, and suddenly they're all based out of the Netherlands or wherever. They actually then, again, they move north, and they just use Africa for their cheap labor, intellectual labor.
We have another question in the front.
Thank you. I suppose there's a number of questions that are bundled. I'll try and keep it short, because I have spoken before. Many of the opening sentences or many of the questions sort of spoke about, AI and economic growth and AI and innovation and, Africa and, development and those sorts of things. But in fact, what characterizes the continent when we look at it at the moment in terms of AI is, profound digital inequality, data injustice, labor extraction. I mean, we've only been speaking about the AI kind of high end, but, mineral extraction, very exploitative labor, content regulation, highly and very cheaply paid, etc. So, when we look at these policies, they all start of that. The AI, AU policies, the South African policies, and everybody's, heading towards these blueprints. And I'm just sort of wanting us to talk about, what do we need to do systemically? Because there's been talk, I think the work that Bukosi does is absolutely extraordinary. And I think language is really one of the catalyzing things that we can do so much for. But in terms of the policies that we've got, that are being proposed currently, are they even able to add sufficient guardrails, firstly? And then, as I was saying this morning, is that actually sufficient? What are we doing to actually ensure that we harness those economic opportunities for Africans? And I don't think that's very active in the policy. There's acknowledgement of the digital inequality, and then it's moving right along. As I said, just like the Global Digital Compact, all of these, nobody's actually saying, what are we going to do differently to get different outcomes? Because we can't carry on doing the same thing and expect different outcomes. What are we going to do to actually ensure data injustice? And on that score, Barbara, I was wondering if you could speak. You've spoken about the challenges of coordination, but we've got a African data policy framework that speaks to data justice, that speaks to redressing some of these problems, principled agreement from 53 member states. and yet it's barely referenced, in the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's not mentioned at all. In fact, it counters it. It's not mentioned in the data policy frameworks. The AU and NEPAD's documents don't even talk to each other. So, is this not the way that we could deal with some of these systemic things? And I just want to just tag on that, the issue of, the challenges of repressive states using well coherently framed AI things. I think we've had this a lot in multilateral forums where countries have said, we don't want UNESCO's platform guidance because repressive governments will use that to pretend that it's misinformation or whatever it is. But if we don't have those frameworks in place, in those vacuums, other things happen. And I don't think Chinese investment is the worst thing that happened on the continent at all. But what has gone with that investment around biometrics schemes is the social merit system on top. So that comes as part of the package. And according to a panel that I was recently on, GIZ, there are 13 African countries that are applying that metric thing, from Ethiopia to etc. So if we don't do that, if we don't set up those normative frameworks, that civil society can mobilize that, so the people who signed up to these conventions or guidelines or UN principles can actually be pushed to those. We can't just we can't just step back from that because they're going to be misused.
Yeah, I could answer. So on the right-based approaches, so I know that I think when I arrived 2 days ago, I saw a paper from our human rights division where they are thinking of developing some policy documents on this at the African Union level. I think they're releasing it for public comments next month. Framing some of those discussions when it comes to human rights and their approaches related to AI. But maybe linking it to Alison's comment is the fact that the way policies are developed at the continental level, it's very fragmented, and that's why you don't have them talking to each other. I think AI creates that opportunity for us to begin to talk to each other, recognizing the fact that it's not an isolated technology that can be rolled out by one unit or one section, and there's the need for that intersection. Currently, there are initiatives around digitalization, for instance, that brings together the various, like the data governance frameworks, some of the continental strategies that have been released. And what we are early thinking is to use the REC approach, the regional economic communities, because it's usually more impactful at that level and more binding on countries. So they're able to sit and have some systematic changes at that level, rather than using the African Union approach that doesn't really have binding regulations. It's just recommendations we make at the end of the day. So this is early thinking on how we can roll out some of these things to actually see systematic change, especially with our governance services and how AI can transform governance at national levels practically on the continent. That's as much as my pay grade will allow me to talk about, but hopefully we'll see some change here.
So we're at time. So I'm going to again thank our panelists for their time today.
Right, welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us for a long but engaging program. I'm incredibly excited for this next fireside chat, but it will also be an interactive panel. So it's kind of a hybrid between a conversation and a Q&A with you all. This morning, you heard from the leads of the AI Safety Institute from the UK, the US, and Japan. And strikingly, the EU was not mentioned. So maybe people were saving all their focus on the EU for you two ladies, who I'm very happy to introduce. We have with us Karma Artigas, who served as the Minister for Digital Affairs and AI in the Spanish government, while the Spanish government held the EU presidency. And what that means is that she was the one on behalf of the member states of the European Union negotiating the recently adopted EU AI Act. So she was really in the heart of the political discussions, and we're going to hear how that was from Karma. Karma, thank you for making it all the way over here. And we're also very happy to welcome Lucila Scioli. She is leading the efforts for the establishment of the EU AI Office, which oversees this law, which is a big difference with the other AI safety institutes that are not anchored in legislation. And we're going to hear from her about, her vision, her challenges, and see what we can understand about the latest in the EU. So Carmen, if I can start with you, if you can share, what was your vision for the AI Act and what did you learn in the process of negotiations? We got a bit of a sense here of the game changer that foundation models were, just because we research foundation models here. But it would be great to hear your thoughts on, what you hoped and what the team hoped to get out of the AI Act.
So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, Marija. I'm so glad to be here. I was here 6 months ago, just exactly when we were still thinking about some of the negotiations ahead in what we call the trialogues. So the trialogues are the negotiation when the Commission, the Council, representing the Member States, that was my role, and the Parliament put up together the different views that the law was having, trying to find what we call the fourth column, which is the consensus. So I want to remind that AI Act is not just one isolated legislation. It's part of a group of legislation that the European Commission has pushed for the last years, including the GDPR, the Data Act, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Market Act, and the AI Act. And it is important to do that because some of the topics we were discussing this morning about algorithm transparency are not covered in the AI Act because they were already covered in the Digital Services Act. And probably, Lucilla, you can talk about this. So the AI Act is not something we have just improvised the last 12 months. It's a process that started in June 2021 with the first proposal of the European Commission. Then the Council gave their position in June 2022. And what happened in October 2022 is that ChatGPT momentum arrived. And before the Parliament gave their final view, that emergency of the awareness of how generative AI was different to what we understood as AI systems provoked a change in the orientation of how the negotiations were going and what was the position of the Parliament. We had always on mind that we did not want to regulate technology per se, but only the high-risk use cases of technology. So all the AI Act construction is based on a pyramid of risk. So there are absolutely prohibited uses of AI, there are high-risk uses, there are mid-risk uses, and low-risk uses. The prohibited uses, which is in Article 5, for me is one of the most important contributions of this regulation. It's the first time we're telling the world what we do not want AI to do, even though it's technically feasible. So the prohibited uses include social scoring, massive surveillance by public bodies in open spaces, manipulation of mind and human will, biometric categorization for gender, political bias, or sexual life. So that is a very important contribution that sometimes is not paying too much attention. I always say that because of this Article 5, the Brussels effect is not by creating a legal standard, a technical standard, but a moral standard. Second important point is high-risk classification. So we classify systems on high risk, and this high-risk classification we demand what we call a compliance test, or we call it, how do you say the technical word? Compliance? No, compliance. No, conformity assessment. So there are 6 things around how data has been trained, how to ensure fairness of the models, very technical details. So ensure that these high-risk systems pass this quality control before they are released to the market. My God, this is what we have been asking to all the industries before that. We are asking a car driver, a car manufacturer, to release a car after all these security tests are performed. We are asking the pharmaceutical industry to release a drug after FDA approval. Why are not we asking this to software industry? We have not been asking this for the last 20, 30 years. And it seems that we are now asking something absolutely bizarre, which is not true. And I think we cannot treat the software industry anymore as a spoiled child. We have grown up, we are invasive in all the industries, and we need to demand quality control before something which is absolutely affecting our industry or also our society, it is released. So there are some ex-ante controls and some ex-post controls after commercialization. Important to know that the AI Act does not affect research, R&D, and it does not the previous, for example, in the large language models, the pre-training phase. So what happens when, well, then there's the mid-risk applications, which only require registration, that there is a database of registration, so we don't require ex-ante controls, but we just have them just in case we need some exposed controls if we discover that something that was previously classified as known risk becomes high risk. And then the low risk, we don't ask any. Why is important this? Because one of the challenges we had is to make this law future-proof. We're trying to regulate something which is in continuous evolution. So we could not just fix on stone everything that is included in the Act. So we have been very, I would say, intelligently differentiating between the articles, which are graved on stone, annexes, which can be updated either with delegated acts or with, use cases, for example. So something that can be a risk today cannot become a risk tomorrow or the other way around. So the important thing is that we, in the same construction of the law, are foreseeing how the law can be modified over the time. That was very important. And then all of a sudden, the ChatGPT moment arrived. And we had to not be just, unaware that was a new reality. And that reality showed us that there were some things on the large language models, or as we have named it, general purpose AI models or general purpose AI systems, that we cannot regulate before we know the use, but we need to demand some transparency rules. And here I want to be very thankful openly to the role that High Institute has done on this, because we have asked for their recommendations and insights, and they've been very, very important. And that is what changed I would say, the feedback from the Parliament, which is totally different from the position we had in the Council at the beginning, because that reality was not existing. I will just delve on that later, but that was the approach. We have managed to include the transparency requirements for large language model without missing the focus on high risk. In fact, we are recommending or asking for transparency and what we call fundamental rights impact assessment, and in what we call systemic risks. So there are things which are generic that cannot ending up with a high risk application. But even though it doesn't end up becoming a high-risk application, has the potential risk of perpetuate certain biases or affect fundamental rights. And that's what we wanted to be sure that will not happen with large language models.
It's great. And it's also good to just sort of pinpoint the notion that a risk-based and a rights-based approach don't have to be mutually exclusive, that the whole vision of the EU is to actually appreciate a violation of rights as a risk. And I think that's unique. Also, sometimes in academic discussions, they are presented as opposites, but they can also be integrated. Lucila, what are you working on right now? How are you setting up this enforcement body, the AI office? And say a little bit more about your vision for it.
Thanks a lot, Marice. Thanks a lot for inviting me here. So now the AI Act that Carmen has just described is in the very last stages of adoption. So it will enter in force in the European Union in June. And then it will become applicable in different times according to the different parts. There is one part which becomes applicable very quickly, let's say obligations that will be applicable after 1 year, which is the part that concerns the general purpose models, so the generative AI models, basically. For this, we have to develop a code of practice together with the companies involved. And in this code of practice, we will have to identify with the companies the main risk that these models can raise, as well as the mitigation measures that they can put in place to address these risks. It will mostly be, I imagine, actions such as internal red teaming, for example, according, as I said, to the different risks that may emerge. And these risks themselves, they may vary according to probably the modality, if you're looking at text or if you're looking at images or something else. So this is going to have to happen in the first, let's say, 9 months after the entry into force of the AI Act, meaning we are in 2025, March, April 2025. At that point, the Commission of the AI Office, which is part of the European Commission, may also decide to test as a third party these to check that the measures that have been put in place have effectively been put in place. And in doing this, the activity of the enforcement AI office is very much related to what you may have heard this morning by the UK Safety Office, the United States Office, and the Japan Office. Because also in the AI office in the European Union, we are building now expertise so that, and we are actually hiring so that we will have an AI office of at least 100 people. And we're hiring many data scientists that will help us exactly also in the testing of the general purpose artificial intelligence models. In doing that, of course, we will be collaborating with the various institutes to collaborate in terms of methodology, to collaborate in terms of exchange of best practices or scientific results. But it's clear, as Mareci said earlier, we come from a different perspective. We have binding rules on the table. And so the competence of the AI office is the competence of an enforcer of a regulation. And this is a little bit different relative to other offices. But this is for the general purpose models. Then in this first part of life of the AI office, we are very busy setting up the governance because we are the European Union. We have 27 member states, and the member states have an important governance role to play, in particular for what concerns the so-called high-risk systems. So the ex-post surveillance mechanism that Carmen was mentioning before is mostly taking place in the member states. So we set up a so-called AI board, which is going to bring all the member states together because they are responsible for the enforcement of the rules on the high-risk systems, and we have to make sure that this enforcement is coherent across the European Union. So the market surveillance authorities, that's how we call them, they will have to work together, and they will be brought together into this AI board, which is then chaired by the AI office. Another important element of governance we are setting up now is that we're going to work with stakeholders. So we will set up a scientific panel, academics in particular, experts in particular of general purpose models, but also of AI. And then we will set up an advisory forum. The advisory forum will be a sort of a group of people with that represent different different interests. We will have industry, different industrial sectors. We will have civil society organizations. It's always extremely important to bring in the civil society organizations into the AI discussions, and also more academics in different fields, because there are many fields that are touched when we talk about AI. For example, there is a copyright. We need copyright experts. We need, of course, experts of ethics, but we need many different experts that collaborate with us in the implementation of the rules, in the implementation of the policy, because the AI office will be the reference point in the European Union at the international level for what concerns trustworthy artificial intelligence. And this will also come in with the management of policies, including innovation policy, because we should not forget that this is not a regulation of technology. This is the regulation of the use of technology in a risky context. And we want our innovation policy also to make sure that it yields developments in the area of trustworthy AI.
Thank you. It's great to hear that there's this multidisciplinary approach, which is something that we here at Stanford High also really like to take. So to look at AI, not just from a technological perspective, which is a rare skill and only, can look at specific effects, but we really believe, and it sounds like you're working on that too, to have multiple disciplines, ethicists, etc., involved. So we're going to watch this space to see what they come up with, because indeed the world will be watching. So in this part of the world, we often hear, and I just want to put it on the table, that the EU is selling itself short, shooting itself in the foot by regulating AI, by binding law, and by doing it at this moment in time. And so maybe, Lucila, you want to respond to that, because the allegation is that this phrase that also came up in the last panel, regulation stifles innovation, that the lawmaking in the EU is responsible for a lagging on the part of the EU when it comes to AI development?
Thanks a lot for this question. So first of all, I mean, everybody's always been saying, you know, in general, in digital, the European Union is late, and we don't have the platforms of this world. They're in the United States because we regulate. But actually, those platforms emerged at a moment where there was no regulation. So I don't think it has anything to do with regulation. It has to do with maybe other factors that work relatively well in the United States, like venture capital and other aspects that facilitate this creativity and this taking of risk that you have here. But when it comes to AI, first of all, I think the regulation is necessary because we, as values in our nations, we really want to make sure that we protect our fundamental rights. And artificial intelligence, being a black box, carries the risk of violating these rights. So if we did not have our Artificial Intelligence Act, we would probably have 27 scattered pieces of legislation in the European Union. And this would have created fragmentation and would have made the life of companies, of developers in the Union impossible. I was reading your great index report, and I saw that in the United States, there are about 35 different pieces of legislation in AI. I know that there is a preparation of a bill in California, and I imagine there are different pieces of legislation in other states. But this then becomes very difficult for a developer because it will have to follow different pieces of legislation according to where it places its AI system. So we think that the legal certainty offered by the Artificial Intelligence Act in Europe is important also for innovation. And the AI Act includes elements, for example, we have introduced the possibility of having regulatory sandboxes for innovators. So this is basically for startups and small, medium enterprises who can check with competent authorities their innovation before. And it works very well, as you all know, in the financial sector. So we hope we can make it work in the European Union, where every member state will have to set up a regulatory sandbox. But then I also want to highlight that on top of having the regulation, we also have concrete policies in support of innovation in AI. I will give you an example. We have published our last piece of policy in support of AI in January this year. And in Europe, you have a lot of startups that are developing the generative AI models. And the highest cost for the startups are the computing power, the access to the data, and then, of course, access to talent. And in Europe, also finance, venture capital, and so on. So we are trying to facilitate access to these resources. We have a network of very advanced supercomputers in the European Union that we make available to the developers of artificial intelligence systems, to startups, SMEs, and academics. And we connect these supercomputers to data spaces. We have important data spaces in languages because, you know, we have a certain number of languages in the European Union. We want these models to work well in all the languages, including the smaller ones. But also we have important health data spaces that we want to connect. And we are preparing and supporting many more. And of course, we also finance training actions as we need a lot of talent.
Let me just one thing on Celia's word. That question that regulation stifles innovation is a fallacy. The reason why we have not been competitive has not been because of regulation, but because of regulation fragmentation, that you had to compete in a 27 different regulation. And that we learned the lesson. In fact, the way we used to regulate before, which is through directives that need to postpone country by country and generated all the different variants, has been replaced by acts. Acts as the DSA, Digital Services Act, Digital Market Act, the Data Act, and the AI Act. And that means that all of a sudden, all the 27 states had the same law applying day one, with no minor difference at all, the same text. That is the first international regulation. That's learning from the past, moving to unified legislation, while at the same time I see the opposite pathway from the states. You were good and competitive because you have one unique framework. And now we see fragmentation, state by state, without the capacity of one rule to be applied. And there is no need to make laws if you don't have an enforcement authority. Because otherwise, what is my driver to comply with the law? So we have two different bodies. The national bodies responsible, the National Agency for AI, for example, the one in Spain that we set up, which is responsible for the high risk systems that are deployed in your nation. You have the capacity to put fines, you have the capacity to get them out of the market. And then the horizontal regulation, which is the transparency on the large language models, because they do not depend country by country, but they are the same all Europe. I think that lesson we learned, I hope you don't go the way back. And I can just give you an example of how regulation creates a market, because we lived that successfully with the GSMA and the regulation of mobile technologies. While you were still with a pager, we already had roaming in all Europe. And that was probably the only success story we had, but we can refer to that. The second is the GSM, because we created the standard. So at the end of the day, when you create the standard, you create a market. And the reason why I believe that this regulation is fit for purpose, right on time, and will not hamper innovation, is because we are creating certainty. We are creating certainty to consumers. We are creating certainty to citizens. And if I can trust my provider, I can trust my government in the use of AI, that generates a market. For example, the law auction of New York Times against OpenAI, which generates a liability that nobody is able to quantify. That cannot happen in Europe. That is not happening. In fact, OpenAI has acquired the rights of El País, a newspaper company in Spain, or Le Monde in France, because the AI Act requires you to comply with copyright and gives you the right for digital authors to protect their work and opt out. Therefore, you are generating a market for opt-in, that it can be a little bit more expensive, but it's limited. So if I can trust when I'm using an AI solution, because I'm an SME and I need to rely on the fundamental, on the large language models, which are black boxes. It's like, I'm an owner of the restaurant and I require that the food that is served to my restaurant has some sanity and health checks. So that's what we are asking to the large language, nothing more and nothing less.
I think that's a really important perspective, and one that we don't hear so much in this part of the world. So I hope it's inviting questions. Over to you. Yes, the gentleman in the back. I don't know where the mics are, but yes, coming your way.
Hi, thank you so much for the talk. I'm originally from Spain, although I probably renounced the Spanish citizenship when I became an American. The issue with the EU being not on par with the US has to do with it doesn't favor innovation, it doesn't favor investment. And I think that this act is going to be another step back in the EU. So the gap, when I came to Silicon Valley 23 years ago, we had like a gap like this between the EU and the US. Now it's this way. And with this negotiation, it's going to be like double. That's my take. And I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, let's see if we can get some more questions, because this one is easy to remember. Are there other questions? Yes, over here.
Thank you. So that was really interesting for me to learn your point about the OpenAI and New York Times, that would not happen in Europe due to the data laws. But let's say in a setting like healthcare or something else where there is an LLM that's trying to learn from the data. And of course, we are very worried about biases and representativeness of the data they learn from. And now you have a body of data that's somehow free because there aren't the laws, and there's a body of data where they want to charge. And you would expect then that the LLM would predominantly train on the free data. Do you see any problems arising due to that? That now there are externalities, that it's not just your own data that you should be worried about.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Let's see if we can gather one more for this round. Oh yeah, see, everybody's gearing up in the front, and then we'll come back to those who are not covered this time. We have time. We have time for questions.
Thank you. So question, I'm from Poland, and the AI Act, I think it's quite interesting contribution when it comes to AI policymaking. And I wanted maybe to expand or ask to expand more on domain-specific regulation, which is also, I think, reflected in the AI Act, and also maybe more about the open source and actually difference in approach to emerging AI technology, since there is a difference in AI Act, how those are verified, and what is, there are different rates also when it comes to payment that they make to European Union when it, in the process of verification.
Okay, so the question is, the last question was about sector-specific elements of the AI Act, but also about the question of regulating open versus proprietary models, right? Let's do it broadly, and then you can take it from there. Lucila, do you want to start?
Okay, I will start. Again, I don't think that it is because of the regulation that there will be a divergence. By the way, this regulation addresses all those artificial intelligence systems that are considered high risk that are put on the European market. And so it affects European companies, as it affects American companies, as it affects Chinese companies, independently where these systems come from. I mean, what I have seen, for example, if you take a regulation like GDPR, and I can tell you that GDPR, it's our data protection regulation. Even in Europe, it was heavily criticized. The people were saying it's so difficult to implement. And really, our SMEs are going out of the world. And now I see that there are many companies that implement GDPR, including in the United States, even when they don't really have to. So I do not believe that there is going to be a negative impact on innovation because of these regulations. And I'm a policymaker, so I'm also interested in the welfare impact. And so also increasing, if you want, the welfare of a society, making sure that the society is safer from certain points of view. Now I have completely forgotten all the questions, but on the data, on the health data, I mentioned earlier that we have a health data space in European Union. We have another piece of legislation which actually facilitates making data, healthcare data is one example, available in the European Union in a sort of through trusted third parties. We call it altruism. So basically, people can, they don't have every time to give the consent that their data can be used for research or healthcare reasons, but they can just do it once, for example, to, as I said, to a trusted third party. And this is going to facilitate the availability of data in the healthcare space. Now, when you train an AI, yes, you can find free data also in other areas, but I think that the availability also of high quality data is going to be important to have a better outcome of the AI itself. On the last question was on the sectors. The AI Act is a horizontal act, so it does not address sector by sector. It was a choice that we made exactly to make it more simple. We think that the requirements we have introduced can be applied to the different applications of artificial intelligence. And this facilitates the legislative framework that we have put in place and the application of the framework. There are some sectors which will simply have to comply with it in the future as they review their own regulation, because they have some sectoral regulation, the cars, for example. But generally speaking, the regulations tend to be a horizontal one.
I will just comment two things on the startups. The problem of building the startups in Europe, I know it quite well because I developed the first startup law in Europe last year. And we don't have a problem with startups. We produce the same number of startups per year in Europe than the United States. The problem are scale-ups. Those startups that are born in Europe have not found traditionally the necessary money in Europe, nor by any public or private funds to scale up and compete globally. Our financial structure was not prepared for this. And this is when then all the companies need to be sold or be acquired or be invested by American funds, and that losing all the capacity to create economic growth for Europe and also high quality jobs. That has been traditionally our weakest point. Another very weak point is the unique combination that you have, especially in the Valley, between the relation between academia, investors, and industry. In Europe, we're traditionally very good in research, but very bad in technology transfer. That are, problems that are not going to be solved in one measure. We are building these. For example, in the US, you have probably 101 billion funds. In Europe, we only have 3. That's the scale of the problem. What are we doing? We're encouraging with incentives the private investors to invest in technology, which they are not used to because they don't have the knowledge to invest in technology. They are more knowledgeable about the traditional industry. That's where we come from. And when really the emergency of data economy started here in 2006, 2008, is when the global crisis started, and we were more worried about saving our traditional European industry than looking at somewhere else where the new industry was being born, and this is why we don't have a leader on data economy, but we think we can catch up. One example for this is Mistral AI, which is a large language model built in France, was granted a 600 million investment and a 2 billion valuation the day after the European AI Act was approved. So nobody will tell me that it was a reason why they were backing behind. So the investors were putting 600 million the day after the AI Act was approved. So we have other more profound problems to solve, and that all the innovation policies that Lucila has mentioned will help certainly on that. Now also European investors know that they can be competitive in Europe for the rest of the world. So the dynamics are changing, and of course we are ready to compete and compete in the race. Second issue on health data, as you mentioned. As I told you, the AI Act is not an isolated piece. You need to see it as a part of the legislative framework. By the way, we are creating a lot of opportunities. I am joking seriously that the first EU unicorn will be a legal tech company, because we need AI to really deal with all the legislation we are building. So that's room for opportunities, of course, just joking. But health data is perfectly covered by GDPR and the special category. And health is one of the high-risk domains in all the senses. So for me, anything that has to do with health, physical and mental health, is covered by a high-risk domain in the AI Act. The evolution of AI will be vertical AI. How are we using these general models so that we can train them with our own proprietary data and gain competitive advantage when solving very particular problems in particular areas? So the ones that, for me, and because of the GDPR, the key competitive advantage is first-party data. Any company that's building a model that allows you to get first-party data, because third-party data will be very difficult. Just selling data for third purposes, that's becoming difficult. So the challenge is gathering first-party data with all the consents and personal authorization. And an open source, we have followed a very flexible approach on the open source. In fact, open source is divided into tiers. In general, the models are into tiers, below 1025 flops, above 1025 flops. That was interesting discussion. Nobody was agreeing that was a proxy for anything at all, but this is the only measure we had to incentivize not excessive consumption of energy in the development of the models. So we're saying, if you keep below this threshold, I'm going to be good with you, and I'm going to ask you so much information apart from technical documentation, transparency, and so on. If you're above 2025, I will ask you for red teaming strategies. I will be much more, controller. And because we want also to incentivize the fact that these technologies are developed with a sustainability focus on mind, that we are just not, increasing the costs.
Thank you. I promised another quick round of questions, but Carmen has to catch her plane in 4 minutes. So questions quick, answers quick, and then we wrap. 2 questions here in the front, and then 2 on the other side, and that's it. 4.
Thank you. A 10-second comment. The other component on the EU is the Restructuring Act.
So insolvencies used to be all just liquidation, everything gets sold. And the EU insolvency regulation has created rescue cultures all across Europe. Spain's a great example, Telepete's, other companies, they just keep going. But my question is, if you look at the weeds of high risk returns in the AI Act, it talks about, I'm not going to ask you the specific language, but that it refers to appropriate balance, overall risk is judged to be acceptable, appropriate to the intended purpose, free of errors to the best extent possible. This wording, who's going to analyze this? Are these statisticians who look at this, or are these political decisions?
Lucila is going to look at this. No, we'll just give it a second. Urvashi, a question.
I think one of the concerns is in Europe and globally as well has been the reliance on big tech computational infrastructure, cloud infrastructure. And we've seen attempts in Europe to try and build sovereign clouds, attempts like Gaia, for an example. But we also saw that Gaia didn't quite take off or didn't quite give the returns that was imagined that it would. So I'd like to get your perspective on why that is, and then how one can make this kind of public cloud infrastructure actually competitive with big tech infrastructure so as to attract or to diversify that space.
One more question on this side, and then we're done with the red sweater.
Thank you. My question is on the Brussels effect. Do you think, like GDPR, would EU AI Act also bringing a flood of AI regulations around the world? Because on the one hand, it's already inspiring a lot of countries doing that, but on the other hand, AI is a much broader topic than privacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 1 minute each, Lucila.
Okay, I think thanks for you reading that text. It's very old, the text, because it talks about free of errors, which was a mistake that was made at the very beginning by ourselves, so I can say it. It's been corrected, but anyway, it comes from the description of a requirement. So what happens there is that the developer of the AI system, it depends on what kind of system it is, may have to go to a third party that certifies the system from the point of view of there are different requirements, data governance, documentation, there is a transparency, there is a human oversight, and so on. So it's a third party that has to check that if the artificial intelligence systems is in particular embedded in a machine. If it is only software-based, then in this case, we ask for a self-assessment. So the certification takes place through self-assessment with the registration system that was explained at the beginning. And we are developing standards so that to facilitate the self-assessment. On the cloud, I mean, on the cloud, the Gaia was one national attempt in the European Union by one country. But it is true that if I compare, say, United States and Europe, one of the main weaknesses of the European Union is not to have the clouds that you have by the big tech in the United States. And this is why before I was talking about giving access to supercomputers to the startups to train their models. There are European clouds. They're relatively small for the moment, but they are scaling up. And in the future, we are trying to make activities such as like federating the different clouds so as to be able to make more robust proposal. But of course, the commercial proposal should remain commercial, and the big techs are effectively offering the best solutions at the moment in the European Union as well.
Yeah. On the national sovereignty approach, it's not that we mean that we only want cloud providers that are in Europe. That's not the approach. The approach is that any big tech provider that operates in Europe guarantees that the data is stored in Europe, resident in Europe, and processed in Europe with backups of data centers in Europe. And what aftermath of this is that we need to agree at international level, especially with the US, how can we make data transfers and data flows with trust? At the end of the day, it's a question of trust. How do we exchange data between the US and Europe with trust? How do we exchange data between Europe and China with trust? And the attempt of GAIA was creating a trust exchange infrastructure, not a unique set of a stack of technology that prevents commercial clouds. In fact, the big tech has already proposed solutions on what we call national sovereignty, that at the end of the day is having your data centers in Europe and the backends in Europe. We still need to solve these data flows with trust. And I think one of the solutions is what we call confidential compute, something that Google is working on, Microsoft is working on. It has not been attracted too much attention, but I think it's the next big thing. Because sometimes I had a very important meeting with cloud provider. I said, you are not reading the sign of the times. Confidentiality is a good business. Trust is a good business. The first that comes to the market with a trustful cloud, then I don't care if it's placed in the States or in Vietnam, because whatever happens there, it's not because I don't know, because I don't look at it. It's because it's impossible that I know how this data is processed, is opening up and solving a lot of the questions that we have today. We need to limit regulation, because then we don't need to have federated machine learning, which is much less efficient. So I think there's a room for improvement from the technology side to guarantee those clouds with trust. And last but not least, on the Brussels effect, I expect that the Brussels effect of the AI Act compared with the GDPR is faster, is bigger, and much cheaper. Because the GDPR implementation was a disaster, was absolutely painful, especially for small and medium businesses. And I think there are also some black holes that we have not solved in the GDPR. So I think that the importance of this legislation, as I mentioned, for me, it's setting a standard. Sometimes the US is achieving the same results, not with regulation, but with reputation. And if I'm a consumer in the States, and I know this provider A has the certification, he's a good guy from the European Union, and the other doesn't have it, probably also trust more the good guy than the other guy. And I think that's what we expect to happen. And we are especially concerned not from the big tech. Nobody can tell me that the 2 billion valuation company cannot comply with the AI Act. The really challenge we have is from the small and medium businesses in Europe. How can we make that easy for them to comply?
Please join me in thanking this wonderful panel, and hope that somebody's going to speed Carmen to the airport. Thank you so much, and stay tuned for their last session of the day, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mark Koenig. I work for an INGO called the Asia Foundation, and we're very grateful to HI for the opportunity to bring together this interesting panel to end the day. We do know we are the last panel of the day, so we promise to bring some energy to keep everybody engaged, as well as to do our best to end precisely on time. This afternoon's panel is focusing on a range of international organizations. Now, these are very diverse organizations with different modalities of the way in which they work. I represent a non-endowed INGO. We have an endowed foundation. We have multilateral organizations. And maybe to end the day, we're adding another slice of complexity into the story about different ways that organizations are trying to contribute to the policy improvements around AI globally. So we're going to have the same format as we've had before. Each of our panelists will give us a 5-minute introduction to their work and some of their thinking, and then we'll have a round of questions within the panel, and then we'll open it up for the audience. So first, I'd like to invite Irene Arias-Hoffman, CEO of the Inter-American Development Bank Lab, to give us her 5 minutes of introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us and for all the organization to the center here, and Stanford and Daniel in particular, who is coordinating all this panel with us. First, indeed, I think having heard of the different perspectives this morning, there is one that hopefully completes the picture here, and that's the role that international organizations can bring to the table to solve these complex issues. And in my case, I'm the CEO of IDB Lab, the innovation and venture capital arm of the Inter-American Development Bank, which is the largest development finance provider in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we basically use innovation and technology to solve the development challenges in the region. And we do that in particular to solve social inequality, climate, and productivity. and investing in startups, over 600 of them, having backed over a third of the unicorns that exist today in the region, and more than 60 venture capital funds, we see some of the opportunities, but also the threats. We work day to day with companies that 40% of which and more and growing are AI native. And so we have the privilege really of being able to work in designing good practices, for the most part in the absence of legislation, because it's pretty much non-existent in Latin America and the Caribbean at the moment. So what we see is that we have a unique opportunity to really shape the way the region and this powerful technology can bring, and really focus on how to do it in a way that promotes fairness, which, by the way, also will support better performance of these companies and a better outcome for everyone in the region. And in addition, we work on developing regional public goods or regional public infrastructure. And I think, again, this is one piece of the puzzle that perhaps was missing in the day that hopefully adds something else here, and that is that the neutrality of international organizations, in this case IDB, is very helpful in bringing together coalitions or consortia that can develop those elements for digital public infrastructure. We've done it in Web3 with LACchain, and we've done it in particular with AI, with a system of fair LAC. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And I think that in particular tools for AI assessment, as we've heard, are relatively new, not very fit for entrepreneurial innovation. And so in the field of AI, we decided to step in and not just invest in the companies that are using it or act as an investor in those companies, but also help create those good practices. The tool is called 3S. 3S for society, system, and solution. And those are the dimensions that it assesses. It's a very robust self-evaluation tool that then comes with a roadmap of practical recommendations. And founders of startups are using it across the region. We are using it as investors, and we hope that it leads to a common standard that others can use. In terms of maybe more specifically, so two things that we're doing at the ecosystem level and at the portfolio level. At the ecosystem level, we are again promoting this tool, this framework, and this tool for investors and for startups, and launching soon a fair LAC for venture investors. And this trustworthy AI self-assessment tool, I think that it's going to create a generation of entrepreneurs that when legislation comes, which it will in Latin American Caribbean countries, and by the way, probably they will emulate a lot of the AI Act in the EU, and given also the closeness between Latin American countries and Spain, the best companies and the most promising companies in the region will be ready for that. And so that's one aim, and we don't do it alone. We partner with key players in the different countries, in academia, industry. So we've done, for example, with the Tech of Monterrey, if anyone here from Mexico, or in Colombia and Chile with similar universities. And last week, we launched it in El Salvador. Again, one of these frontiers, but that is really eager to adopt new technology and use it to really promote development. And then at the portfolio level, we have mainstream risk management strategies. And this includes the application of this AI risk management in our due diligence process. All of this is open source, so I invite all of you to take a look. It's fairlac, L-A-C, fairlac.iadb.org. You can find it there, and you can see cases. And I think that this is probably one of the biggest contribution. We don't talk theory. We don't live in the realm of principles. We actually put it into practice, and we are helping companies that are actually solving problems today. So, for example, one of the leading telemedicine companies in Brazil, which was already very advanced, and they thought they had one of the state-of-the-art AI models, looked skeptically at the beginning at this, and then started using it and became a real promoter of this. So I think that as you know, a lot of the question that has come up about competition, a lot of the big tech companies are not just dominating in this region. I think we have a window of opportunity to build homegrown entrepreneurs that are going to be the next unicorns, and building from the design and these sound AI models. So an invitation to all of you to take part of it. We want to scale it. And of course, we would love to partner with Stanford in this endeavor.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the microphone next to Elena Noor, a Senior Fellow of Asia Programs at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. 5 minutes is on the screen. Thank you.
Am I on? Yes. Okay. So thank you, Mark. In case you're wondering, I'm not going to be talking about the Carnegie Endowment. I am from Malaysia, Southeast Asia, so I'll be talking about the region, and specifically the regional organization of which there are 10 member states in and around Southeast Asia, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, known in short as ASEAN. So I think the way AI is viewed in the ASEAN region, the starting point for many of the policy strategies, blueprints in the region is one that's based on economic growth and raising employment rates. So it's a very developmental aspect where the prioritization is on innovation, not only for businesses and commerce, as well as investment, but also to improve and optimize public services. So it's a bit of a combination of both getting the public service to work better for the people, but also promoting economic growth and development for the region. And this is needed, of course, for large parts of the region. And I'm a little bit of a contrarian in this sense. I think it leaves out many blind spots in the region because of this dominant focus on just the economy, just investment, just jobs. And because of this focus on growth, you look at all the metrics that are out there, all the figures that are out there, everything is really bullish sounding. You know, everybody is very techno-optimistic. There are going to be like some 20 data centers by 2027 in the region, built on top of the 242 data centers that are already in region to accommodate this growth for all things AI, for example. Digital economy figures are like, 1 trillion by 2030, I think is the year. So all these really inflated figures, projections, they sound really promising, and they are in many aspects. But again, they leave out many blind spots and gray areas that are insufficiently being considered by Southeast Asians themselves. Before I get into the cons, let me just, to be fair, the ASEAN group recently came out with a guide on AI governance and ethics. And I will say that it is actually quite a comprehensive document. It emphasizes human centricity. It talks about the usual principles that many of us are well accustomed to who live and breathe the AI space: transparency, accountability, safety, security, fairness, and all that. But I don't think there's been a real reflection of what all these principles really mean contextually for populations in the region, especially when you take into account the digital divide within countries in the region, but also within the region per se. And it doesn't take into account that 95% approximately on average of businesses in Southeast Asia are MSMEs. So who's really benefiting from this AI scale up is a question I don't think we've sufficiently answered. So what are some of these blind spots? One, I think was actually very articulately brought up by Urvashi earlier on. There is mention of consequences and harms of AI when the systems are already in place. There hasn't been enough discussion in the region about the harms that are already taking place in building these systems. What are some of those harms? Labor exploitation, labor trauma from having to sort, categorize, and label a lot of the data that goes to the global north. The environmental harms in a very climate vulnerable region that we haven't taken into account of. I talked about the data centers. There's talk about greening some of the data centers that are supposed to be in the region. But really, this will take a few more decades. We haven't really talked about the displacement and disposition of land to accommodate these data centers. And we haven't talked about the historical continuity of how data has been used in the past, has been misused, abused by colonial centers to tell stories about ourselves to us, stories that we still keep about ourselves within us. And this data that was collated, 5 decades ago, they're still a part of the bureaucratic procedures and bureaucratic forms that form the basis for many of the AI systems that these data sets are used to train. So I'll just stop there. I just wanted to surface those areas and look forward to a discussion.
Thank you very much, Lena. And then finally have on our panel Karen Perset, head of the AI unit in OECD.ai from the OECD Digital Economy Policy Division. 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, Mark. I've been asked a few different questions, so I guess I'll focus on your question, which is what are we doing, a 5-minute intro, rather than the questions I had prepared. And so the OECD, what is it? It is not a bank. It is not a VC. It's not a philanthropy. It's not a company. It is an intergovernmental organization. It is it brings together 38 member countries, 36 member countries now, and soon actually 44. There are a bunch of countries are acceding to the OECD. And what they do together is that they focus on policies and international policy standards to address shared challenges. And they do that pretty upstream. So they're not talking about programs, specific programs. They don't implement. So it's very much upstream policy making and frameworks, building common frameworks, which means that then when they go and implement those frameworks in their own countries, they'll obviously differ, but they'll have a common basis and they will usually be interoperable. That's the whole point. That's the raison d'être. Sorry, my French is coming out. That's the reason for the OECD is really building interoperability in international policy standards. So the conditions for these countries are that they have to be members, or they have to be democracies, they have to be market economies. Yeah, that leaves out a big chunk of the world that are not democracies and that are not market economies. And they have to sign up to a bunch of good practices that make them, that means that they're like-minded, that they respect anti-corruption laws, that they tax companies a minimum of 15%, that they do a whole bunch of things. So there's a lot of things that they have to do. And a lot of countries are, right now 6 are, on the accession paths. But so though that's the membership itself, then the OECD is pretty broad in the sense that it works with a lot of other partner countries and in lots of different statuses, depending on the topic at hand. So if we're talking about steel excess capacity, of course, you're going to have China. Whatever the topic is, the relevant countries are going to participate in the work. So that's really important. so, for example, in AI policy, some of the countries that are most engaged in the work and that participate as associates, meaning as equals, basically, are Singapore, India, Egypt, as well as the African Union Commission more recently, Brazil, Argentina, and so on. So it's not just it's a bit flexible, but at the core it is like-minded countries, and because it's a relatively small membership, it's easier to achieve consensus than when you have a lot of countries, and it's more the discussions tend to be more technical. So you'll have it's a different mandate basically from other organizations. So that's the beauty of all these international organizations that are created by states, and here I'm talking about intergovernmental organizations, not like ASEAN, but not like an IDB as well. Is that they're all created with different mandates, and those mandates are complementary. So they're not asking the OECD to do the same thing that they're asking the UN to do or UNESCO. They have a specific mandate, and those mandates are not meant to overlap, and that's also what allows these intergovernmental organizations to work together, and they cooperate very closely. So we cooperate very, very closely with the European Union, which again is a bit of a different, has much more, is a much bigger institution, which a mandate that's much more extensive because they're a regulator and they're just size-wise incomparable, as well as the Council of Europe, Inter-American Development Bank, ASEAN as well, particularly in consumer protection. So we'll work with all the IGOs depending on the topic. So just to say, that was an introduction to the OECD. In terms of AI, there's two big, I say, chunks of work, because I realize that I'm running out of time. One is OECD.ai. That's an AI policy observatory. It basically is a website, a platform that provides resources to policymakers to help inform their decisions. So some of those resources include a database of national AI, regional and national AI policies in 71 jurisdictions, and that's over 1,000 policies today, and that's growing because many new countries, particularly from Africa, are joining, are asking, and the Middle East are joining, are asking to add their policies. Another one is the catalog of tools and metrics for trustworthy AI. That's available also at OECD.ai/tools. The first one is available at OECD.ai/countries. Another example is an AI incident tracker, which is available at OECD.ai/incidents. And so all of these resources on this website aim to inform policy discussion. So for example, when the EU wants to update its list of high risk, unacceptable risk, low risk, no risk systems in the appendix, it will be able to point to something. And maybe by then there will be more things to point to, but an evidence base. So that's the whole point, is having that evidence base that shows you, okay, this works, this doesn't work. So that's one chunk, the AI Policy Observatory. The other chunk is really a working party on AI governance, so a standard intergovernmental organization. It's standard, except that it has advisory committees that are, compared to other intergovernmental organizations, it has civil society at the table with a seat at the table, involved in all the discussions, business, trade unions, the technical community as well. And then under that, it has set up a network, a very large network of almost 600 experts that are organized into different groups to handle very specific topics. So, for example, one of them is developing a framework to monitor AI incidents. So this is, what do we need to know about an incident and to categorize it and classify them and then count them. So I stop there.
Well, we'll have another round, so we'll have more chances to offer some thoughts. But I'd like to build on something you raised about interoperability. And you mentioned that it was necessarily a goal. But I wonder how each of your organizations thinks about balancing this need for interoperability to enhance competitiveness and support the systems for economic growth, with this desire of many of your member states, your participants, to have context-specific policy, unique cultural aspects represented, or some of their own policy ideas that have emerged from policymakers or from their own civil society represented. Is there a process or an approach or a strategy that helps you find the right balance for your constituents?
So clearly there is a case for advancing digital public infrastructure to level the playing field and for the benefit of a more inclusive use of technology and more purposeful use of technology for inclusion. And I think that we have a responsibility. This is why I was saying there is a role also for international organizations which can provide a sense and trust and neutrality in this playing field to step in and help bring together different actors to create that foundational layer. It could be, as in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have done on Web3 blockchain, creating the actual network. So this is the alliance called LACchain, LAC chain, operated by LACnet, and today is the largest decentralized Web3 network, and it's allowing anyone, government, enterprise, to build solutions on top and have almost like, well, the Indian stack, but since in Latin America and the Caribbean would otherwise be extremely fragmented, we have put together this protocol and have a single system for the region. I think there is a real benefit to that, and stepping in to do that, to avoid that fragmentation and to help have more competition and more ability for anybody to come and build solutions on top, digital wallets, verifiable credentials, eventually many solutions that we all know about in fintech. And in AI, it's not necessarily the core infrastructure, but it's the tools that will allow for common practices and for the principles and the standards to be put into practice in a way that is compatible across countries. I do think, again, that there is a benefit, but it definitely has to be contextualized. So one of my favorite companies that has participated as a user of Verlac is Quipo. The founder, who is a woman founder, and her CTO use the S3 model and improve what is today a platform that gives financial products to informal workers, over 2,000 of them, and was able to improve the model using these practices by adapting the prediction model and also using less data that was necessary, stop using data that they were using that was not really adding value for a better credit scoring of their solution, which is also just as important. It's not just what you do, but what you stop doing it and prevent. So again, I think in both cases, a real role for stepping in and building some common platforms and standards is, I think, important if we want not to only have large language model or large action models, but we also want to have large impact models, AI models that truly have a large positive impact on society and climate.
So the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics is meant to be a voluntary document of conduct for the very, very different 10 ASEAN member states. But the landscape is so textured on the ground, right? I talked about the digital divide. You have countries like Cambodia and Laos that are over 50% rural. And so there's a very real rural-urban divide in terms of digital connectivity, let alone talking about AI. You have Indonesia, which has over 13,000 islands. How do you connect all these islands, many of which are not inhabited, but many of which are? Philippines, 7,000 islands. And so there's a very real disconnect between what we have in the document, which is aspirational in a way, and what we have on the ground. And I think if you look at some of the AI policies in the more technologically mature countries in ASEAN, whether it's Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, or the Philippines, unfortunately, and I'm being very blunt here, many of those documents are copy and paste with some tweaks. So unfortunately, while there is this optimism and a sense of, oh, we have to catch up with the rest of the world, there hasn't been a real reflection of how AI is being or is impacting societies in the region and how it will continue to affect societies in the future.
So I'd like to follow up a little bit on what Elena was saying, because I think that has been true to some extent. Where I work, which works a lot and shares member countries with both of my neighbors, there is a focus on economic growth, but an equal focus on social well-being, and that's been a while now, actually. So they're considered equal, at least, if not, social well-being. So with a better life index and other things like that. But based on building on what Elena said, I think recently countries have started to not want something that's generic or that could be used anywhere. They realize that they have an existing industrial structure, they have their economy, they have their comparative advantages compared to other countries. They have an existing skills penetration, AI skills penetration, or not, or they have, some countries like Egypt have a large and fairly low educated population. So the skills, the education policies on AI have to be adapted to that. Some countries in the Scandinavian countries is the opposite, so that they can use different training tools. But I think there's more and more realization that they really want to know where AI can improve their productivity, their existing productivity. So improve their existing comparative advantages where they're doing well. So let's say Germany has a strong manufacturing base, a lot of automobile making as well, and then a strong pharmaceutical industry. And so it's really, how can AI improve their productivity and their competitiveness in those specific sector, not writ large, and not how can Germany become, create a Google.
Thank you. Well, I think there's a couple interesting threads that we can follow up on, but one I think that is important is this sense of making sure that the social side, the positive elements of AI are brought out, but making sure that those that define what social goods are is not too narrow a subset, meaning policymakers don't necessarily represent all the diverse viewpoints from their societies. How do your organizations try and recognize that through incorporating civil society or other voices in the processes that yield some of the outputs and contribute to some of the discussions that are taking place?
Well, for us, it's they have a seat at the table. So it's at the table at the level of the intergovernmental formal committees, and then they're they're very, depending on the topic at hand, you'll have more sort of technical profiles or more academic profiles or more policy making profiles. So it really depends on the topic at hand. It's just bringing together the experts who can bring the most value add to a particular topic. So that is a model that has worked very well. It started out with a couple working groups, and now there are 6 going on 9. So it's proven to be popular and to work quite well, because you bring on these people who are interested in the topic and who want to talk to one another, because they realize the research community realizes that, well, governments, yes, maybe they're the backdrop, but they're not going to save the day. They need that input from researchers, and vice versa. You know, the governments don't necessarily know what's happening in the labs, and they need to know that. I mean, a large concern and trend today is, and a key priority project for us is building more foresight, so anticipatory capacity, because governments have been taken by surprise in the past, and but they didn't have to, because this was this was in the labs. This was in the labs for years. So researchers knew it didn't. It just took some people by surprise. It didn't take everyone. So it's so that they can plan a little bit more ahead and be ready, so that they're not just reacting. So that they can plan and take the time to plan the right policies for when a chat GPT comes out. That was kind of, I think, the shocker. Many governments were taken by surprise, although this had been in the labs for years, so it was no surprise.
Just to say, I mean, generally, I think we promote this type of collaboration and in terms of implementation of specific actions related to where the future of AI regulation has to incorporate that point of view in terms of civil society, academia, industry, governments. I don't know if this has been really helping us go in the right direction fast enough. I think I'm reflecting back at what Samir pointed out earlier this morning about competition, and it's come up in some of the questions later. So it's good to have that. It's good to have that dialogue. It's good to incorporate those points of view. Somebody said this morning, I think James said, we have to ensure that the AI benefits everybody equally or something like that. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be like an equality of outcome for everybody. I think, but we definitely need to ensure that at least there is a level playing field and equal opportunity, and that we try to promote inclusivity from the design in the models. And for that, yes, I think we collaborate in a lot of these fora, and we've collaborated with the OECD also in this policy formulation and standard setting. But my big question is, are we just playing in the margins and helping sort of great founders, great investors apply these good practices? But in reality, the Web2 big players are dominating the AI age anyways. And what are we going to do about that?
Challenge within ASEAN is structural. Right? So a lot of digital technologies issues are considered under the ASEAN Economic Community Pillar. ASEAN has 3 community pillars: economic, political security, and sociocultural. Very rarely are digital issues considered in the other 2 communities. And so from the outset, and that's why I started my remarks with the starting point for a lot of discussion on AI and other digital technologies is economic. And that means almost automatic consultation with the private sector, with industry, with obviously other government agencies. But consultation with other stakeholders is almost optional, which is unfortunate. And so we have very conventional templates of thinking in Southeast Asia when it comes to AI. we do not, for example, take into account how there might be community data governance or other structures of data governance that are being experimented on or that are being put in practice in neighboring regions, like with Maori data governance structures in Aotearoa in New Zealand, for example. So we're very plugged into the international trading system. We model many of our rules, regulations, and legislation on templates that are already existing. But again, we haven't paused to reflect on what it is we truly need that will serve our society equitably.
Thank you. And it does call to mind that broad-based consultation discourse is so important, but the end leadership to kind of pull things together and work across these constituencies and result in decision is unavoidable at some point, and where it comes from is key. But we have 15 minutes left before the end of the day, and so we do want to offer one more opportunity for questions from the group. So if we can take up to 3 questions, then we'll ask the panelists to respond. I think we have 1, 2. We can start with those 2, I guess.
Yeah, fascinating conversation, I must say. I would like to ask a question of Elena and Karina, which I'm not quite pronouncing it correctly, but pardon me for using your first names. On the one hand, the OECD is attractive. Indonesia would like to join, as I'm sure you know. So there must be something there that could be of use to solving the problems that Elena has pointed out with regard to Southeast Asia. And perhaps those problems really involve the domestication of a transnational language, a global language being promoted, let's say, by the OECD, which is interested in bringing like-minded nations, whatever that means, together with rules of the road, so to speak, for AI that are uniform. And I sense, on the contrary, from Elena, the notion that there needs to be greater attention to the specifics within a country rather than simply being eager to join the OECD. Perhaps Indonesia wants to join the OECD not because of AI, but because of the association with the developed countries, with the global north. I wonder if I'm exaggerating the distance between the OECD on the one hand and the problems that Elena has pointed out in Southeast Asia on the other. And if so, please correct me.
Do I say the question now or wait? So I think just to add in similarly, so there's a number of tons of papers on ethics and principles of ethics and policies. And last thing we want is just to have more new policies created by institutions. We just really need to see the impact of those policies. And the only incentive for countries to really demonstrate that is that they have a governing intergovernmental organizations where they really have to show the impact on the populations rather than just say we have created policies and those policies. And again, to speak of the inequities, where is these policies being applied? You have such a marginalized different patient populations. If you're speaking of healthcare, if we are speaking of ethics and harm, we know that all countries are using AI for cybersecurity. So what are the ethical or policy principles being applied in there? That's a big area. So I think these are gaps that really is showing AI can do harm, and we're not really paying attention to that.
So perhaps I'll start with the first question. I think it really is both. It's having, because I mean, these good practices or best practices or recommendations, they're high level. I mean, they're high level and they're specific, but they do not set a specific red line. They don't say, okay, under this threshold, you're no good, and over this threshold, you're good. That is really up to each country to determine, depending on its own legal history, the frameworks it has in place, its legislation. Obviously, in areas like data protection, we have huge differences. We have commonalities, but there are very, very large differences between OECD member countries, between the US and the EU, for example. just to cite a very obvious one, but there's no where the countries are going to set the line is really up to them, and there's nobody else can make that decision for them. However, they can follow interoperable, good practices of things that they should do or they shouldn't do. And the reason why they do that, there are two in my mind, and I probably got, and this is, I'm speaking for myself, not for my organization. In my mind, the first reason they do that is because the numbers show them that this works and this doesn't work, and we'll do econometric models which show causality. And so one, we show them that it works, and two, they get compared to their peers. So they don't want to appear. So this peer pressure component is a very strong, seems to work. It's not binding. In most cases, it's not binding, but it acts as a very strong incentive for countries to up their game, to get higher up and not be the last one, or be the first or whatever.
Yeah, so on Indonesia, we get a sense of where Indonesia's priorities are with the digital economy and anything related to digital and data-driven tech from its chairmanship of ASEAN, where it made digital economy a priority agenda. But the focus of its chairmanship as it related to the digital economy was, again, to drive economic growth, to drive jobs, and to attract more investment. So it was very singularly focused from an economic standpoint. And I don't know that there has been enough discussion in the country about some of the social equity issues, for lack of a better term, that the country and many other countries in the region ought to be concerned about. Because I know that in Malaysia, there have been complaints about the quality of data to train AI algorithms. There just hasn't been the capacity to sort, to label, to categorize the data, even at the government level. So when we're talking about high quality data and data sets for AI, we also need to be thinking about who's going to be doing this labeling, sorting, categorizing, which is tedious to say the least. It's menial, it's often underpaid, and it's often outsourced, in the case of the global north, to countries in the global south, including countries in Southeast Asia. So why are we not having more conversations about this instead of talking about the hype of AI that is projected and promised? To your question, I completely agree. There hasn't, in Southeast Asia, we don't even talk about the military uses of AI. We gloss over AI for cybersecurity insofar as it relates to cybercrime, for example. How can we better our defenses against cybercrime using AI? But when there is any scope of discussion to do with security or military uses of AI, there just hasn't been enough interest or appeal because there hasn't just been enough use of AI in these spaces. But we also in the region tend to shy away from sensitive security issues like that.
There's an opportunity to be the last question of the day if anyone would like to add their question to the panel. If not, okay, we have our final last word from the crowd.
Thank you, and sorry, there are actually two questions, but I'll be quick. My first is for Irene. Something you mentioned really resonated with me, and it's instead of thinking about AI models, we need to think about an impact model of how AI innovation could have impact on a massive global scale. How do we even begin to think about how to approach the answer to that question? If someone actually wants to know the answer, if someone wants to think about how to build that model, that impact model, what would need to be its core components? How do we evaluate or analyze what makes an AI innovation project impactful, green check mark versus no, just not good enough? That's a difficult question to answer in a few minutes. My second is actually for both Karine and Alina, and it's something I'm thinking about very deeply around, I think someone also mentioned this, we all know that there are so many policies and documents and briefs coming out from the UN. I know the UN General Assembly just unanimously adopted a resolution where all UN member states agreed that AI does need to be governed, and it's very high level. At the OECD, I know similar efforts are going on, and we all know that all of these resolutions or documents or policies are not binding. What is coming next? Where do you see an intergovernmental or international organization creating a unified or, I don't know, uniting framework that is both comprehensive enough, detailed enough, and broad enough to include all of the countries of the world, and help us understand how AI can or should be governed? Or is it always going to be the European Union has its own policies and the US has its own policies, and we have to think about whether to migrate data from Europe to the US and how to build trust?
And you each have 1 minute to answer some of these big questions.
Thank you for the question. I mentioned large impact models. It just came up to me as I was coming to this symposium as something to think about beyond, again, large language models and large action models. It's like, because for the very reason you said, we need to see how we can build AI digital models that are from the design built to build a more inclusive society. And it's beyond doing social good, it's going further, measuring really the impact on society, on the system, and the solution. This is the 3S. This is actually built around over 20 very specific questions that are in the tool. So I invite you to look at it. And the tool is just one part of doing this, putting the financing in place behind the companies that are doing the right thing as investors in these new emerging companies, particularly in emerging markets. It's the second thing, the financing, and making the right connections so that like-minded organizations are putting their weight behind giving a premium to those companies that are doing the right thing.
Alina?
Okay, that's a really hard question. I think that, it's like in other areas of tech policy in the past where you have this kind of a dichotomy between the pace at which technology is evolving. It's evolving really fast. And then the pace at which organizations can respond, particularly governance of organizations. And so, and the pace at which you can get many governments to agree. It's really hard. They come from very different backgrounds. And as I forget who was saying earlier today, some people just don't, they don't have the means to effectively participate. They don't have the background. So it's a really hard question. It's one that hasn't been resolved in other areas or has only partially been resolved in other areas. So I think my personal take is that it's not one solution; it's all the solutions. We have plenty of instruments, policy instruments, mechanisms, and plenty of organizations. And I don't think it's one of them that's going to be the solution to. That's gonna be the the magical ring. We'll have to bring them all together, and some of the components are coming into the safety institutes are coming into play, and things are evolving, and they're evolving quite fast. On the OECD side, I'll just say that there's one instrument that we have that's binding, which is the responsible business conduct. And that instrument is very interesting in the sense that it has a UN counterpart, it has an EU counterpart, so it's aligned. All three are aligned, and what it does is it is it is binding on member countries to put in place a dispute resolution mechanisms, to put in place a national contact point that will handle, to date, about 50% of disputes via arbitration or mediation. So without going to courts, because am I going to go to a court if someone discriminated at me because I look French? The harm has to be egregious for somebody to be, and the person has to be rich in order to go and seek out the help of the courts. And so you kind of need those middle solutions. You need, of course, the certification, the technical solutions, but then you also need, there's no point in having all these rights, whether they're binding or not. And there is a binding instrument. There's a treaty that's being signed, the Council of Europe Treaty, a framework convention. There are more coming, but it's nice to have the rights, but if you can't do anything with them, what's the point? If you have to wait for something terrible to happen, then you can't exercise your right. So you need to be able to access the redress. So this responsible business conduct framework that I've been talking about, responsible business conduct for AI, what it does is it obliges, it encourages companies to do, it's basically a risk management framework, but it's that brings together elements of the NIST risk management framework, of the G7 work, of all the other work on the topic, but that also brings into account the upstream suppliers, so like the compute, the hardware providers, the data providers, in some case, other suppliers, and what the parts that they control in the value chain or the supply chain, depending on what you call it, the AI system lifecycle itself, which is what all the instruments to date focus on, just that AI lifecycle. And then downstream, the downstream users, and that could be a hospital or whoever is using the system. So that's quite interesting, because instead of taking just that that chunk that's the life cycle of an AI system, you're taking what comes into it and what comes out of it. So that's one possibility.
Thank you. Lena, do you have 1 minute? We were past time, but
yeah, I'll do 30 seconds. I'll just plus one to what Karine said earlier. But I think there is an onus on policymakers in the global south to work more closely with each other, because they have many more similarities with each other than they do with counterparts in the global north. I think there are many lessons that have been very useful to be drawn from the global north that have been implemented in the global south, and it's time for greater south-south cooperation, as cliched as that might sound.
Great, thank you. Well, with that, I'd like to thank the panel for a lively end to the day, and thank you all for your active participation. Thank you. Thank you. It's okay.
Well, thank you all so much. You are really impressing me with your stamina today, because it was such a rich day of ideas, conversations, and a real tour around the world. So I'll just say, a few takeaways, and you can discuss your own while there's still sun in the courtyard, and while we are happy to invite you to a reception to discuss together. Today took us around the world, from India to Nigeria, from Japan to the UN and back, and everywhere in between. And it is striking how much momentum there is around AI policy. It is really discussed everywhere in the world, even if we have to appreciate how different the contexts and lived experiences of people are when it comes to their relationship with AI, the state of AI, and what that means for questions of empowerment or disenfranchisement and representation, which I think is really important. But what we heard pretty much every policymaker and official saying is how much the public is disenfranchised anyway, how much power there is in the hands of a couple of companies when it comes to AI, and how that also creates a knowledge gap that needs to be filled, not only when it comes to assessing risks to safety, but really broadly, what are we to expect from these systems, and how can we get more evidence about some of the most hyped or hysterical claims that are made around what AI might mean for us, because some of the statements are quite frivolous, and that is not helpful, especially I think in a research institution like this. So given all these highly dynamic realities, highly different realities around the world, I'm sure that if we would have the same conference again in a year, we would have a very different stock taking of the global state of AI policy. And I hope we will see each other again a year from now. And in this highly dynamic field as well, I think those policymakers who are sticking out their necks to try, given so much uncertainty, and who are willing to learn in the process, are brave in some ways also to an extent that I have not observed before. So I'm inspired by the many perspectives that we gained today by keeping a watch on this process and hopefully engaging as many researchers' perspectives and lived experiences as we possibly can. And with that, let me thank the team. I see Daniel in the back. I see Haif, I see Caroline, but there are more. Please come up. Yes, come up, come up, come up. Come up. This was really a team effort. There was a lot of thought going into bringing everyone together, organization going into bringing everyone together, good food being ordered to keep you nourished. And thank you so much, Daniel, and everybody else, really, from the technicians to the people who helped organize the events. Let me just summarize it that way. But this was a real community effort, and it is much appreciated. So thank you, and please join us in the garden.
I can hear the